monster storm and when it's expected to hit. With 26 days until the election, Kamala Harris launches a media blitz. The vice president making a flurry of appearances from talk shows to late night as former President Trump fires back against new claims about his relationship with Vladimir Putin. Is time up for TikTok? Why more than a dozen states are suing the popular app over its impact on children's mental health. Another miracle for the Mets as the Padres put the Dodgers on the brink. All the action from October baseball as we step up to the plate this Wednesday. Early today starts right now. Glad you're with me this morning. I'm Frances Rivera. It is the final countdown. Residents in 11 Florida counties are all under mandatory evacuations ahead of Hurricane Milton, the Category 5 megastorm expected to make landfall early Thursday morning. It is one of the largest evacuations in Florida history, with nearly 6 million people being urged to leave the state's western coast. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking the storm for us, and what a critical next 24 hours this is going to be, Michelle.
Yeah, you have that right. Exactly 24 hours roughly before landfall. And we are looking still at the potential for catastrophic impacts to the west central parts of Florida. And we're going to see impacts all across the state of Florida. We're looking at the chance for some very high storm surge across the west central parts of Florida. Could see up to 15 feet in some spots. Very heavy rainfall leading to flooding up to 15 inches in some spots. And also looking at devastating winds as well, destructive winds. Let's take a look at the latest on Milton because we're looking at winds at 160 miles per hour. It's moving a little quicker northeast at 12 miles per hour. We do expect it to keep that strength for a bit, at least a Category 5, a Category 4 as we go throughout today. And then as it approaches the coast of Florida, we do expect it to weaken a bit. It's going to encounter a little wind shear. So expecting a landfall of Category 4, Category 3, a major hurricane as we go throughout the later part of Wednesday into the early part of Thursday. So let's talk about the tropical alerts. They're extending from the Carolinas all the way to the Keys. And Frances, you said it, this is a critical time over the next 24 hours. We're going to continue to track Milton, also the rest of the country in just a few minutes.
Yeah, the descriptions for this thing is just so powerful. Okay, Michelle, we'll continue to watch it. The roads leading out of the flood zones were filled with traffic on Tuesday as residents brace for Hurricane Milton. NBC's Lester Holt takes a closer look.
Time is running out with the ferocious Category 5 Hurricane Milton heading straight for the Florida Gulf Coast.
You must leave. I'm not asking you to leave. I'm telling you, you must leave.
In vulnerable areas, police blasting out last-minute notices to evacuate.
Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
There are signs many here are heeding the dire warnings.
Absolutely going to leave now. Just taking whatever I can get in my car.
Bumper-to-bumper traffic heading out of town, while some of the region's most iconic communities look like ghost towns. In St. Pete Beach, we found the streets mostly empty, except for piles of debris from Helene.
This is amazing. There's piles of debris everywhere.
It's mountains of debris everywhere, and they seem to be growing.
Fire Chief Jim Kilpatrick took me around to show me what they're up against. This ball field, now a drop zone for debris.
The piles of debris in stacks like this here along the barrier islands were actually created in the immediate aftermath of the last hurricane. Officials thought they would have time to get rid of it, but then they found out about Milton.
Trucks are staged all over the area to pick up as much as possible before Milton barrels in. But Chief Kilpatrick says there's not enough time to clear it all.
This is amazing. This is all collected from the streets of the barrier islands.
That's right. These are all household items that were put to the curb for the first storm.
Yeah.
And
I'm looking at the 12-inch long stick here.
Mm-hmm.
This becomes a lethal weapon, doesn't it?
Right. It's a missile with 175-mile-an-hour winds that could kill someone.
Mexico is already being pummeled by Milton's heavy rain and intense wind. It's the strongest hurricane formed in the Gulf of Mexico since Rita back in 2005. Its stunning scale apparent in this view from space.
It's going to be a catastrophic impact, potentially across two of the major population centers in Florida.
Even inland cities like Orlando expect to be impacted. Disney and Universal both closing, while President Biden announced he has canceled a planned trip overseas in order to focus on the storm.
This could be the worst storm hit Florida in over a century. and God willing it won't be, but that's what it's looking like right now.
And that's exactly why Emily Siegel and Samuel Shearer are leaving.
This is debris from Helene.
Yeah.
They closed on their new home 3 weeks ago, just before Helene roared ashore.
What does this house mean to you guys? What does it represent?
I mean, it was going to be like our future, like long-term house. So this is pretty disappointing.
Like so many here in Florida, they don't have insurance.
We're still hoping it goes south, but we're definitely preparing for the worst.
And our thanks to Lester for that report. Let's turn now to the race for the White House. With less than a month until Election Day, Vice President Kamala Harris continued her media blitz with a visit to The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It's one of several interviews she did yesterday. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now. Hi, Alice. Good morning. This interview with Colbert last night was definitely a friendly one.
Good morning, Francis. That's right. Stephen Colbert brought up the idea that voters prefer someone they want to have a beer with. So he and the vice president continued their talk with some Miller High Life from Wisconsin. And the vice president was asked if Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. She said this about her opponent.
You lost millions of jobs. You lost manufacturing. You lost automotive plants. You lost the election. What does that make you? A loser. This is what somebody at my rally said. I thought it was funny. It's
accurate. It's accurate.
This is what happens when I drink beer.
Vice President Harris also joined The View, where she said she would not change anything President Biden has done and that she's been part of impactful decisions. And she was also interviewed by Howard Stern, where she focused a lot on former President Trump, who she described as a wannabe dictator. Mr. Trump did a radio interview of his own last night, reacting to Harris's interviews.
Kamala is doing so many shows and making speeches that they're finding out she's not a smart person. And we had enough of that for 4 years with Biden. We had enough. We need somebody that's very smart.
We could see more of a response from former President Trump today. He has a rally planned tonight in Pennsylvania. Francis.
All right, Alice Barr for us. Alice, thank you. A new book is putting Donald Trump's connection to Russia's president in the spotlight. Washington Post reporter Bob Woodward writes that Mr. Trump has spoken with Vladimir Putin as many as 7 times since leaving the White House. The new book, out next week, also claims that former President Trump secretly sent Putin COVID tests for his personal use in 2020. The Trump campaign says Woodward's stories are not true. And in an interview yesterday, Mr. Trump said it is a good thing that he got along with Putin very well. It's been more than a week since Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles at Israel, and the world is still waiting for Israel's response. 3 U.S. officials tell Axios that President Biden is set to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on the phone today to discuss Israel's plans. For the latest, let's turn to Claudia Lavanga. Good morning, Claudia. What more do we know?
Good morning, Francis. Well, at least according to 2 U.S. officials, Israel has not briefed the United States yet with the details of that potential retaliation response to Iran's attack last week, but also that the U.S. is discussing options on whether or how to join and support Israel in that potential retaliation with its own intelligence and its own airstrikes. Now, on Wednesday, the Israeli Defense Minister Gallant was meant to meet with the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Washington, but that trip was cancelled at the last minute by the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, no official reason was given for the change of plan, but these U.S. officials who are familiar with the matter, they say that the fear was that Iran will retaliate or attack Iran while Gallant will be in Washington. In the meantime, the Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, released this pre-recorded video message in which he said that Israel has taken out, killed the would-be successors of Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. He didn't name names, but one of them is believed to be Hashem Safieddin, who is believed to have been killed in one of those airstrikes in Beirut last week. He also addressed the people of Lebanon directly in that video message, warning them that they should take back their country and get rid of Hezbollah if they don't want to end up like the people in Gaza. Take a listen to what he said.
You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza. I say to you, the people of Lebanon, free your country from Hezbollah so that this war can end. Free your country from Hezbollah so that your country could prosper again.
A staunch warning to the people in Lebanon who did not want this war, nor they initiated it, Francis.
Okay, Claudio Luvanga for us. Thank you, Claudio. Well, much of the focus is on Hurricane Milton. We also need to get a quick check on the weather across the rest of the country. Here's NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Welcome back, Michelle.
Thanks, Francis. And the good news is we're pleasant pretty across the country, for most of the country at least. We're looking at really nice temperatures in the Northeast, New England, temperatures in the 60s and 70s there. The Great Lakes and Midwest looking really nice as well. Lots of sunshine in Minneapolis, 75 degrees. And then as we near the middle of the country, we are looking at summer-like temperatures in the South Central states, 94 in San Antonio, and that heat continues in the South and Southwest, or West and Southwest. We're looking at temperatures record-breaking once again. It feels like the middle of the summer there. Temperatures into the triple digits in Phoenix, 104. That's a look at the weather across the country. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at a really nice day in parts of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, temperatures in the 60s and 70s, just 59 degrees in Duluth. And then, of course, it's all about Milton today as it makes landfall later on tonight into the early part of Thursday. Lots of rain in Orlando and Tampa. That's your Wednesday forecast.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle. Ethel Kennedy, the matriarch of the famed political family, has been hospitalized after a stroke. Her family says the 96-year-old was sleeping Thursday when the stroke happened and is now being treated. Ethel Kennedy is the widow of slain Senator Robert F. Kennedy and the mother of former 2024 presidential candidate RFK Jr. In 2014, President Barack Obama awarded her with the Presidential Medal of Freedom for her work on human rights and social justice. Coming up, the Jets sacked their head coach amid reported tensions with their star QB. But first, the new lawsuit filed against TikTok, claiming it's too addictive for kids.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
TikTok is back in the legal hot seat, now being sued by a bipartisan group of state attorneys general over its alleged impacts on teens' mental health. NBC's Brian Chung has the details.
Social media giant TikTok facing allegations that it's as addictive and dangerous as cigarettes.
For young people, the TikTok platform is like digital nicotine.
13 states in the District of Columbia are taking TikTok to court, alleging the dopamine-inducing algorithm hooks young users into endless scrolling, causing anxiety, depression, and body dysmorphia.
TikTok has engaged in a pattern practice of deception,
of lies. It has addicted an entire generation of young people and teens.
The lawsuit also alleges the app at times promotes harmful and deadly behavior, from subway surfing to stealing cars. The lawsuits also allege TikTok doesn't do enough to stop children from scrolling into mental health problems.
They lose track of time. That is by design.
Alleging further that the app's beauty filters create unreal standards and that around-the-clock notifications lead to sleep loss. The states saying tools like a 60-minute limit aren't effective. Why, in New York State's view, was that not enough?
The tools that they have oftentimes are difficult. They're hidden. Parents cannot activate those tools.
TikTok blasted the claims as inaccurate and misleading, adding that the lawsuits are disappointing after they tried to work with the states for over 2 years. In August, the federal government sued TikTok for what they allege are widespread violations of children's privacy laws, allegations TikTok denies. President Biden signed a bill earlier this year that could ban TikTok in the U.S. if its Chinese owner ByteDance doesn't sell it. Brian Chung, NBC News, Los Angeles.
So come here on Early Today. Robert Saleh is jettisoned behind the coach change in New York. And the Mets had some flushing to do as they return home. The decisive victories in the NLDS.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
And he swings at the first pitch, launches it to right, back Castellanos, Pete Alonso, back at Citi Field, 1-0 New York.
And there you have it. The Mets took a bite out of the Phillies as they return to the Big Apple for Game 3 of the NLDS Tuesday. Playoff hero Pete Alonso got the scoring started in the second, with the Amazons piling on 6 more runs in a dominating win over the Phillies. New York has a chance to continue their miracle run and close out the series at Citi Field later today. And not even a grand slam could help the Dodgers against the high-powered Padres. San Diego rode to victory Tuesday thanks to a 6-run second inning, and they have the chance to knock out Ohtani and the Dodgers in the Game 4 later today. Turning to the WNBA, where the sun set on Connecticut in Minnesota.
Getting some points at the free throw line.
The Lynx set the Connecticut Sun packing in the decisive Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals Tuesday. Minnesota is making their 6th finals appearance and first in 7 years. They'll take on Brianna Stewart and Sabrina Ionescu and the top-seeded New York Liberty, who will be competing for their first ever title. The finals tip off on Thursday at Barclays Center. It's just 5 weeks into the NFL season, but the first head coach has been sacked. The New York Jets fired Robert Saleh on Tuesday following the team's loss versus the Minnesota Vikings in London Sunday. Saleh, who had been with the team since 2021, never secured a winning season and got off to a disappointing 2-3 start this year. The firing comes amidst reports of tensions with quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich will serve as interim head coach. When we come back, a teen just broke a Tetris record once thought to be a myth. And Walmart is all paws on deck as it prepares to expand its pet care business.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Time now for what's making headlines on this Wednesday morning. President Biden is setting a 10-year deadline for cities across the U.S. to replace lead pipes to ensure everyone has safe drinking water. The move comes a decade after the Flint, Michigan water crisis. It is the strongest restriction since federal standards were set decades ago. The FDA has approved the first at-home test for both flu and COVID outside of emergency use authorization. The test takes about 15 minutes. Walmart is opening 5 more pet service centers after opening its first location outside of Atlanta last year. The new locations will be in Arizona and Georgia and will include vet care and grooming services. And a 16-year-old Twitch streamer just became the first person to loop past the highest level on NES Tetris, rolling the game back to level 0. The record was previously thought to be impossible. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zingbaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
and what matters here at home.
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
All right, here's your reminder not to feed wildlife. A woman in Washington had to call for help after a mob of raccoons swarmed her home. But it turns out she'd been feeding the critters in her yard for nearly 4 decades. From our Seattle affiliate, Maddie White has the story.
35 years ago, you first started feeding raccoons.
A Poulsbo woman called 911 after her home was surrounded by raccoons.
And then when all of a sudden did it explode like this?
6 weeks ago.
6 weeks ago.
She told deputies she'd been leaving food out for the raccoons since the 1980s.
Among the raccoon population here in Poulsbo, word got out about the midnight all-you-can-eat buffet.
By October 3rd, nearly 100 of them had invaded the woman's property, deputies tell us, swarming around her home night and day. Even neighbors like Wendy Kronk,
I'd say it's been about the last month or so I've noticed it.
are also seeing an uptick.
I've had several raccoons in the yard recently. My dogs have gotten in a scuffle several times with raccoons. I even had to take one of my dogs to the vet after tussling with a raccoon. And I've also noticed there's been a lot more hit raccoons up on the main road here.
Trapping and relocating these furry felons will cost the woman $500 per raccoon. Deputies say she's concerned. Kronk hopes it gets resolved soon.
I do hope that somebody steps in and helps her, take care of this problem, and hopefully she'll quit doing it.
I mean, maybe that was the point. Maybe she loves him. Thanks to Maddie White for that report. Right now to an entertainment mishap. 40,000 feet in the air. Australian airline Qantas is apologizing after showing a sexually explicit movie to all passengers on a flight from Sydney to Tokyo last week. The airline said it chose to show the film after technical issues made individual movie selection unavailable. While Qantas did not identify the movie, reports claimed it to be the R-rated drama Daddy-O, starring Dakota Johnson and Sean Penn. The film played for about an hour and was switched to a family-friendly film following complaints from passengers. In a statement, the carrier said they are reviewing how that movie was selected. Well, the TSA says it has stopped thousands of firearms from going through airport security checkpoints so far in 2024. The agency said it stopped a total of 5,028 firearms in the first 9 months of this year. That's an average of 18 guns seized per day, and 93% of those guns were loaded. It comes as TSA screened a record 678 million passengers in the first 3 quarters of the year. Right, coming up on Today, a deep dive on how car insurance companies track your data and how that could affect your rates. That's ahead on Today, and that's our time here on Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Hurricane Milton strengthening into what could be the storm of the century. A Category 5 barreling toward Florida this morning, forcing mass evacuations and landmarks like Disney World and Universal Studios to shut their doors. Our meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the path of the monster storm and when it's expected to make landfall. The race for the White House turns into a battle for eyeballs. Kamala Harris launching a media blitz, while Donald Trump makes an appearance of his own. We're live with 26 days until the election. Searching for a solution to a Google monopoly, the DOJ indicates that it's seriously considering breaking up the tech titan and how it would work. There's a winner in the competition that dares bears to eat their heart out. The new mom that took down a group of grizzly heavyweights in Fat Bear Week. And winter is coming to an auction house. How you can take the Iron Throne for yourself, along with other Game of Thrones memorabilia. It's Wednesday, October 9th. Early today starts right now. Good morning. Glad you're with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the race to evacuate ahead of Hurricane Milton, the Category 5 superstorm headed for Florida's western coast. Milton is expected to make landfall between Tampa Bay and Fort Myers early Thursday morning, bringing 12 to 18 inches of rain, widespread wind damage, flooding, storm surges, and power outages. 11 counties are under mandatory evacuation, home to nearly 6 million people. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storm for us. And hour by hour, let's see where Milton is headed.
Yeah, hi there, Frances. And that window is closing for evacuations. We're just about 24 hours away from landfall, sometime late tonight into early Thursday morning. And we are looking at a major hurricane as it makes landfall along the western part of Florida, the west coast of Florida. Winds are howling. We're looking at wind speeds up to 160 miles per hour. So as we go throughout the day, we're going to see the storm surge picking up, the rainfall picking up, and those winds as well. It's picked up speed a bit. It's moving northeast at 12 miles per hour. We're going to see the threat to life and also to property as we go throughout the later part of Wednesday into Thursday. And this will impact the entire state of Florida as it moves across the peninsula. Let's take a look at the track because we expect it to maintain its strength as we go throughout the day here. And then as it gets closer to the coast, we do expect it to weaken a bit as it kind of encounters some wind shear. But still a major hurricane as it makes landfall. It's moving across a really warm Gulf, a supercharged Gulf with record warm temperatures. Storm surge will be historic. We're looking at a storm surge that could move in several miles up to 15 feet in some spots. So a big story, of course, Frances, is Milton, but we'll look at the rest of the country in just a few minutes.
Okay, it's important to see. Thank you so much, Michelle. The Walt Disney Parks in Orlando will be closing today at 1 p.m. ahead of Hurricane Milton, as will SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Universal Orlando Resort. And a rare closure for locations of Waffle House restaurants, citing their Waffle House Index. That's a term used to determine a storm's severity, since the famous chain rarely closes. But in Tampa, residents are bracing for the worst-case scenario, the possibility of a direct hit. Torrential rains could trigger feet of flooding and storm surge in the low-lying coastal region. NBC's Tom Yamas has more from Tampa.
For more than a century, Tampa has avoided a direct hit from a major hurricane. But as Milton barrels across the Gulf, experts warn this time Tampa could be in the bullseye.
Large portions of the Tampa Bay area are going to be uninhabitable. You're not going to have power. You may not have other essentials.
According to one report, Tampa is one of the most vulnerable places in the country when it comes to storm surge. And the National Hurricane Center warns Milton could bring a wall of water up to 15 feet.
I've never seen a hurricane with that trajectory before, so it kind of spooked a lot of people.
Think this is the one that's going to hit Tampa?
I'd like to say no, but it could be.
Congressman Jared Moskowitz used to run Florida's Department of Emergency Management. He says models have shown a Category 5 hurricane hitting Tampa would be the worst disaster the state could possibly face.
The Director of Emergency Management and the National Hurricane Center is talking what's the worst case scenario for Florida. It is that. It is the black swan of a Category 5 storm coming into Tampa.
Researchers say the underwater depth off the coast and the funnel shape of the bay mean the right powerful storm could trap an enormous buildup of water. Another challenge, Tampa's dense population. More than 3 million people live in the area, and not everyone has the ability to pick up and leave. Some hospitals choosing to evacuate vulnerable patients.
Folks came from as far as Louisiana and Missouri
with ambulances to help transport and move these patients safely.
Bob Fritzinger was moved from a hospital in Pinellas County, which sits on the Gulf, to safer ground.
They were really working. I mean, running up and down the halls.
Tampa resident Jennifer North will ride out the storm inside this shelter with her daughter Liliana.
I don't live too far from here, but my house is quite old and there's a lot of trees. Since it's just the two of us, I just felt safer being at a community shelter.
And the storm is so powerful, you're not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any chances.
Okay.
Liliana turns 2 on Friday. Her mom's still hopeful they'll get the chance to celebrate back home, even as this historic storm rages on. Tom Llamas, NBC News, Tampa.
Turning now to the race for the White House. With less than a month until Election Day, Vice President Kamala Harris continued her media blitz with a visit to The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It is one of several interviews she did yesterday. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now. Good morning, Alice. This interview with Colbert last night was a friendly one.
It was, Francis. Good morning to you. Colbert brought up the idea that voters prefer someone they want to have a beer with. So he and the vice president continued their talk with some Miller High Life from Wisconsin. And the vice president was asked if Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. She said this about her opponent.
You lost millions of jobs. You lost manufacturing. You lost automotive plants. You lost the election. What does that make you? A loser. This is what somebody at my rally said. I thought it was funny. It's
accurate. It's accurate.
This is what happens when I drink beer.
Vice President Harris also joined The View, where she said she would not change anything President Biden has done and that she's been part of impactful decisions. She also was interviewed by Howard Stern, where she focused a lot on former President Trump, who she described as a wannabe dictator. Mr. Trump did a radio interview of his own last night, reacting to Harris's interviews.
Kamala is doing so many shows and making speeches that they're finding out she's not a smart person. And we had enough of that for 4 years with Biden. We had enough. We need somebody that's very smart.
And we could see more of a response from former President Trump today. He's set to rally tonight in Pennsylvania. Francis?
Okay, Alice, thank you. An Afghan citizen living in Oklahoma has been charged with plotting a terrorist attack on Election Day. 27-year-old Nasir Tawhidi was arrested along with an alleged co-conspirator, a minor who is also an Afghan national. According to court documents, Tawhidi confirmed during interrogation that he intended to target large gatherings on behalf of ISIS on November 5th. An attorney for Tawhidi did not respond to our request for comment. It's been more than a week since Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles at Israel, and the world is still waiting for Israel's response. 3 U.S. officials tell Axios that President Biden is set to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on the phone today to discuss Israel's plans. For the latest, let's turn to Claudia Lavanga. Good morning, Claudia. What more do we know?
Good morning, Francis. Well, at least according to two U.S. officials familiar with the matter, Israel has not yet briefed the United States with the details of that potential response to Iran's attack last week. But at the same time, they said that the U.S. is discussing options on whether or how to join and support Israel in that retaliation with its own intelligence and with its own airstrikes. Now, on Wednesday, the defense minister of Israel, Gallant, was meant to travel to Washington to meet with the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, but that trip was canceled at the last minute by the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. It hasn't been an official reason has not been given for the change of plan, but the fear here, at least according to U.S. officials who spoke to NBC News, is that the fear was that Israel would retaliate or attack Iran while Gallant will be in Washington. In the meantime, Netanyahu issued this pre-recorded video message in which he said that Israel has killed the will-be successors of the leader of the former leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, after he was killed. Now, he didn't name names, but one of them is believed to be Hashem Sefieddin, who is believed to have been killed last week in one of those airstrikes in Beirut. He also spoke directly in that video message to the people of Lebanon, saying that they should take back their country, they should get rid of Hezbollah if they don't want to end up like Gaza. Now, take a listen.
You have an opportunity to save Lebanon,
before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza. I say to you, the people of Lebanon, free your country from Hezbollah so that this war can end. Free your country from Hezbollah so that your country could prosper again.
Now, a staunch warning by the Israeli Prime Minister to the people of Lebanon that did not look for this war, nor did they initiate it, Francis.
Okay, Claudio, thank you. Leading the news 3 weeks after being arrested, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is trying once again to get out on bail. According to the filings seen by the New York Times, Combs' legal team argues that there is no evidence that he would seek to intimidate witnesses and obstruct the ongoing investigation. Combs is charged with sex trafficking and racketeering and denies any criminal wrongdoing. This is his third attempt at getting out on bail as he awaits trial. All right, let's turn back to our weather and NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking the rest of the weather across the country in addition to tracking Hurricane Milton.
That's right. Hi there, Francis. Thankfully, the rest of the country is relatively quiet. We're nice and dry throughout the Northeast. Actually, really nice temperatures as well. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s. Also dry in the Midwest, the Great Lakes. Feeling like fall in some spots there. We're looking at temperatures in the low 70s in Chicago with lots of sunshine. As we get to the middle of the country, we're going to warm up. Feeling a little summer-like in spots. Temperatures in the 80s and 90s. Look at Oklahoma City. Lots of sunshine. That's going to take us into the upper 80s. 94 in San Antonio. And then, of course, we are watching that continued heat in the west, the southwest. We're looking at temperatures record-breaking still and also well above normal for this time of year. That's a look at the weather across the country. Here's a peek at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures really nice in the Great Lakes, also the Midwest, temperatures in the 50s and 60s. It's warm in the northern plains, central and southern plains, also the southwest. And then, of course, the big story today is Milton as it makes landfall later on tonight into early part of Thursday. All right, that's your Wednesday forecast.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle. Still to come, the Phillies and the Dodgers on the brink of playoff elimination. But first, the Justice Department weighs on how to break up Google after the tech giant was ruled a monopoly.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Over a dozen states are suing TikTok over its impact on kids' mental health. But first, the Department of Justice is weighing whether to break up Google after the judge ruled the tech titan holds a monopoly. CNBC's Charlotte Reed joins us with those details. Hi, Charlotte. Good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, yes, the DOJ announcing this yesterday, a potential breakup of Google as an antitrust remedy. Now, these remedies would prevent Google from using products such as Chrome, Play, and Android to advantage Google search and Google-related products and features over rivals. Now, the recommendations come just after several legal setbacks for Google's owner, Alphabet. Just on Monday, a judge ordered the company to open its Android operating system. And back in August, a different judge found that Google's search engine was an illegal monopoly, and there's also another ongoing lawsuit of its online advertising business. Now, Google has vowed to appeal the DOJ decision as far as the Supreme Court if necessary, which means it could be several years before anything could be enforced. And sticking to tech, you have 14 attorneys general from across the country filing lawsuits yesterday accusing social media platform TikTok of damaging young users' mental health and collecting their data without consent. Now, the lawsuits are focusing particularly on what the plaintiffs see as addictive features, including 24/7 notification and video autoplay. And they also mentioned some dangerous TikTok challenges. Now, TikTok said they disagree with these claims, and they're adding that many of them are inaccurate and misleading. Francis.
Yeah, it's tough to look away, even for adults. Okay, Charlotte, thank you. It's just 5 weeks into the NFL season, but the first head coach has been sacked. The New York Jets fired Robert Saleh on Tuesday following the team's loss versus the Minnesota Vikings in London Sunday. Saleh, who had been with the team since 2021, never secured a winning season and got off to a disappointing 2-3 start this year. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich will serve as interim head coach. Well, not even a grand slam could help the Dodgers against the high-powered Padres. San Diego rode to victory in Game 3 of the NLDS Tuesday thanks to a 6-run second inning. They have a chance to knock out Ohtani and the Dodgers in Game 4 later today. Earlier, the Mets took a bite out of the Phillies as they returned to the Big Apple. The Amazons piled 7 runs on their rivals to take Game 3 on Tuesday and have a chance to close out the series at Citi Field later today. And for Mets fans, the only thing more fun than a victory is this, getting to the party with their unofficial mascot. Grimace joined fans traveling to Citi Field on the 7 train Tuesday. The McDonald's mascot is credited with saving the Mets season as the team compiled the best record in baseball after he threw a ceremonial first pitch at Citi Field back in June. Up next, passengers' cringe moment when the airline plays the wrong in-flight movie. More on an embarrassing mix-up for Qantas.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
You got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You came here with nothing but a guitar. You never talk about your family, your past.
People make up their past, Sylvie. They remember what they want. They forget the rest.
I want to know which side he's on.
I'm not sure they want to hear, but I want to play, Johnny.
I want to hear it.
There you see Timothy Chalamet with sunglasses and harmonica to play Bob Dylan in A Complete Unknown. The biopic from James Mangold hits theaters Christmas Day. Now to an entertainment mishap. 40,000 feet in the air, Australian airline Qantas is apologizing after showing a sexually explicit movie to all passengers on a flight from Sydney to Tokyo last week. The airline said it chose to show the film, reported to be the R-rated drama Daddy-O, after technical issues made individual movie selection unavailable. The film played for about an hour and was switched to a family-friendly film following complaints from passengers. In a statement, the carrier said they are reviewing how the movie was selected. All right, up next, American Girl is bringing their dolls to life with new costumes and how to score some free pizza through January. All that after the break.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. The TSA stopped over 5,000 firearms from going through airport security checkpoints in the first 9 months of 2024. That's an average of 18 guns seized per day, and 93% were loaded. TSA screened a record 678 million passengers in the first 3 quarters of the year. Domino's Emergency Pizza Program is back, offering customers 1 free 2-topping pizza from October 8th through January 19th. Just place an online order of $7.99 and you'll snag a free pizza on a future order. American Girl and adult and child fans recently released its annual Halloween costumes, so kids and adults can choose from 8 characters. They come with a wig to bring the look together.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Winter is coming to the auction block. Game of Thrones fans are getting a chance to own a piece of their favorite show. Here's Emily Cada.
5 years since Game of Thrones' reign on television ended. Fans of the medieval fantasy are suiting up for a battle of their own.
It's remarkably heavy.
More than 2,000 props, set decorations, and costumes from HBO's hit show are up for auction this week. From Jaime Lannister's gold hand, a symbol of his resilience, to Arya Stark's needle, making her one of the deadliest assassins.
Sticking with the pointy end.
I know which end to use.
Do you picture yourself wielding the needle?
Yeah, I'll love to do that.
And who could forget the bell in Cersei Lannister's chilling walk of shame?
Shame.
Brian Chanis is with Heritage Auctions.
The most favorite character of mine is Tyrion Lannister.
And maybe the most quotable character.
I drink and I know things.
I drink and I know things.
Valyrian steel could cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. But how do you put a price tag on a magic that will transport you straight to Winterfell? Why do you think this is drawing so much energy?
Passion. It takes them back to when they watched the show for the first time. The whole show left an indelible mark in television history.
Dracarys. And now fans have the chance to take a piece of that history, forged with Dragonfire, home. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Westeros.
And definitely worth all the bragging and storytelling you get for those who actually win those items. All right, now a 16-year-old Twitch streamer who just became the first person to loop past the highest level on NES Tetris, rolling the game back to level 0. The record of reaching level 255 was previously thought to be impossible, though the teen was using a version modified to avoid crashes, according to Ars Technica. All right, long live the queen of Fat Bear Week. A mama brown bear known as Grazer handily won the competition, beating a heavyweight nicknamed Chunk for the second year in a row. Grazer not only won the rematch, but was also the first to triumph in the tournament, while raising a cub. Competition was fierce at the annual showdown in Alaska's Katmai National Park, with hibernation just a few short weeks away. Thanks so much for being with us here on Early Today on a Wednesday. I'm Frances Rivera. Coming up on Today, we'll have live coverage from Florida with the latest on the path of Hurricane Milton, something that we're watching all day here on NBC and our NBC stations, as well as here on Early Today. Hope you join us early for that tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday.
Emergency currently exists. Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
Hurricane Milton re-strengthened to a Category 5 as it bears down on the Tampa Bay area. Highways have been clogged with people fleeing what is now expected to be one of the most destructive storms on record.
Before making landfall, Milton is now forecast to double in size. That's why officials are warning of conditions that are unsurvivable. Powerful winds could turn debris left from Hurricane Helene into projectiles, and in some places, the life-threatening storm surge might reach as high as 15 feet.
If we get the surge again, I can't imagine. I don't know what will be left, honestly.
We have full team coverage ahead of what could be a once-in-a-century storm. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with the latest track. But we start with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who's on the ground in Fort Myers, Florida. Jay, good morning. More than 400,000 people across Lee County, that includes Fort Myers, are in those mandatory evacuation zones. From what you're seeing, are people taking those warnings seriously? What are you hearing from residents there?
Yeah, Joan, it's been good to see that a lot of these areas are basically empty where the mandatory evacuations are in place. We were out on Fort Myers Beach yesterday in Fort Myers downtown, and it was really a ghost town, which is great news. You know, the people here understand storms. They've been through many and recently been through some pretty tough storms. We had Helene, and that's still an issue for a lot of people here. But 2 years ago, Ian, which really ravaged this entire region. And I think this storm escalating so quickly and moving in really got their attention. So it's good to see that a lot of people have decided to move to higher ground, move to a shelter, just make sure that they get out of the way of what is a monster storm and still building, by the way, as it heads towards the coast.
As of yesterday evening, we know the Fort Myers mayor said the city dump site for debris from Hurricane Helene, Jay, was officially closed. Were they able to get those streets cleared? It's a real concern. All that debris could be missiles, battering rams when the storm surge and the wind comes.
Yeah, Christina, I mean, it's a great point, and they were very aggressive in trying to clean up the mess that was left behind by Helene. And they did get a lot of it clean, but not all of it. And that is a big concern for a lot of people right now, that you still have these piles of debris. And in some areas, we're talking piles that are 2 stories high, if you can imagine, especially out on Fort Myers Beach. And so that's why it became much more critical for people not only to leave the area because of the wind and rain, but because that debris can become projectiles and be very dangerous.
So, Jamie, parts of Florida's Gulf Coast are going to start to feel the impacts from Milton in just the coming hours. First the rain, then winds later today. For those who've moved to shelters or even those who are staying put, what types of resources are available?
Yeah, right now what we're hearing is there are 13 shelters available in this area in Lee County, and many of them open to pets too, so that's very important. A lot of people at times say we don't want to leave if we can't take our pets, so they've got a place to go. What they're telling you is to make sure you bring at least 3 days of clothing, of medication, and just the essentials that you may need. Bring a pillow and blanket if you can as well. The resources available to those that are riding it out will be response teams, but they're also very quick to point out, Joe and Christine, that once the wind reaches about 40, 45 miles an hour, you're riding this out on your own if you've made that decision. They'll get in and help you as quickly as they can after the storm passes, but they're not going to put responders in harm's way to get to you during the storm, and especially at the height of the storm.
Important information there. You know, in an interview with MSNBC yesterday, the mayor of Fort Myers also said he's never been more worried about a storm in his life. and he was a police officer in the city for more than 2 decades. What are officials' biggest concern at this point?
You know, it's very interesting because I talked to Mayor last night as well, and he was in Ian, said Ian was the worst thing he had ever seen as far as the storm is concerned, and that he just felt worse about what's coming his way. So there is a big concern, not only for the storm surge, which could be massive here in the Fort Myers area, but also the wind ripping apart some of the areas that are barely pieced back together after Ian, and then that wind-driven rain that's just going to push into areas where it's not supposed to be. And so it's really a triple threat here with the wind, the rain, and the surge, and it's at a height that we don't normally see. This is a storm, like I mentioned earlier, that is seeming to gain intensity as well as a larger wind path, or a footprint, if you will, as it moves toward the west coast of the peninsula right now. And so that's something that's very disturbing for a lot of people. If there is a sliver of a bit of good news, it's the fact that the speed of this storm has picked up a bit, and so it's not going to linger. It's going to move across rather quickly, but when it does, there's a big concern, Christine, Joe, that it's going to leave quite a mark.
All right, Jay, thank you for your reporting. Please continue to stay safe throughout the day here.
Right now, for the latest on the hurricane's timing, path, and size, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Michelle, good morning. So Milton, less than 24 hours from landfall now. What is Florida looking at?
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're about 19 hours away, so that window is quickly closing to prepare for this hurricane. We are still looking at a dire situation, really a heartbreaking situation. There are people waking up this morning not knowing if their house is going to be standing tomorrow as the storm moves offshore. Landfall tonight anywhere between 8 p.m., 10 p.m. into the early morning hours of Thursday. So let's get to the latest information because we are watching this barrel across the Gulf. Now, remember, the Gulf is supercharged. We're looking at water temperatures, record-breaking water temperatures. That is fuel for this storm, and that's why we saw that increase once again to a Category 5 storm. We're going to keep that category strength for a bit. It was going to wobble back to a 4, and then we're going to see it move onshore tonight in the overnight hours as a major hurricane. So it's really just using that fuel. We're already starting to see some outer rain bands moving through the state of Florida. We're going to really see them pick up through the later morning hours, the early afternoon hours. And then we're going to see those winds really gust by later on this evening, and then things quickly go downhill by the later part of the night into the overnight. Let's take a look at these numbers. 160 miles per hour, a huge, massive storm. This is catastrophic. It is record-breaking. It is life-threatening. We can't say those words enough. Category 5 storm. As Jay mentioned, it has picked up in speed compared to yesterday. We're looking at the movement northeast at 14 miles per hour, so it will move quickly. We want that to happen with a tropical storm simply because it holds so much water, so we want it in and out. Still, though, we're going to see catastrophic flooding, life-threatening flash flooding in some cases, because we will see 18-plus inches in some spots. Now, as we go throughout time here with this path, this is the latest path as of the latest advisory. We're going to keep that strength of Category 5 to a Category 4 as we go throughout the day. Then, as it gets closer to the coastline, the west coast of Florida, it's going to encounter a little dry air, a little wind shear. Those are two ingredients kind of tears down a storm, but it's not going to have a lot of time to tear that down. So we are still anticipating a major hurricane as it moves onshore. And then notice by Thursday at 2 o'clock, still on the east coast of Florida, a Category 1 storm. We're going to hold this strength as we go throughout the afternoon hours of Thursday. Tropical alerts, they're extensive from the Carolinas to the Panhandle of Florida down to southern Florida, the Bahamas, and also the Keys. Notice that bright red color. That's your hurricane warning. Orlando, Tampa, Fort Pierce, Fort Myers under that hurricane warning. Again, we will see those conditions really deteriorate as we go throughout the later part of the day, afternoon into the evening hours. This is a big one. 17 million people at risk for flash flooding, for river flooding, extensive street flooding. Hopefully you heeded the warnings because we will not be able to travel on any of these roads. We won't be able to evacuate later. And storm surge. This will be the legacy of the storm, a storm surge of up to 15 feet in some spots. That is extensive. It's catastrophic. It's life-threatening. It's unsurvivable. It will move in fast. It will move in furious. This will be a wall of water that pushes in. It's not going to trickle in. So again, guys, we're going to be watching that very, very closely. Another thing is we'll end it here because we're looking at winds gusting over 110 miles per hour. What is that going to do? Power outages, not just days, but we're going to be talking weeks. This is going to be a story for a long time to come. Back to you.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. Just, unsurvivable storm surge is...
Every adjective, every adverb you can think of applies to this one.
Thanks, Michelle. For more on what officials in the area are doing to get ready for Hurricane Milton, I want to bring in Chief Barbara Tripp of the Tampa Fire Department. Thanks for taking some time for us. I know it's very busy for you. Less than 24 hours from Milton making landfall. You're going to start feeling the presence of this storm soon. What are some of the things your department is focused on right now to get your city ready?
The biggest thing, first of all, thank you and good morning. The biggest thing that we're worried about is the community safety. Of course, we had a large storm surge from Hurricane Helene, and of course, some of the families are still trying to recover from that. As we see the storm coming in, and of course, it's definitely uncertain, we're looking at the winds that we're going to be affected by, and of course, down power lines, people without service. And so we're trying to get the community to make sure they get to shelters and get to areas where they can actually get some help.
Chief, most of the area is under an evacuation order. Of course, so much of the Tampa Bay area is on the water or near the water. From what you can tell, are most people obeying those orders? And if not, is it too late to leave now, or can people still get out?
People can still get out, and what has been a blessing by our mayor, we have had law enforcement go door to door in those evacuation areas, warning everyone to please take this storm serious, because like I said, we just had a situation and a couple of people did not leave, and of course they had to result in some difficulties with them and with their family members. So once again, everyone is definitely listening. We've had law enforcement. We receive help from the state and the feds. And so we're definitely prepared and not looking forward to it, but we're doing everything we can to make sure the community is safe.
What about the people who don't leave? What is your message to people who think they can hunker down here? And how long do you think it'll be, before you'll be able to get emergency services or any kind of supplies to those people?
So as we continue to communicate with the community, we warned them that we could not get to you if something was to take place because of all the disaster, all of the hazards that would take place, and first responders would not be able to get out. So for the individuals who are not leaving, we're telling them to leave now. And it could be days, you're right, it could be days, it could be weeks, because once again, if the roads are destroyed, if the waters have done a significant damage, it's definitely going to be hard to get to those individuals.
Chief, you just mentioned this. There is still a lot of debris left over from Hurricane Helene, which hit less than 2 weeks ago. How much progress have you made cleaning all of that up? And just how much are you worried about that debris blowing around in the wind or just creating extra hazards when that massive storm surge hits?
So we had 3 prone areas that was really affected. And I must say all the debris that we picked up in 2 of the areas, one of the areas we did everything except probably about 10 to 20%, and which the mayor had our solid waste department working 24/7. That is definitely a big concern, especially with the winds to be over 100 miles per hour and how it's going to affect a lot of the infrastructures that's surrounding the city. So that's why we're telling everyone, if you have that debris in your area, to actually get away from it, to go to shelters until the storm has come and we have made an assessment for you to return to your home.
Chief Barbara Tripp, thank you so much, and best of luck to you in the hours ahead here. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
The White House is sounding the alarm on storm-related disinformation following Hurricane Helene. While there are some legitimate concerns, the volume of misleading information surrounding the federal response is growing. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and with Hurricane Milton barreling towards Florida, President Biden is calling misinformation about the federal response un-American.
It puts people in circumstances where they panic, where they really worry. They think now we're not being taken care of.
Former President Trump and some of his allies keep spreading false claims.
For one thing, $1 billion was stolen from FEMA to use it for illegal migrants.
That's not true. FEMA has distributed more than $1 billion to shelter migrants, but the agency says that's from a separate government program, not disaster relief. Trump also falsely claims residents are only being offered $750, even though they can qualify for more.
He really lacks empathy on a very basic level to care about the suffering of other people.
On social media, even more outlandish conspiracy theories are exploding, from false claims of FEMA stealing money from donations to the government controlling the weather from Antarctica.
The amount of misinformation just continues to grow unnecessarily. And it's just really creating an interference for us to be able to do the job that we need to do. It prevents them from actually coming in and asking for help.
But we also pressed the FEMA administrator about criticism of the federal response.
The administration was slow to get started. We're only beginning to see that mobilize about a week too late.
Including from Helene survivors.
I hear them say on the radio that FEMA's here, but I haven't seen them.
What do you say to people like her?
I think the best thing that I would say to this is just because you don't see a person wearing a FEMA shirt does not mean that we're not here.
In Florida, there's another political storm brewing between Governor Ron DeSantis and Vice President Kamala Harris. A source familiar with the situation tells NBC News he's refused to take her calls.
It's just utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish.
Overnight, DeSantis fired back, saying he did not know she'd called, adding he's spoken with President Biden and Harris has no role in the process.
She's the first one who's trying to politicize the storm, and she's doing that just because of her campaign.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report.
Now let's look at the latest in the race for the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris using her current media blitz to make her case for the nation's highest office while answering some tough questions on how the Biden administration handled the border crisis. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign is now responding to a shocking revelation in a forthcoming book about the former president's relationship with Vladimir Putin during the COVID pandemic. Here's NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake with more.
In her ongoing media blitz, Vice President Harris telling ABC she wouldn't change anything President Biden did.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Later saying she would name a Republican to her cabinet. Former President Trump slamming the response, calling it, quote, her dumbest answer so far, and Biden the worst president in history. While on CBS, Harris was pressed about her record on the border.
Was it a mistake to loosen the immigration policies as much as you did?
It's a long-standing problem, and solutions are at hand. And from day one, literally, we have been offering solutions.
But the numbers did quadruple.
And the numbers today, because of what we have done, we have cut the flow of illegal immigration by half.
New data obtained by NBC News shows there were 54,000 illegal border crossings last month, the lowest number in 3 years. Meanwhile, Washington Post reporter Bob Woodward writes in a new book that former President Trump secretly sent Russian President Putin COVID tests for his personal use in 2020. Please don't tell anybody you sent these to me, Woodward says Putin told Trump. I don't care, Trump replied, fine. Woodward citing an unnamed aide who claims Trump may have spoken to Putin as many as 7 times since leaving the White House. NBC News has not confirmed Woodward's reporting. The Trump campaign responding in part, quote, none of these made-up stories by Bob Woodward are true. Harris slamming Trump.
Everybody was scrambling to get these kits, the tests. This guy who is president of the United States is sending them to Russia, to a murderous dictator for his personal use?
All right, our thanks to Garrett Haake for that report.
Coming up, North Korea ramping up its rhetoric on nuclear weapons, the new warning from the rogue nation, and how South Korea is responding.
But first, Israel is amping up its attacks in Gaza and Lebanon amid a growing humanitarian crisis. We have the latest from the Middle East next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
In the Far East, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is cranking up the rhetoric and stoking fears of a nuclear attack. Kim is threatening to use his most powerful weapons against South Korea if they were to attack his country. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more.
With world attention focused on the Middle East and fears of further escalation between Iran with its nuclear program and nuclear-armed Israel, the rhetoric from North Korea's Kim Jong-un is getting less international attention. This week, he repeated a warning. If South Korea used armed forces against his country, North Korea would, without hesitation, use all its attack capabilities. And he said the use of nuclear weapons is not ruled out, though he later said, we have no intention of attacking South Korea. This week saw a massive annual military parade in South Korea, including a U.S. bomber, where South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol vowed the end of the North Korean regime if it ever used a nuclear weapon. So, add the Korean Peninsula to the global list of problems in the next president's in-tray. The two candidates offering very different approaches.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth.
I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Increasing the complexity, many burning international issues are interwoven. In Ukraine, it's now highly likely that North Korean soldiers are fighting for Russia, South Korea's defense minister says. Kim Jong-un wished President Putin a happy birthday this week, a friendship both sides have had reason to celebrate. During the Russian leader's visit in June, they signed a comprehensive strategic partnership. The US suspects that means sharing more weapons and perhaps even nuclear secrets.
We continue to be incredibly concerned by the expanding security relationship between North Korea and Russia, both for the support that North Korea continues to provide to Russia to prosecute its illegal war against Ukraine, and for the prospect of Russia assisting North Korea in ways that ultimately will be destabilizing to the Korean Peninsula.
Kim's confidence is growing. Last month, he was pictured visiting centrifuges that can produce fuel for nuclear bombs. Last year, he brought his daughter to inspect missiles.
This is my honor.
The years when Kim Jong-un was prepared to meet with President Trump and perhaps negotiate are a memory now. The next president may have to deal with a very different North Korea.
All right, our thanks to Keir Simmons for that report.
Turning now to the Middle East, Israel is intensifying its attacks on both Gaza and Lebanon as the situation there continues to deteriorate. This morning, there are major concerns over the safety of 400,000 Palestinians in northern Gaza after Israeli troops pushed ahead with a major ground assault on a refugee camp.
In a post on X, the UN's chief for Palestinian refugees said, in part, that many there have ignored recent evacuation orders by Israel because no place in Gaza was safe. He added that many shelters and services were being forced to shut, some for the first time. Meanwhile, in Lebanon, Hezbollah says it has been turning back advancing Israeli troops on the border 1 day after Israel expanded its ground assault westward.
NBC News correspondent Danielle Hamamdjian joins us now from Haifa in northern Israel. Danielle, good to have you with us. Let's start off with the situation in northern Gaza right now. Just what's the latest on this Israeli assault there, especially what's the impact on just the hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians there?
Yeah, and that's a staggering number, 400,000, as you mentioned. We'll start in the Jabalia refugee camp, which is once again the focus of the IDF. Viewers might remember that name, Jabalia, because the IDF was there just over a year ago, raiding that camp. It's now back there, and the IDF says the goal here is to stop Hamas fighters from regrouping, and this is now day 5 of the raid, which has triggered, as you can imagine, another evacuation order. But the residents and the civilians in the area say once again, and they find themselves in this awful situation of having nowhere safe to go. That's what they're telling us. That's what UN officials are saying, because again and again and again, this has been the same scenario over the past year. Philip Lazzarini, as you mentioned, head of the UN Refugee Agency, saying 400,000 people now trapped in the area. Shelters, which managed somehow over the past year to stay open, are now forced to shut down, with hunger, he says, now spreading once again in northern Gaza.
Danielle, let's talk about the Lebanese front of the war. What's the latest on the fighting with Hezbollah?
Well, overnight, the IDF continuing to pound the southern suburbs of Beirut, specifically the Dahya suburb, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. The IDF says that this is where decisions are made, where weapons are manufactured. And Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, said yesterday that they managed to recently kill 2 of Hassan Nasrallah's successors, without, I should point out, naming who these successors were. Now, in the past 24 hours, we also heard from Naim Qassem, who is the deputy leader of Hezbollah, one of the last surviving members of the leadership. And he came out publicly to say that the group would be open to the possibility of a ceasefire with Israel. This is significant because it seems to be the first time that Hezbollah has not made a truce and a ceasefire in Gaza a precondition for a truce with Israel. Now, whether now this is the official Hezbollah position is still unclear, but what is very clear, just looking at those pictures, is that from Israel's perspective, it is making progress in Lebanon, despite the mounting death toll, despite the mass displacement, 1.2 million people now displaced. From Israel's perspective, it's got no incentive to stop at this moment in time.
Danielle, we understand Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Biden are supposed to speak on the phone today. This comes after Israel's defense minister canceled a trip to Washington. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this all happened quite quickly last night. Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, was meant to meet with the U.S. Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon today. That trip canceled on orders of his boss, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, for a couple of reasons. One, the War Cabinet is meant to vote on Israel's response to the Iranian missile attack last week. Secondly, as you mentioned, Benjamin Netanyahu wants the opportunity to speak to Joe Biden. That has been in the works for several days, but an Israeli official confirms to NBC News that that phone call will take place today. Should point out that the United States in the past has been caught off guard, not just in Gaza, but in Lebanon, by Israel's actions. So it's going to want to know what the plan is here for a couple of reasons. It wants to be able to come to its allies' defense. It also has its own assets to protect in the region, tens of thousands of U.S. troops stationed in the region. Guys?
All right, Danielle, thank you so much for that. Coming up, we're tracking Hurricane Milton as it barrels toward Florida's Gulf Coast.
We are on the ground in Tampa as residents hunker down for their second major storm in 2 weeks.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
You got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
And we're back with the latest on Hurricane Milton, which is closing in on Florida's Gulf Coast as a dangerous Category 5 storm with winds up to 160 miles per hour. It is set to make landfall tonight.
Officials have been racing to clear piles of debris left behind by Hurricane Helene. They're pleading with people to get out and get to safety. Tampa's mayor even warned the storm surge that's predicted could swallow an entire house. Now, with time running out, many residents do seem to be taking those warnings more seriously.
You can replace cars, you can replace homes, but you're not going to replace your life or your loved ones.
You haven't decided to leave. There's no reason to consider it. You just go, pack up and go.
Wow, NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is live in Tampa for us. Tom, good morning. From what you've seen in the last 24 hours, are more people leaving now that landfall is just hours away? Have most people left? What's the situation?
Yeah, good morning, Christine. Well, listen, we've seen days of miles-long traffic getting out of the Tampa Bay area. So people, I think, have heeded the warning. There are gas stations that no longer have fuel. That's a sign that people gassed up and got out. But the clock is ticking. It's almost run out. You still have a few more hours to get out safely before those tropical storm force winds start to hit Tampa. We're here at Tampa General, right? This is the largest trauma center in the area. They have this aqua fence which held up during Hurricane Helene. You can see how close Tampa Bay is. Now, here's the difference. When the water comes in, it anchors this in place. The physics aren't very complicated, and the walls are then anchored and held up. But this can withstand 15 feet of storm surge and about 135 mile per hour winds. That's right around where Hurricane Milton is forecast to hit the area with. So hopefully this all holds up. Again, they didn't evacuate the hospital, so they have faith in the aqua fence. We're going to have to wait and see what happens.
So, Tom, as we've mentioned, officials have been racing to clear debris all week in Tampa. Now they're saying they've run out of time for that. So what can people do if there's still debris left? Is there any advice for folks to try and avoid the dangers associated with that?
Yeah, Joe, it's a great question. I spoke with a county official in charge of cleaning up the debris around Tampa, and she told me that, listen, contractors, workers evacuated. There was too much debris, less than 2 weeks between Milton and this other hurricane between Milton and Hurricane Helene, and that they just couldn't pick it all up. And I asked her, how much did you guys pick up? She thinks only about 5%. So you're essentially going to have all these landmines around homes, around neighborhoods, those piles of debris as that storm surge and those hurricane force winds come in. I have spoken to a lot of people who were not going to take the chance. They said, listen, they're worried about the debris. They're worried about trees around their house. So they've gone to shelters. I spoke with one mom who brought her 2-year-old in. They're going to ride it out in the shelter. Here's what she told me.
Yeah, I just was learning that I'm safer at a shelter because the buildings are made out of concrete and trees won't fall on us. I don't live too far from here, but my house is quite old and there's a lot of trees. And since it's just the two of us, I just felt safer being at a community shelter.
Yeah, she's actually going to celebrate her daughter's birthday, likely inside the shelter. Liliana turns 2 on Friday, so they might still be here. She's hoping she can have a birthday for her on Saturday, but we're going to have to wait and see. It could be really, really bad and dangerous out here.
Yeah, so smart for her to take her daughter someplace where she can be safe. Tom, thank you so much, and stay safe yourself.
New this morning, a group of scientists says that climate change is fueling the intensity of Hurricane Milton, just like Hurricane Helene less than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Milton gained strength over the Gulf of Mexico extremely quickly on Monday, going from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane in just over 24 hours. The World Weather Attribution Group says it's all part of a trend of rapidly intensifying storms powered by a record hot ocean.
For more on this, let's bring in Jeff Schlegelmulch. He is the director of the National Center for Disaster Preparedness at Columbia Climate School. Jeff, good to have you with us. Just talk about some of the biggest takeaways here. How much of a role does climate change play in what we're seeing from both Milton and from Helene a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, absolutely. As we're increasingly seeing the attribution models sort of describe how much we can attribute to some of the differences as a result of climate change. One of the attribution studies I read on Helene gave about 20% increased rainfall as attributable to climate change. I believe it was 5 or 7% increased winds. So we're seeing these storms intensify, and also just a lot more moisture that they're holding, and a lot more range that are different than we're used to seeing.
You mentioned those wind speeds and rainfall totals that were higher because of climate change, and by how much. How do you expect Hurricane Milton to compare?
Yeah, so it's kind of a good news, bad news situation. On the one hand, Helene carved right at the north of the country, covering a lot of states, stalling out and just dropping a tremendous amount of rainfall. We are expecting a lot of rainfall to track across Florida, going out to sea sooner, but we're very warm surge, and particularly the heavily populated areas around Tampa Bay. And so this is still a very, very dangerous storm, even if a little bit different and a little more favorable track than Helene.
Over the last few weeks, we've seen just how much damage Helene has done, and not just in one area, but in like 10 states. So based on this data, will these storms only get worse from here on out? Is there anything we can do to better prepare for these storms in the future?
So on average, I think we can expect to see, and we have been seeing more and more what we call billion-dollar disasters, including hurricanes, but also wildfires and other types of events. So this is a trend that we should expect to see continue, at least for the foreseeable future. Some of the most important things we can do are greater investments in disaster preparedness, as well as how we build, where we build, building codes, building out our emergency management systems, and of course, not taking our eye off the greater goal of reducing emissions and reducing some of the drivers that are leading to these increased disasters.
Important conversation, Jeff, especially right now. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get to our weekly medical checkup, starting with the latest on why some people coping with pregnancy loss are not getting a well-known drug that could help them. We've got everything you need to know to help advocate for yourself at the doctor's office.
Plus, how the position of your arm could mean an inaccurate read on your blood pressure.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to discuss all that and more. Dr. Azar, so nice to see you this morning. So mifepristone, it's a drug that you commonly hear talked about in abortion,
Yes.
right? And it's something all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
There's a really interesting, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommends it as a helpful treatment after a miscarriage and says that it's not used as often as it could be to help women.
I know.
Talk about this important drug, mifepristone, and its treatment after a miscarriage.
Yeah, well, you kind of highlighted, I think, part of the reasons that mifepristone has made the news is because it is FDA approved for medically induced abortion. And the two-drug regimen, mifepristone plus misoprostol, number one is used for medication abortion, but it's also used extraordinarily effectively for early pregnancy loss. And in fact, what this study basically showed was that that combination reduced the likelihood of needing surgical procedures and also emergency room visits if women did this. Now, the issue is this. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology has made a recommendation to use this. It sometimes takes years for guidelines to turn into practice. And two other things about mifepristone is that there are pretty stringent requirements for physicians when they are prescribing it. They have to be able to attest that they can provide surgical or follow-up care should the woman experience bleeding complications. And it's also kind of tedious for a pharmacist to certify all the paperwork. So all that being said, yes, it is very, very effective. How easily available is it for a woman to obtain a prescription and get the medication? It's not that easy. And those are the kinds of things that are going to need to change. So doctor's orders, advocate for yourself. Know that this is available. Ask your doctor if mifepristone is right for you. And also be aware that any suspected or confirmed ectopic pregnancy, not appropriate to use for this drug regimen.
Let's talk about blood pressure here. I'm going to be an arm model for a moment.
Yes.
So the study shows that basically your arm position, if it's wrong, you get a bad blood pressure reading. So what's going on here? What should you be doing? Especially, I suppose, folks who are doing this at home. Right?
Yeah, so I want to point out that we have known for many years that certain things like, not smoking or exercising or drinking caffeine 30 minutes before you get your blood pressure checked, checking your blood pressure at the same time every day, arm position, size of the cuff, all of these things matter to get an accurate reading. The most the position that you want to have your arm in. Your arm should be, the cuff should be at the same height as your heart. Your arm should be resting on a table. It should not be resting in your lap. That brings it down too far. And hanging down, which a lot of us do at the doctor's office, right? You sit on the exam table.
Yeah.
That can overestimate the blood pressure by as much as 7 points. And that's important. I would say from a public health perspective, I'd rather overestimate than underestimate, because we don't want untreated hypertension, but overtreating is not a good thing either. So doctor's orders here are, you go into the doctor's office and you see that they're about to take your blood pressure sitting. You go, you know what, would it be okay if I sit here and put my arm on the desk? And oftentimes the nurse or the person taking the blood pressure will also hold the arm, which is also a good alternative if you can't have your arm on the table.
Let's show you recovered there. So let's show it one more time.
So you basically
just,
want your arm resting on the table,
Yep.
and you want the cuff to be at the same height as your heart. You don't want it hanging down or resting in
And
your
don't
lap.
cross your legs too, right? Your legs
Yeah,
should be
yep,
firmly on the
exactly.
floor.
Kind of the same stuff we talk about posture at the computer. It's the same idea. Feet flat on the floor, 90 degrees like this.
Excellent. All right. Lastly, some
Yes.
researchers are saying that adding fluoride to tap water might not be as useful and helpful as it used to be.
As it used to be.
I guess it must be because we're using toothpaste that has fluoride in it.
You got it.
Okay.
Okay. So back in the before the 1970s, when fluoride was so uniformly then added to toothpaste, the benefit of adding fluoride to water was substantial, and the rates of cavities decreased significantly in those environments where that was the case. But researchers have shown that with the onset of using, or the ubiquity of using, fluoride in toothpastes, we've seen that decline. But to the point where some areas are actually, some municipalities and whatnot, are actually eliminating fluoride in the water. And experts are saying, we don't want you to do that.
Okay.
But we still want you to opt for fluoride toothpaste. And remember that oral health care has many aspects, and it's not just fluoride. It's flossing, it's regular dental visits, it's not eating sugar, it's all the things that we know that have been drilled. Ooh, did you see what I did
there you go.
into our heads our entire lives.
All right, Dr. Azar, all important information. Thank you so much. We will take your doctor's orders.
Coming up, the new legal battle over children using TikTok.
Well, by more than a dozen states are now suing the popular app. That's next. All right, welcome back. More than a dozen states are suing TikTok, alleging harmful effects on kids' mental health. Yesterday, 14 attorneys general filed lawsuits against the social media giant, alleging it violated state laws by falsely claiming its service is safe for young people. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung has more.
Social media giant TikTok facing allegations that it's as addictive and dangerous as cigarettes.
For young people, the TikTok platform is like digital nicotine.
13 states and the District of Columbia are taking TikTok to court, alleging the dopamine-inducing algorithm hooks young users into endless scrolling, causing anxiety, depression, and body dysmorphia.
TikTok has engaged in a pattern practice of deception, of lies, has addicted an entire generation of young people and teens.
The lawsuit also alleges the app at times promotes harmful and deadly behavior, from subway surfing to stealing cars. The lawsuits also allege TikTok doesn't do enough to stop children from scrolling into mental health problems.
They lose track of time. That is by design.
Alleging further that the app's beauty filters create unreal standards and that around-the-clock notifications lead to sleep loss. The states saying tools like a 60-minute limit aren't effective.
Why, in New York State's view, was that not enough?
The tools that they have oftentimes are difficult. They're hidden. Parents cannot activate those tools.
TikTok blasted the claims as inaccurate and misleading, adding that the lawsuits are disappointing after they tried to work with the states for over 2 years.
In August, the federal government sued TikTok for what they allege are widespread violations of children's privacy laws, allegations TikTok denies. President Biden signed a bill earlier this year that could ban TikTok in the U.S. if its Chinese owner ByteDance doesn't sell it. Brian Chung, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Zavalos for more on this. Danny, good to have you with us. So walk us through these claims here that the states are making. What is it they're just alleging here?
So the states are using a theory of liability under their consumer protection laws. And depending on the state, some states' consumer protection laws are actually very robust. They often use language like any deceptive or misleading advertising. So as long as the attorneys general can articulate something that is fraudulent, something that is false and misleading, they may have a case. Now, as to the allegations themselves, you heard them in Brian's package there. A lot of them sound very similar to the same allegations we heard in the 80s about television, and specifically about kids like you and I watching 9 hours of professional wrestling straight. Yeah. The same system keeps you watching. Same thing about video games, maybe into the 80s and 90s. And now you hear a lot of the same allegations, but you really should separate them into two baskets: the addictive part and then the false and misleading advertising. Because one thing we know from American history, we're fine with some kinds of addiction. Alcohol seems to be fine. Gambling is becoming more legal. Drugs are becoming decriminalized. Some drugs are. So America has a strange relationship with addiction. But the false and misleading advertising, that is something that most states allow suits for.
Dana, let me read to you the statement that TikTok wrote here. We provide robust safeguards, proactively remove suspected underage users, and have voluntarily launched safety features such as default screen time limits, family pairing, and privacy by default for minors under 16. They went on to say, we've endeavored to work with the AGs for over 2 years, and it is incredibly disappointing that they have taken this step rather than work with us on constructive solutions to industry-wide challenges. What do you make of that response? They're saying we tried to work with the government.
That's very interesting, and it's something I'm going to want to hear more about. And I wonder, at what point did the attorneys general decide we're not getting what we wanted? Because this is just what happens in litigation. Parties often try to work things out, and then if they cannot, litigation is a last resort. So I'd be interested to hear, we may hear through discovery, if this case ever gets to discovery, what kinds of actual negotiations there were and why they fell apart.
We know this is one of just many legal battles with TikTok right now. There's the DOJ suing for children's privacy. Of course, Congress passed that bill the president signed, proposing a ban on TikTok unless it sells. Federal agencies say, hey, no TikTok on our devices. Any of these suits, could this impact the new suit or vice versa?
Sure. Any kind of discovery, anything revealed during the course of litigation always helps other litigants. And now that TikTok appears to be this large target, and by large, I mean a large corporation with deep pockets, that is really key here. The attorneys general would not be suing a company that was judgment proof, that didn't have assets to pay. These consumer protection laws allow for very robust damages claims, and those damages will go to the coffers of the states, so depending on each of their lawsuits. lawsuits and how the law works. But they can be very profitable for these attorneys general, not personally, but for their state.
Sure.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Let's get to some other financial headlines, including more legal trouble for Google that could soon be handed down by the DOJ.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Christine. Good morning to you. So the Justice Department may ask a judge to order the breakup of Google. In August, a court found Google, which handles 90% of U.S. internet searches, had built an illegal monopoly. The proposed fix could force Google to spin off parts of its business, such as Chrome and the Android operating system. The Justice Department is expected to file a more detailed proposal in November, and Google will have the chance to counter with its own remedies in December. Now, if the government does seek a breakup, Google is expected to appeal, a process that could take years. Walmart recently shut its doctor's offices for people. But the nation's largest retailer is expanding its healthcare business for man's best friend. Walmart plans to open 5 more pet service centers over the next month with locations in Arizona and Georgia. They'll offer veterinary care and grooming, and the move is part of broader efforts to Walmart for Walmart to capitalize on a category that's popular with customers and step up competition with specialty retailers like Chewy. And Spirit Halloween will open 10 new Spirit Christmas stores catering to holiday shoppers. A company spokesperson confirming the move to CNBC. Each store will feature a wide range of holiday decorations and gifts, as well as Santa Claus and a life-size gingerbread village. The flagship Spirit Christmas store will open in Mays Landing, New Jersey next week, while the other 9 locations will open in early November, guys.
I thought you were going to say, and they open in an hour.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's when I started reading it, I was like, wait, when is this opening? Now? It's open already?
A life-size gingerbread village. I didn't know I needed that. But
now,
it's there.
We need it, Christine. Let's go get it. We need it.
Silvana, thank you so much.
Got it.
All right, let's get to the latest drama brewing in the NFL. The New York Jets announced Tuesday they fired their head coach, Robert Saleh, just 5 games into the regular season. Now, the Jets have stumbled out of the gate this year with a 2-3 record, not 0-5, 2-3. They were 20-36 overall under Saleh's tenure.
But this morning, many fans are pointing the blame for Saleh's firing at star quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers returned to the field after missing all of last season due to an Achilles injury he suffered during his very first game with the team.
For more, we're joined now by national NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Jones. Mike, good to have you with us. So we know the Jets, they went all in to bring in Rodgers, inking the future Hall of Famer to that deal worth more than $100 million. Of course, that got off to a rough start. Now we're hearing Coach Saleh was escorted out of the team's headquarters yesterday. Just walk us through the reaction from Jets fans just throughout the league to this.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprise. The Jets fans are surprised. People around the league, I sent a lot of text messages. A lot of people who work in the NFL are like, what is firing a coach entering week 6 going to really do here? This was something that nobody saw coming, but it just reflects the dysfunction that has long plagued the Jets. They have swung and missed at a lot of quarterbacks and have not been able to get out of their own way. And here, a very well-respected head coach. He hasn't had the results yet, but there's always been something kind of working against him. And now, you know, with the frictions between him and Aaron Rodgers and Woody Johnson, decided it was now time to pull the plug.
Mike, even with Rodgers back in the lineup, the Jets have had more turnovers than touchdowns over the last couple of weeks. So was Saleh really the problem? And why make that move now?
Well, you know, there's a lot of debate as to who the real problem is. Aaron Rodgers has not looked great. It's very curious. A lot of people around the league asking me and remarking that offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett was somebody that they were like, well, why didn't they start with firing him first? But he's very close with Aaron Rodgers, and that's the reason why he's the offensive coordinator there. And Aaron Rodgers' word carries a lot of weight. So, yes, Robert Saleh is the head coach. We heard Aaron Rodgers criticize him for not holding guys accountable and things like that. But the reason why the offense isn't working is because their offensive line isn't very good. Aaron Rodgers is got some rust and he's 40 years old. And Nathaniel Hackett is not exactly proven as an outstanding offensive coordinator.
To be fair, this past week they did face my Minnesota Vikings, who are 5-0 and very good this year. So just pointing that out. All right, so Mike, give us the outlook for the rest of the Jets season. Any names being thrown around for who could replace Saleh full-time? How quickly do you think they're going to move here?
Well, I don't think they're going to make a immediate hire. Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator, has moved into the interim role. Now, if they do well and turn this thing around, he has a chance to become the full-time head coach. He's well respected around the league as well. Would have probably interviewed for head coaching jobs this coming offseason. Like you said, that defense was playing very well for them. The offense was not, but they'll start with Ulbrich, and then we'll find out, as we get closer to the end of December, January, what they're looking at as far as a head coach if Ulbrich does not work.
All right, Mike Jones, nice to see you. Have a great day.
Thanks for having me.
Plot thickens. All right, coming up, your chance to own a piece of one of the most popular fantasy shows ever.
Yeah, fans of Game of Thrones are bidding on more than 2,000 items from the iconic series. We'll show you what's up for sale next.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
You got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
All right, welcome back. It's October, and as the people of Westeros know, winter is coming. We end this hour with some great news for Game of Thrones fans.
Yeah, it has been 5 years since the hit series came to a close, but now fans have the chance to bring home a piece of TV gold. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda brings us inside a world like no other.
5 years since Game of Thrones' reign on television ended. Fans of the medieval fantasy are suiting up for a battle of their own. It's remarkably heavy. More than 2,000 props, set decorations, and costumes from HBO's hit show are up for auction this week. From Jaime Lannister's gold hand, a symbol of his resilience, to Arya Stark's needle, making her one of the deadliest assassins.
Sticking with the pointy end. I know which end to use.
Do you picture yourself wielding the needle? Yeah, I'll love to do that. And who could forget the bell in Cersei Lannister's chilling walk of shame? Shame! Brian Chanis is with Heritage Auctions.
The most favorite character of mine is Tyrion Lannister.
And maybe the most quotable character.
I drink and I know things.
I drink and I know things.
Valyrian steel could cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. But how do you put a price tag on a magic that will transport you straight to Winterfell? Why do you think this is drawing so much energy?
Passion. It takes them back to when they watched the show for the first time. The whole show left an indelible mark in television history.
Dracarys. And now fans have the chance to take a piece of that history forged with Dragonfire home. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Westeros.
Can you buy a dragon?
Can you buy a green screen?
That's what I would want. I'd be like, I want a dragon. At least adopt one. All right, that is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, millions in Florida bracing for Milton's wrath. The superstorm weakening just slightly over the course of the morning. Now a Category 4 hurricane. It's expected to slam the state's Gulf Coast just hours from now. On land, the final push to prepare for what's expected to be a disastrous direct hit. Long lines of cars racing to find a safe place to stay, facing a roadblock with hundreds of gas stations running on empty. President Biden calling off a planned trip overseas, focusing on the government's response to what could be a historic weather event.
We're driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years to hit Florida. If you're under evacuation orders, you should evacuate now. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death.
Throughout the hour, we'll be tracking Milton's latest moves and bringing you conversations with both local and federal officials as Florida once again prepares for the worst. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Christine Romans in for Savannah this morning.
We're going to start this hour in Tampa, where millions of people are bracing for Hurricane Milton, which is less than 24 hours away from making landfall. The National Hurricane Center says it's officially one of the top 10 worst storms on record.
Officials across Florida's Gulf Coast are pleading with people to get out now before it's too late. NBC News Now top anchor Tom Llamas is on the ground in Tampa, where the mayor is saying, quote, if you stay in an evacuation zone, you're going to die.
So it started to rain here in Tampa, and the conditions are just going to get worse as Hurricane Milton gets closer to the area. We're outside Tampa General, the largest trauma center in this area. They're not evacuating the hospital because of this, the aqua fence. They have faith in this. It held up during Hurricane Helene. Let me show you how close Tampa Bay is, though. It's right there, so the water is just steps away. The physics of how this works is really not that complicated. The water comes in, and essentially the weight of that water anchors this down, holding up the walls. It keeps the water from getting inside the hospital. But even this has its limits, right? It can withstand 15 feet of storm surge and about 135-mile-per-hour winds, and that's exactly what Hurricane Milton, around exactly what Hurricane Milton is forecast to be hitting the area with.
Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
On Florida's west coast, a final push to prepare for Milton's arrival, with the powerful Category 5 storm closing in on major population centers.
What is your message to people who didn't evacuate but maybe should have?
They're on their own. Many appear to be listening.
You think this is Tampa Bay's time? You think this is the one that's going to hit Tampa?
I'd like to say no, but it could be.
With long lines of traffic heading out of town and many gas stations running out of fuel, entire neighborhoods now appear largely deserted.
You could get another house and material things. You can't get another life.
But the streets in Gulfside beach towns and up and down Florida's west coast are filled with massive piles of debris left behind by Hurricane Helene. Debris that can turn destructive because of Milton's powerful winds and storm surge. County workers who have been working around the clock to clear it now say they've run out of time and manpower to do much more.
So people should assume that the debris piles they see out there, they're probably going to be there for Hurricane Milton.
Yes.
That's gotta trouble you.
It definitely does.
Milton's stunning scale apparent in this view from space. Its powerful winds shaking up a team of hurricane hunters flying through the storm. President Biden canceling a planned overseas trip in order to focus on the storm.
This could be the worst storm to hit Florida in over a century.
Even inland cities like Orlando expected to be impacted. Disney and Universal both closing their theme parks early today. Tropicana Field, home of the Rays, has been transformed into a massive base camp for first responders. While local shelters are filling up, as folks like Tampa resident Jennifer North and her daughter Liliana hunker down to ride out the storm.
A shelter wasn't really something I was considering until I started asking friends, why is a shelter more safe than home?
Okay.
And when I learned why, that helped to make my decision.
And the storm is so powerful, you're not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any chances.
Okay.
You heard that county official from Hillsborough County talking to me about the debris piles. I asked her how much they're able to pick up. She said only about 5%. So you're going to have those landmines all over neighborhoods and homes. She said, listen, there was just not enough time between Helene and Milton, less than 2 weeks. There was way too much debris, and workers and contractors started evacuating. they're going to stop picking up debris sometime this afternoon once those tropical storm force winds start hitting the Tampa area. That's the latest from Tampa. I'm Tom Llamas. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Stay safe.
Let's get the latest on what to expect from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been tracking the storm for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. As Tom just mentioned, we're going to see those winds picking up in Tampa as early as this afternoon to tropical force winds around 5 p.m. Now, we saw Milton decrease just a bit, weaken with the latest advisory, but just by 2 miles per hour. So really still a strong Category 4 storm, just on the threshold of a Category 5. 157 miles per hour makes it a Category 5 storm. So very, very strong. We're still looking at all the impacts we're expecting, high impacts of catastrophic storm surge, destructive and damaging winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, causing power outages for days, even weeks, and also looking at that storm surge. That will be one of the biggest stories with this system, because we are looking at storm surge that is that wall of salt water over dry ground up to 15 feet in some spots. Here's the latest. We're looking at the location getting closer to the coast here, 250 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. Notice those colors kind of invading Florida. That is rainfall. So we're starting to see those outer rain bands touching Florida. Some of it is on the heavier side where you're seeing those brighter colors, but we're really going to see those outer rain bands pick up as we go throughout the later part of this morning into the early afternoon. We picked up speed with the latest advisory as well. Last advisory was moving to the northeast at 12 miles per hour, now moving at 16 miles per hour. So we're going to watch that forward speed as we go throughout the day. But either way, we are looking at that landfall later on tonight into the overnight hours. I'm going to stop this clock just to show you the time frame here. Thursday, 2 a.m., still looking at winds at 130 miles per hour. This is a major storm, so most likely making landfall as a Category 4 storm, a Category 3 storm, a very, very strong storm. And that's why we're concerned about life. We're concerned about property as well. It's going to be heartbreaking for many. Some people are going to return to homes that may not even be there, or that will be, destruction like what we saw with Helene. Then as we go throughout time here, we'll move across the state of Florida, but still a Category 1 storm by Thursday at 2 p.m. And then it's over the open waters of the Atlantic, a tropical storm system, still Friday at 2 a.m. And then it's going to weaken into a remnant low. Let's track it across the Gulf here. We are looking at record-breaking temperatures in the Gulf. That's what's giving this the energy, the oomph, the fuel for this storm. And really, we're going to see that as it continues to trek across the Gulf. The only thing that will weaken it a bit is some dry air that it's going to encounter close to the coast, and also some wind shear that kind of shaves off the top. So that's going to weaken it a bit, but still, again, a major hurricane as we head towards the landfall. Bands of heavy rain and wind impacting the peninsula all across the state of Florida. Tropical alerts stretching from the Carolinas all the way down to the Keys, even the Bahamas. Flood alert, 17 million people at risk. We are looking at extensive flash flooding, catastrophic flooding as well, extensive street flooding and road closures that could be closed for days to come, and the storm surge. Big story with the system. This will be record-breaking. This is unsurvivable, especially where you see that purple there, Tampa seeing that storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. So kind of focus on that purple there, but still where you see the red, Fort Myers 8 to 12 feet. And that surge could travel several miles inland. It's not just going to be along the coast. And then there's the flooding, life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding possible. The ground is so saturated for days of rain. Now we're going to get these heavy rain bands come quickly and furiously, torrential downpours. And by the way, on top of that, we're already seeing tornado warnings. With any sort of landfalling system, we have the threat for tornadoes. So seeing those warnings already, and we're going to see them all throughout this Wednesday. Guys, we could see 18 inches of rain on top of that, winds blowing over 100 miles per hour. That is going to cause power outages that could last weeks. Unreal. So this is something we're going to continue to watch very, very closely, most likely that landfall overnight tonight.
All right, we know you will, Michelle. Thank you so much.
All right, throughout this week, Mayor Jane Castor has issued stark warnings to people in the Tampa Bay metro area. She told NBC News that the predicted storm surge on the Barrier Islands won't be survivable. A little earlier, she spoke to Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show, telling them this is not a drill. Here's their conversation.
A couple days ago, you were as blunt as I think we've ever seen a public official be, saying if people stay in these evacuation zones and try to ride it out, they will die. Is that still your message this morning?
Well, wherever that storm surge comes, if it's 10 to 15 feet and people are trying to ride this out in single-story structures, there's no place to go. And once the winds get up to hurricane speed, there's nobody to come and get you. And so, the point of being blunt was to get everyone's attention. This isn't a drill. This is the biggest storm that we have certainly seen here in the Tampa Bay area in over a century.
And Mayor, to compound things, high tide in Tampa happens to be at 6:19, which is a terrible time for it. But there are people who either cannot leave, are too old, felt they waited too long. There's no gasoline. There are a lot of people who are kind of trapped in that bucket. What should they do if they are in fact in their homes?
People aren't trapped. Our amazing law enforcement officers are going door to door. We have our social engagement personnel, especially for those individuals that only speak Spanish, and, encouraging them to come out. And if it gets down to the point, we can just bring them to a shelter. And as far as the gas is concerned, I'm on Port Tampa Bay's board, and we service 17 counties. And our fuel reserves are full. They were full a day or two ago. And it's not a supply issue, it's that demand. So we're getting that gas out as quickly as we can. Gas stations in my neighborhood were empty night before last. They're full now. So we're providing the fuel necessary. And again, we don't want people, they don't have to go to another state. Just go up to higher ground. It is the water that we have got to run from, and that is what is going to be most impactful. And as was said, 20 miles in one direction or the other will make all the difference. It goes 20 miles south of us, it'll take that water out of our bay. So we don't wish anything on our neighbors, but as Al said, any wobble will make a significant difference for the Gulf Coast.
And finally, you're still recovering from Hurricane Helene, significant flooding there. We've talked a lot about the debris, and we know workers have been, pulling all-nighters to get that debris secured. How concerned are you about that aspect?
Well, clearly very concerned about any debris that's left out, but I got to tell you, our Tampa team is nothing short of amazing. We had some issues with contractors falling through, so we rolled up our sleeves, and we have got 70 to 75% of that household debris off of the street, something that would take 3 months in any other condition, we've gotten done in 2 weeks. So we've done all that we can, or continuing to pick it up until it's impossible to stay out on the streets any longer.
All right, thanks to Savannah and Hoda for bringing us that important conversation.
Let's bring in Jennifer Poirier. She is the city manager for Clearwater, Florida, which is right on the Gulf Coast, about 20 miles west of Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us. Your community expected to start feeling the effects from Hurricane Milton within the next few hours. Just what are you doing right now to prepare for the storm?
We're continuing to encourage people that it is not too late to get out. So if you are in those low-lying areas in the mandatory evacuation zone of A, B, or C, there is still time. You don't have to go far. You just have to go to higher ground. There are shelters available. And so that's what we're still encouraging people to do, is if you have not yet left, please evacuate now.
Milton is supposed to make landfall just as the tide is coming in. So that could put the storm surge at 10 to 15 feet. How worried are you about that surge, and what special precautions are you taking because of it?
We're extremely concerned. We're planning for a worst case scenario, of which is devastating, and which is why we're telling people this is not the one to ride out. If you're in those low-lying areas, you have to get out. So we have police officers and our first responders out there telling people, please go. We will assist you as best as we can to get you out of those low-lying areas, because you have to run from the water. And that's what we're doing to prepare, is just getting everybody out.
Once the storm passes, of course, it depends on where exactly it hits, how big the storm surge is, but what are your top priorities going to be?
Life safety. So checking out to make sure what life safety issues that we have, ensuring that the people that didn't leave or didn't heed those warnings are okay. And obviously the debris is going to be a significant issue for us. And so those would be our top priorities.
You talked about the debris. You reopened the beaches after Hurricane Helene, and there's still a lot of debris and damage. Are you worried that Hurricane Milton, in some of these areas that are still recovering from Helene, will just be that much more devastating?
Absolutely. It's a significant concern. While our teams and our contractors did a good job in trying to get as much out as we possibly can, there's still a lot of debris out there. So it's a significant concern for us.
Do you feel like people are heeding the warning and getting out of the area, or are you worried too many people are staying behind right now?
The beaches look empty. It looks deserted out there, but we know that there are still some people that have not yet heeded that warning. So we're going to continue to push that. But we are excited that a majority of the people that have been told to leave have done so. So that's encouraging.
That is. All right. Jennifer Poirier, thank you so much for your time. We'll continue to check with you over the next coming days.
All right. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration issued an update to its most aggressive hurricane season forecast on record in August, predicting that 2024 could be the busiest hurricane season in the U.S. that we've ever seen, with warmer water temperatures a key factor in this outlook.
This forecast is certainly holding true as Hurricane Milton barrels toward Florida's Gulf Coast, a mere 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene left a path of destruction across the southeast.
Let's bring in Michael Brennan, the director of the NOAA's National Hurricane Center, for more on this. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Warmer sea temperatures, a big factor here. What else is making this year's hurricane season so active?
Well, we've got, sort of large-scale favorable conditions across much of the Atlantic, warm ocean waters. We've seen, obviously for a storm to strengthen like Milton has, the atmospheric conditions have to be extremely favorable in terms of light upper level winds, lots of moisture. The storm has to sort of be in the right place and have the right structure to take advantage of that warm ocean. And but that's, typical of what we see in October. Is this is sort of the prime, area where we tend to see storms form this type of hurricane season. Northwestern Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. Unfortunately, with those very warm waters and those very favorable conditions, we've now got a really powerful, potentially catastrophic hurricane heading towards Florida later tonight.
So you are the pro. When you look at the data, when you look at the maps, what are some of your biggest concerns when watching a storm of this magnitude develop?
Yeah, we've got all the hazards in play. We've got the life-threatening storm surge that could be devastating along portions of the west coast of Florida from, the Tampa Bay region southward to Port Charlotte, 10 to 15 feet of inundation expected in that area. That's why people have been asked to evacuate. We've got the potential for, hurricane-force winds across much of the Florida Peninsula. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning. The entire I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona, Melbourne, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, up to St. Augustine, Ocala. Those areas are going to have the potential for devastating wind impacts, widespread tree damage, power outages, structural damage as well. And then we've got the potential for life-threatening rainfall flooding, especially in this red and pink area. Again, that same I-4 corridor could see isolated rainfall totals as high as 18 inches playing out from today into Thursday, with the potential for life-threatening flash and urban flooding playing out in those regions.
Oh, it just sounds devastating. And it's affecting millions of people, and these are back-to-back storms, right? Can we expect to see back-to-back storms like this in the future, or is this just unique for this year?
Yeah, sometimes it's just bad luck that we tend to get in a pattern where you tend to have storms form in the same environment. Conditions can be favorable for a certain period of time. You have certain steering patterns set up that will move them in a certain direction. But we have seen back-to-back hurricanes affect areas, unfortunately, in the past within just a few weeks. But, it's important to emphasize that the impacts in, say, West Central and Central Florida are going to be much worse for Milton than they were for Helene. Helene made landfall up in the Big Bend region, devastating landfall there. We had a lot of storm surge along the west coast of Florida, but for places like Tampa southward, the storm surge has the potential to be much greater here with Milton, and with the impacts from the rainfall and the winds across Central Florida are going to be much worse than they were with Helene.
Let's show some pretty nerve-wracking video here. It's of the NOAA hurricane hunters flying into the eye of Hurricane Milton on Monday to collect data. These are not cowboys. This is science. This is essential stuff. What kind of data is collected on missions like this, and how can it inform preparedness now and then preparedness for future hurricanes?
Yeah, the hurricane hunters really collect the most valuable direct measurements we can get, because they can fly right into the storm. They can give us direct measurements of how strong the storm is, how big its wind field is, where it's located. They can also take radar images of the storm. And so our forecasters here at the Hurricane Center are looking at all that data in real time to help us make our analyses and forecast. All that data also goes into the weather forecast models and helps make their forecast 10 to 20% better when we have that aircraft reconnaissance data. So that helps us issue more accurate, more consistent forecasts, warnings, and highlight those areas at risk of that life-threatening storm surge, the winds, the heavy rainfall. So it's really a foundational piece of everything we do here to keep people safe from hurricanes.
All right, Michael Brennan, thank you so much for joining us today. Important information.
In the race for the White House this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris is pushing back against former President Trump, who continues to criticize the government's response to Hurricane Helene. This comes as the former president faces renewed scrutiny over his relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good to see you. This really is the start of crunch time for these candidates, accelerating their appearances and their efforts to motivate their voters, also to try to reach those voters who may still be undecided in this race. Vice President Harris on both daytime and late night TV yesterday. She's going to participate in a Hurricane Milton briefing today. Former President Trump, he'll head to the crucial state of Pennsylvania. In the final 4 weeks until the election, Vice President Kamala Harris ramping up her media appearances, cracking a beer with Stephen Colbert on late-night TV, but facing scrutiny for these comments on The View when asked what she would have done differently than President Biden over the last 4 years.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Later saying she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet.
That will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea.
Former President Trump and his campaign quickly seizing on the comments. Trump listing the border and inflation as issues during the Biden presidency and writing her dumbest answer so far. On Howard Stern's radio show, Harris responding to new reporting from journalist Bob Woodward in a forthcoming book obtained by NBC News. Woodward writes that at the height of the pandemic, Trump secretly sent COVID test machines to Russian President Vladimir Putin for his personal use, even as the U.S. and other countries faced shortages. Harris weighing in.
I believe that Donald Trump has this desire to be a dictator. He admires strong men, and he gets played by them because he thinks that they're his friends.
Yeah.
And they are manipulating him full time.
Woodward also reporting that Trump and Putin have had maybe as many as 7 phone calls since Trump left office. Trump telling ABC News the reporting on his calls to Putin and providing him test machines is false. But the former president defending his relationship with Putin yesterday.
I got along with him very well, which is a good thing, not a bad thing.
NBC News has not independently confirmed Woodward's reporting. And Governor Tim Walz also is raising eyebrows for some comments that he made at a fundraiser last night saying the Electoral College needs to go. He added, we need a national popular vote, but that's not the world we live in. A Harris-Walz campaign official later walked that back, saying getting rid of the Electoral College is not the campaign's position. The campaign added that Walz believes every vote matters in the Electoral College. Joe.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including how Florida zoos are protecting their animals ahead of Milton's expected landfall tonight.
But first, after the break, the controversial case of an Oklahoma death row inmate now headed before the Supreme Court. Why the state is now backing his latest appeal. We're going to dig into that next.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Okay, welcome back. This morning, the Supreme Court will consider whether to set aside a death row conviction for a man convicted of killing his boss at a motel over 25 years ago. Richard Glossip was found guilty of arranging the murder back in 1997 when he was a manager at a hotel in Oklahoma City.
Since then, he has maintained his innocence. And now, in a highly unusual twist, the state of Oklahoma agrees that Glossip did not get a fair trial. The Supreme Court will now consider whether Oklahoma prosecutors violated Glossip's constitutional rights by withholding certain evidence from the defense and then knowingly using a false testimony against him in their arguments.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning. I mean, to show how long this has been going on, Glossip has had 9 execution dates set and been served 3 last meals. What finally got this case in front of the Supreme Court?
Hey, good morning, Christine and Joe. Well, the state of Oklahoma appointed a law firm to investigate this case, and that firm produced a detailed report which found that he didn't get a fair trial, essentially. The only evidence against him was the actual killer who testified as a witness, but did not disclose that he was being treated by a psychiatrist and was taking lithium at the time. And this report found that the prosecution knew that, didn't disclose it to the defense, and so therefore this defendant did not get a fair trial. The state of Oklahoma is not saying that he's innocent, but is saying that he should not be executed because he did not get a fair trial.
Yeah, so Ken, as we mentioned, Glossip now has the support of the Oklahoma Attorney General. That's the state's top law enforcement official. Some people might ask, shouldn't that be enough to overturn his conviction? Why is it not?
It's a very strange situation. In Oklahoma, it's the judiciary, not the executive branch, that has the final word on a criminal conviction and whether to overturn it. And so the Supreme Court has had to appoint a lawyer to represent the judiciary against the Oklahoma executive branch to argue before the court today on these issues. And it's not just the judiciary. Actually, the family of the victim wants this execution to go forward and other officials in Oklahoma. But it is an incredibly unusual situation. You have the Oklahoma Attorney General saying, look, we're confessing error here. We made a mistake. This person should not be executed.
And Ken, the attorney representing the state courts against Glossip argues that the Supreme Court should not intervene in the case because they don't have the jurisdiction to decide the state matter. So what should we expect to hear today during oral arguments, and when could we see a ruling?
Yeah, that's one of several constitutional issues, legal issues that will be argued today. The question of whether this situation should rest entirely on state law. That is the argument of the lawyer for the judiciary. Obviously, the Attorney General and lawyers representing the defendant here argue that his constitutional rights were violated, including, the famous case that requires the prosecution to turn over information that tends to exonerate a defendant to the defense. So those are the kind of arguments. We can expect a decision sometime later in the term.
Ken, while we have you, let's talk about what happened yesterday at the Supreme Court. The justices looked at whether the Biden administration could impose more regulations on so-called ghost gun kits. These allow people to assemble firearms at home with parts. It seems likely, after listening to the arguments, that the court's going to side with the government on this. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. The question in this case is whether the Biden administration went too far or whether the regulation that they issued in 2022 is consistent with state law. And a majority of justices, including conservatives who have been very pro-gun rights, seem to agree that the Biden administration is on firm ground here. Ghost guns are a public health crisis in this country. They are untraceable. They can be made at home with a kit, and law enforcement officials say they have been proliferating and used in crimes and make it really difficult for them to trace these guns. And after this rule went into place in 2022, it sort of curbed the growth, and they're saying that it needs to be in place, and it seems like a majority of justices agree. Joe and Christine.
All right, Ken, thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Now for what's making headlines around the world, Haiti's foreign minister is blasting the Dominican Republic's newly enforced policy on deporting migrants back to Haiti.
NBC international correspondent Claudio Levanga joins us now from Rome. Good morning, Claudio.
Christine, good morning. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, the Dominican Republic said that they have either repatriated or deported 11,000 Haitians back to their neighboring country as part of the biggest deportation plan of the country's recent history. Now, according to humanitarian rights groups, at least 500,000 Haitians, many of whom fled gang violence in their country, currently leaving the Dominican Republic. The government there last week said it will send 10,000 people a week back to Haiti, citing excess of immigrants. But the United Nations and human rights groups warned that deporting them back to Haiti will put their lives at risk. On Monday, Haiti's foreign minister, as you mentioned, called the deportation plan a dehumanizing act and said the brutal scenes of roundups and deportations are an affront to human dignity. Let's go to Brazil now, where Elon Musk's social media platform X is getting back up and running more than a month after it was suspended by the country's Supreme Court. The suspension was ordered at the end of August after Musk defied requests by Brazil's court to ban some user accounts and remove content that the court said violated federal laws. Instead, Musk closed the headquarters of X in Brazil and disparaged the country's Supreme Court minister, Alexandre de Moraes, comparing him to the movie villain Voldemort and calling him a fake judge. Now, the Supreme Court said in a statement that X can go back online as the company finally complied with their conditions. And let's end this tour of the world at a museum of modern art in the Netherlands, where a lift technician threw away a piece of artwork that looked like 2 empty cans of beer. Now, officials at the Lam Museum in Lisse, about 20 miles from Amsterdam, said the cans of beer were hand-painted with acrylics by French artist Alexandre Lavet and symbolized cherished memories with dear friends, and that the evening spent enjoying drinks may seem trivial, but they ultimately embody precious moments of connection. Well, now this is the interpretation given by the museum guys, but if you ask the technician, I'm sure that his interpretation of that modern art is, well, it's all just rubbish. Back to you guys.
I feel kind of bad for everyone involved in that one.
All right. Quite the still life you're used to. All right,
thanks, Claudio.
All right, coming up, weathering the storm.
After the break, how Florida's zoos are working to keep all of its animals safe as Hurricane Milton bears down on the state's Gulf Coast. That's next. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Zoos across Florida are closed this morning as they make final preparations for Hurricane Milton. In some cases, the staff is not only relocating animals, but some workers are staying on site to make sure creatures big and small are safe during the monster storm. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Naples with more on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The good news, all of these animals are being watched out for. And look, zoos and aquariums across the state, there is a requirement. They have to have a disaster plan in place. Joe, it is certainly relevant in this case. Zoo Tampa telling us that they have at least 2 weeks of food ordinarily prepared for the animals. But in this instance, it's 3 weeks or more as they want to be as ready as possible for whatever Milton has in store.
It's all hands on deck at zoos across Florida as staff tirelessly prepare to protect animals from Hurricane Milton. The Zoo Tampa team is working around the clock, relocating animals, preparing food, and securing buildings. It's all a massive effort to keep more than 1,000 critters, including Florida's iconic flamingos and manatees, safe and secure.
Whether it's something as large as an elephant all the way down to something as small as, a golden frog, there's a plan in place on how to address and make sure they're safe.
There's also a ride-out team staying on site to keep watch over the animals.
This is a team that will be in a secure location during the storm. They are basically a group of, for lack of a better term, at the zoo, first responders.
And from primates to porcupines, even pythons, staff at Naples Zoo setting up hurricane shelters for its creatures, like this one for 2 black-crowned cranes. At Zoo Miami, currently on the outskirts of Hurricane Milton's current path, the biggest concern is rising water levels impacting exhibits like this lion enclosure built with moats for overall security.
We've had to bring animals and keep them inside because the water in the moats has risen so much that it's created a bridge where an animal could literally swim out. So animals like our lions, like our gorillas, animals that are potentially dangerous are being secured overnight in their night quarters.
And inside Tampa's Florida Aquarium, it's 9 penguins marching from their first floor habitat to higher ground. Staff making the move due to a dangerous storm surge forecast to be as high as 10 feet or more in the area.
We plan for things like this so they have nice homes, even though they may be a little temporary.
And it's not just exotic animals.
We're just trying to play our part. And a lot of these, outdoor kennels within this area are going to be really not safe for these dogs.
As some residents answered the call to take in dogs from Miami area shelters.
We never expected to get the response that we got. It's been overwhelming.
Joe, a really important point right now if you are evacuating and want to do so with pets. Almost all of the counties issuing mandatory evacuations have shelters specially designed to take your pets. It's not all of them, but some. So that cannot be a reason that you're not going to leave your home. Officials certainly want to be communicating that message. Also, Zoo Tampa telling us that this can be very stressful for our 4-legged friends. If you could just bring some toys or treats to calm them down, but your mere presence will also make a difference.
Good point.
Joe, back to you.
Love to see the caretakers staying behind to help the zoo animals. All right, Sam Brock, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, turning now to a disturbing trend on X involving thousands of posts promoting eating disorders. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains how X's algorithm is playing a role in spreading these harmful messages online. We want to warn you the topics in this story may be triggering.
Eating disorder Twitter, or ED-Twit as users call the community, thriving on X, with over 173,000 people joining one of these communities over the last 2 years. Originally, the largest was meant as a safe space for users with eating disorders, but it became a forum for tactics on disordered eating. Across the communities, thousands of posts every day, many users in their teens, some as young as 13.
It becomes like an echo chamber. It's all how to further your eating disorder, how to become sicker.
The content recommended to users by X's algorithms on its For You pages when their engagement overlaps with similar accounts. And it can be disturbing.
People were asking for tips on how to restrict calories to a really unhealthy level. They were asking about purging practices. There were instructions for how to reduce your calorie intake to the point where you would be fasting for days on end.
In September, after NBC News requested comment on these growing online communities, X suspended the largest group for, quote, violating rules against promoting self-harming behavior. Tens of thousands of users then joined similar X communities. X suspended 2 of them after NBC News reached out again.
I started having people reach out to me and sending me screenshots of seeing this content on their own For You pages. So I began to pick up on the fact that this is a really widespread issue, to the point where lots of people are getting this content recommended to them on X.
This kind of content isn't new nor limited to X. It's popped up on other platforms as well, including Instagram and TikTok. Both of those platforms now directing people to helpful resources when they search for terms related to eating disorders.
What we find is that as soon as a platform starts moderating this content more, trying to ban it, these pro-eating disorder communities will shift to a platform with seemingly more relaxed rules.
An X spokesperson saying, quote, X prohibits content that promotes or encourages self-harming behaviors, adding, quote, we review community content when our automated detection or user reporting suggests a potential violation may exist. As social media use surges with teens, eating disorder-related health visits more than doubled amongst Americans younger than 17 in the past 5 years, according to data company Trilliant Health, while the CDC says ED hospitalizations spiked for adolescent girls during the pandemic. But just banning the groups creates a whack-a-mole of sorts.
There are new ones proliferating to make up for the ones that were taken away.
NBC News also identified several more X communities with up to 81,000 members featuring content promoting eating disorders and self-harm that X has still not banned. So what could help?
Try and spread an alternate message that, hey, you don't necessarily have to embed in this community. There are other ways of finding an identity online.
An identity many vulnerable young people are searching for.
Well, our thanks to Yasmin Vasugian for that report. For anyone struggling with eating disorders or self-harm, you can reach out to the National Alliance for Eating Disorders helpline at the number right there on your screen. You can also text Alliance to 741-741. All right, coming up, would you let your car insurance provider track your habits behind the wheel if it meant saving a little money?
After the break, it's a trend some drivers are jumping on, but could the technology actually send your premium soaring? Fasten your seatbelts. That's up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. This morning marks the beginning of a new era on the Las Vegas Strip. The iconic Tropicana Hotel was demolished just hours ago in a spectacular show. It's Vegas, after all. The city clears the way for something new. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Vegas with more on the overnight show and what's to come next. Looks like you probably had a pretty good view there, Liz.
Yeah, Joe, we were actually on the ground looking up at it. It was pretty incredible. We were also very lucky that the wind blew the smoke in the other direction. But it was like a magic show. Poof, those towers were gone within seconds in a puff of smoke. They used 2,000 pounds of explosives, 4 miles of detonating cord. There was a fireworks and drone show. All of this to mark the end of an era here in Las Vegas, but also the start of a new one as the city rebrands itself as a hub for sports.
Have you heard it's in this morning, a dramatic sign-off fit for Sin City. Las Vegas's iconic Tropicana Hotel coming down in spectacular fashion. The implosion marking the end of an era on the Vegas Strip. When the hotel debuted in 1957, it was dubbed the Tiffany of the Strip for its lavish decor and star-studded guests like Elizabeth Taylor, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis Jr.
Did the Strip look anything like it does today when the Tropicana first opened?
Not at all. Not at all. And it was really bringing, something elevated to Las Vegas.
It was even the first to bring Vegas the famous feather showgirls when it opened the legendary Folies Bergère. The Trop also a fixture in pop culture, appearing in Elvis Presley's Viva Las Vegas, The Godfather,
Welcome to Las Vegas,
and as a James Bond favorite in Diamonds Are Forever.
I hear that the Hotel Tropicana is quite comfortable.
But after 67 years, General Manager Eric Knowles says the beloved resort has dealt its final hand.
It's a bit emotional, but bittersweet.
The closure making way for a new vision in Vegas. The property set to become the site of a new MLB stadium for the A's, who are joining the Golden Knights, the Raiders, and the Aces as part of the city's big bet on sports entertainment.
What does the implosion celebration symbolize to you?
I think it's like the mythological phoenix. It's in the fire or something else is reborn. This is a welcome to the baseball team for the A's, as well as a farewell to the Tropicana.
We've been loading explosives since Tuesday morning.
Hours before, we were given exclusive access to the blast zone with the duo behind the show.
What does it take to implode two 23-story buildings of steel?
Forethought. Forethought, a lot of insurance.
And 2,000 pounds of explosives.
A little bit. It makes a little difference.
All in all, the implosion lasting less than 30 seconds as the Tropicana's nearly 7 decades of history just like that, gone, goes out with a bang.
Yeah, guys, it was so impressive to see those towers come down so quickly. The skyline here in Vegas already changed. As for that MLB stadium, the city tells us that despite skeptics, they are confident the A's are going to be coming here to Vegas. They hope for that stadium, the MLB stadium, to open by 2028. Guys.
All right, Liz, I'm glad they put some forethought into that implosion. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Right now to what's making financial headlines this morning. Boeing is halting some negotiations with its striking machinists union.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Christine. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Boeing has halted talks and pulled its latest pay offer to roughly 33,000 striking factory workers. Reports say Boeing's negotiator calls the union's demands non-negotiable and further talks don't make sense. Reuters reports Boeing is examining options to raise billions of dollars through the sale of stock, while factories that produce these 737 MAX, 767, and 777 planes are shut. Ratings agency S&P estimates the strike is costing more than $1 billion a month. S&P has put the company's credit rating on review for a possible downgrade to junk status. Home Depot is reportedly starting to accept Apple Pay in the self-checkout lines. Now, 9to5Max says the rollout appears to be very gradual, and Home Depot had been a major holdout on accepting Apple Pay in stores. Rival Lowe's started supporting the service last year. Walmart is still the biggest Apple Pay holdout as it focuses on its own Walmart Pay and Walmart Plus platforms. And calling all children of the 80s and 90s, American Girl has released its annual line of Halloween costumes, and this year adults can also dress up as their favorite dolls with outfits in both kid and adult sizes. Fans can choose from 8 characters, including Kirsten, Samantha, Molly. Now, the costumes include the doll's full outfit minus the shoes and additional accessories such as matching wigs. Now, they're now available for purchase at Target, Amazon, and costumes.com.
All right.
I haven't even started thinking about a costume yet.
Me either.
I just like to claim I'm too old, and then I can move along.
Just put a witch's hat on. And be done
There you
with
go.
it.
There you go. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
All right, turning now to a growing trend that could save you money on soaring car insurance premiums.
Many auto insurance companies will now lower your rate in return for tracking your habits behind the wheel, but some users say the technology doesn't always work the way it should. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the story.
Hey there. Well, we know about our credit scores, but what about your driving score? If you've opted in for one of these safe driving programs or used certain apps, you likely have one. Anything from a fast turn to a heavy foot on the brake can lower it, or, as one driver found out, even a ride on a roller coaster.
Stop sign, Dad! What? What are you doing? You went through a stop sign. That's called a rolling stop.
It's no secret some drivers are better than others.
It thinks we're in a park. Oh my God, it is a park! Away from the kids! Hey, for the lake!
But this morning, how companies are measuring drivers' skill and safety behind the wheel has some honking their horns. Thomas Bousquet uses Geico's voluntary safe driving program, Drive Easy, which tracks driving behavior through an app on his phone to adjust his insurance rate. Except when he visited an Ohio amusement park last month, he says the app mistook a roller coaster ride for his car and dropped his driver's score.
I could tell by the way the map route was drawn that obviously was the start of the beast layout.
Geico says users can easily correct those errors within the app, which is what Bousquet, who plans to continue with the program, did.
It's encouraging me even more to be safer and to be more cautious and aware of my surroundings.
The tracking of driving habits has grown in recent years, with some auto insurance companies offering up to 40% in savings for participation at a time when premiums are soaring.
Can we go?
Yeah, faster. Oh, no, siree. You see, I get discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot from Progressive.
Instead of like charging you more based on, say, like your credit score or your gender, they charge you more based on your actual driving behavior.
But consumer advocates point out that means premiums in most states can also go up based on that tracking data. And according to one survey, only 38% of customers who use safe driving apps believe the data points are always accurate.
I went from having like a grade A to a B plus to a B. I'm like, what is the standard for this?
The digital age driving new questions behind the wheel.
Do you feel like you have to be more vigilant now in watching your data?
Absolutely, for sure.
Consumer protections, by the way, vary by state. For instance, North Carolina only allows insurers to lower your premiums based on safe driving data, not increase them. Ohio, where Thomas Bousquet lives, has no specific laws, according to the Consumer Federation of America. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thanks so much.
What if they gave those to taxi drivers here in New York?
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
All right, coming up, it's a contest we always like to cover here on Morning News Now. The heavy hibernators competing to win Fat Bear Week.
After the break, we'll take you to Alaska and show you the finalists and reveal what is different about this year's winner.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are back now with an impressive new gaming record that was never thought possible. 16-year-old Twitch streamer Michael Arteaga just became the first person to ever clear the highest level of Tetris, achieving the so-called rebirth after rolling the game back to 0 from level 255, the highest level. The team was reportedly using a modified version of the game made exclusively for the Nintendo Entertainment System that prevents crashes after level 155. After his achievement, Arteaga wrapped up his stream by saying, "I never want to play this game again."
I don't blame him. I can't believe no one's ever finished it till now.
Oh my gosh.
But then I didn't know there were that many levels. I got to level 4, I think.
Oh my gosh. I've never played Tetris.
You never played Tetris?
No,
you have to play Tetris.
Yeah.
All right. Let's end this hour with another contest, the winner of a contest like no other. I'm talking about the annual Fat Bear Week competition. This year's champion is the ferocious mother named Grazer. She's now the first in the tournament history to win while caring for a baby. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has a recap of the viral March Madness style competition.
Through the roaring waters of Brooks Falls, these Alaska brown bears are packing on the pounds. Like heavyweight boxers bulking up for a weigh-in, gorging on sockeye salmon, making massive gains to go round for round before the long winter, nearly doubling their body weight. Animal lovers from around the world can watch the action via high-quality webcams and vote for their faves in a March Madness-style bracket. Last year, 1.3 million people cast ballots, a massive increase over 10 years ago.
The accessibility of watching truly wild animals and not in a zoo sense, I think, connects people to it, but also just how awesome bears are.
And they are awesome. Like heavyweight Grazer, last year's Fat Bear champ, a mama grizz weighing in around 1,000 pounds. Wildlife guide John Kuiper has a front row seat at the river's edge.
Every time I get to see one's a good day.
Katmai National Park gets fewer than 20,000 visitors annually, and it can only be reached by boat or seaplane. So Fat Bear Week, a collab between Katmai and the National Park Service, is a way for everyone to learn about preserving this critical bear habitat.
They rely so heavily on the salmon runs to add enough weight for the hibernation season. There would be no Fat Bear Week without the salmon run.
And this year, John's all in for Chunk, this massive alpha bear of the falls, easily recognizable with a signature scar on his face.
He was bigger than anything I'd seen before.
Even carving out a special chunk on his own arm for him.
People think it was awesome. People feel a lot stronger in their obligation to protect something if they feel a connection to it. And I think that's part of the really important things that this week does, is connect people to the wild so that they have a desire to keep it wild.
The final bell is about to ring on this heavyweight bout, and a champion will be crowned. But all will be ready for winter. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
It's a cool competition.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
I'm just going to eat to win. That's what
Exactly.
I like that game.
I'll take part. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, millions in Florida bracing for Milton's wrath. The superstorm weakening just slightly over the course of the morning. Now a Category 4 hurricane. It's expected to slam the state's Gulf Coast just hours from now. On land, the final push to prepare for what's expected to be a disastrous direct hit. Long lines of cars racing to find a safe place to stay, facing a roadblock with hundreds of gas stations running on empty. President Biden calling off a planned trip overseas, focusing on the government's response to what could be a historic weather event.
We're driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years in Florida. If you're under evacuation orders, you should evacuate now. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death.
Throughout the hour, we'll be tracking Milton's latest moves and bringing you conversations with both local and federal officials as Florida once again prepares for the worst. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Christine Romans in for Savannah this morning.
We're going to start this hour in Tampa, where millions of people are bracing for Hurricane Milton, which is less than 24 hours away from making landfall. The National Hurricane Center says it's officially one of the top 10 worst storms on record.
Officials across Florida's Gulf Coast are pleading with people to get out now before it's too late. NBC News Now top anchor Tom Llamas is on the ground in Tampa, where the mayor is saying, quote, if you stay in an evacuation zone, you're gonna die.
So it started to rain here in Tampa, and the conditions are just going to get worse as Hurricane Milton gets closer to the area. We're outside Tampa General, the largest trauma center in this area. They're not evacuating the hospital because of this, the aqua fence. They have faith in this. It held up during Hurricane Helene. Let me show you how close Tampa Bay is, though. It's right there, so the water is just steps away. The physics of how this works is really not that complicated. The water comes in, and essentially the weight of that water anchors this down, holding up the walls. It keeps the water from getting inside the hospital. But even this has its limits, right? It can withstand 15 feet of storm surge and about 135-mile-per-hour winds, and that's exactly what Hurricane Milton, around exactly what Hurricane Milton is forecast to be hitting the area with.
Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
On Florida's west coast, a final push to prepare for Milton's arrival.
What is your message to people who didn't evacuate but maybe should have?
They're on their own.
Many appear to be listening.
You think this is Tampa Bay's time? You think this is the one that's going to hit Tampa?
I'd like to say no, but it could be.
With long lines of traffic heading out of town and many gas stations running out of fuel, entire neighborhoods now appear largely deserted.
You could get another house and material things. You can't get another life.
But the streets in Gulfside beach towns and up and down Florida's west coast are filled with massive piles of debris left behind by Hurricane Helene. Debris that can turn destructive because of Milton's powerful winds and storm surge. County workers who have been working around the clock to clear it now say they've run out of time and manpower to do much more.
So people should assume that the debris piles they see out there, they're probably going to be there for Hurricane Milton.
Yes.
That's gotta trouble you.
It definitely does.
Milton's stunning scale apparent in this view from space. It's powerful winds shaking up a team of hurricane hunters flying through the storm. President Biden canceling a planned overseas trip in order to focus on the storm.
This could be the worst storm to hit Florida in over a century.
Even inland cities like Orlando expected to be impacted. Disney and Universal both closing their theme parks early today. Tropicana Field, home of the Rays, has been transformed into a massive base camp for first responders. While local shelters are filling up, as folks like Tampa resident Jennifer North and her daughter Liliana hunker down to ride out the storm.
A shelter wasn't really something I was considering until I started asking friends, why is a shelter more safe than home?
Okay.
And when I learned why, that helped to make my decision.
And the storm is so powerful, you're not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any chances.
Okay. You heard that county official from Hillsborough County talking to me about the debris piles. I asked her how much they're able to pick up. She said only about 5%. So you're going to have those landmines all over neighborhoods and homes. She said, listen, there was just not enough time between Helene and Milton, less than 2 weeks. There was way too much debris, and workers and contractors started evacuating. They're going to stop picking up debris sometime this afternoon once those tropical storm force winds start hitting the Tampa area. That's the latest from Tampa. I'm Tom Llamas. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Stay safe.
Let's get the latest on what to expect from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been tracking the storm for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. As Tom just mentioned, we're going to see those winds picking up in Tampa as early as this afternoon to tropical force winds around 5 p.m. Now, we saw Milton decrease just a bit, weaken with the latest advisory, but just by 2 miles per hour. So really still a strong Category 4 storm, just on the threshold of a Category 5. 157 miles per hour makes it a Category 5 storm. So very, very strong. We're still looking at all the impacts we're expecting, high impacts of catastrophic storm surge, destructive and damaging winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, causing power outages for days, even weeks, and also looking at that storm surge. That will be one of the biggest stories with this system, because we are looking at storm surge that is that wall of salt water over dry ground up to 15 feet in some spots. Here's the latest. We're looking at the location getting closer to the coast here, 250 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. Notice those colors kind of invading Florida. That is rainfall. So we're starting to see those outer rain bands touching Florida. Some of it is on the heavier side where you're seeing those brighter colors, but we're really going to see those outer rain bands pick up as we go throughout the later part of this morning into the early afternoon. We picked up speed with the latest advisory as well. Last advisory was moving to the northeast at 12 miles per hour, now moving at 16 miles per hour. So we're going to watch that forward speed as we go throughout the day. But either way, we are looking at that landfall later on tonight into the overnight hours. I'm going to stop this clock just to show you the time frame here. Thursday, 2 a.m., still looking at winds at 130 miles per hour. This is a major storm, so most likely making landfall as a Category 4 storm, a Category 3 storm, a very, very strong storm, and that's why we're concerned about life. We're concerned about property as well. It's going to be heartbreaking for many. Some people are going to return to homes that may not even be there, or that will be, destruction like what we saw with Helene. Then as we go throughout time here, we'll move across the state of Florida, but still a Category 1 storm by Thursday at 2 p.m., and then it's over the open waters of the Atlantic, a tropical storm system still Friday at 2 a.m., and then it's going to weaken into a remnant low. Let's track it across the Gulf here. We are looking at record-breaking temperatures in the Gulf. That's what's giving this the energy, the oomph, the fuel for this storm. And really, we're going to see that as it continues to trek across the Gulf. The only thing that will weaken it a bit is some dry air that it's going to encounter close to the coast, and also some wind shear that kind of shaves off the top. So that's going to weaken in a bit, but still, again, a major hurricane as we head towards the landfall. Bands of heavy rain and wind impacting the peninsula all across the state of Florida. Tropical alerts stretching from the Carolinas all the way down to the Keys, even the Bahamas. Flood alert, 17 million people at risk. We are looking at extensive flash flooding, catastrophic flooding as well, extensive street flooding and road closures that could be closed for days to come, and the storm surge. Big story with the system. This will be record-breaking. This is unsurvivable, especially where you see that purple there, Tampa seeing that storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. So kind of focus on that purple there, but still where you see the red, Fort Myers 8 to 12 feet, and that surge could travel several miles inland. It's not just going to be along the coast. And then there's the flooding, life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding possible. The ground is so saturated for days of rain. Now we're going to get these heavy rain bands come quickly and furiously, torrential downpours. And by the way, on top of that, we're already seeing tornado warnings. With any sort of landfalling system, we have the threat for tornadoes. So seeing those warnings already, and we're going to see them all throughout this Wednesday. Guys, we could see 18 inches of rain on top of that, winds blowing over 100 miles per hour. That is going to cause power outages that could last weeks. Unreal. So this is something we're going to continue to watch very, very closely, and most likely that landfall overnight tonight.
All right, we know you will, Michelle. Thank you so much.
All right, throughout this week, Mayor Jane Castor has issued stark warnings to people in the Tampa Bay metro area. She told NBC News that the predicted storm surge on the Barrier Islands won't be survivable. A little earlier, she spoke to Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show, telling them this is not a drill. Here's their conversation.
A couple days ago, you were as blunt as I think we've ever seen a public official be, saying if people stay in these evacuation zones and try to ride it out, they will die. Is that still your message this morning?
Well, wherever that storm surge comes, if it's 10 to 15 feet and people are trying to ride this out in single-story structures, there's no place to go. And once the winds get up to hurricane speed, there's nobody to come and get you. And so, the point of being blunt was to get everyone's attention. This isn't a drill. This is the biggest storm that we have certainly seen here in the Tampa Bay area in over a century.
And Mayor, to compound things, high tide in Tampa happens to be at 6:19, which is a terrible time for it. But there are people who either cannot leave, are too old, felt they waited too long. There's no gasoline. There are a lot of people who are kind of trapped in that bucket. What should they do if they are, in fact, in their homes?
People aren't trapped. Our amazing law enforcement officers are going door to door. We have our social engagement personnel, especially for those individuals that only speak Spanish, and, you know, encouraging them to come out. And if it gets down to the point, you know, we can just bring them to a shelter. And as far as the gas is concerned, I'm on Port Tampa Bay's board, and we service 17 counties, and our fuel reserves are full. They were full a day or two ago, and it's not a supply issue, it's that demand. So we're getting that gas out as quickly as we can. Gas stations in my neighborhood were empty night before last. They're full now. So we're providing the fuel necessary. And again, we don't want people, they don't have to go to another state, just go up to higher ground. It is the water that we have got to run from, and that is what is going to be most impactful. And as was said, 20 miles in one direction or the other will make all the difference. It goes 20 miles south of us, it'll take that water out of our bay. So we don't wish anything on our neighbors, but as Al said, any wobble will make a significant difference for the Gulf Coast.
And finally, I mean, you're still recovering from Hurricane Helene, significant flooding there. We've talked a lot about the debris, and we know workers have been, you know, pulling all-nighters to get that debris secured. How concerned are you about that aspect?
Well, clearly very concerned about any debris that's left out, but I got to tell you, our Tampa team is nothing short of amazing. We had some issues with contractors falling through, so we rolled up our sleeves, and we have got 70 to 75% of that household debris off of the street, something that would take 3 months in any other condition, we've gotten done in 2 weeks. So we've done all that we can, or continuing to pick it up until it's impossible to stay out on the streets any longer.
All right, thanks to Savannah and Hoda for bringing us that important conversation.
Let's bring in Jennifer Poirier. She is the city manager for Clearwater, Florida, which is right on the Gulf Coast, about 20 miles west of Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us. Your community expected to start feeling the effects from Hurricane Milton within the next few hours. Just what are you doing right now to prepare for the storm?
We're continuing to encourage people that it is not too late to get out. So if you are in those low-lying areas in the mandatory evacuation zone of A, B, or C, there is still time. You don't have to go far. You just have to go to higher ground. There are shelters available. And so that's what we're still encouraging people to do, is if you have not yet left, please evacuate now.
Milton is supposed to make landfall just as the tide is coming in. So that could put the storm surge at, you know, 10 to 15 feet. How worried are you about that surge, and what special precautions are you taking because of it?
We're extremely concerned. We're planning for a worst case scenario, of which is devastating, and which is why we're telling people this is not the one to ride out. If you're in those low-lying areas, you have to get out. So we have police officers and our first responders out there telling people, please go. We will assist you as best as we can to get you out of those low-lying areas, because you have to run from the water. And that's what we're doing to prepare, is just getting everybody out.
Once the storm passes, of course, depends on where exactly it hits, how big the storm surge is, but what are your top priorities going to be?
Life safety. So checking out to make sure what life safety issues that we have, ensuring that the people that didn't leave or didn't heed those warnings are okay. And obviously the debris is going to be a significant issue for us. And so those would be our top priorities.
You know, you talked about the debris. You reopened the beaches after Hurricane Helene, and there's still a lot of debris and damage. Are you worried that Hurricane Milton, in some of these areas that are still recovering from Helene, will just be that much more devastating?
Absolutely. It's a significant concern. While our teams and our contractors did a good job in trying to get as much out as we possibly can, there's still a lot of debris out there. So it's a significant concern for us.
Do you feel like people are heeding the warning and getting out of the area, or are you worried too many people are staying behind right now?
You know, the beaches look empty. It looks deserted out there, but we know that there are still some people that have not yet heeded that warning. So we're going to continue to push that. But we are excited that a majority of the people that have been told to leave have done so. So that's encouraging.
That is. All right. Jennifer Poirier, thank you so much for your time. We'll continue to check with you over the next coming days.
All right. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration issued an update to its most aggressive hurricane season forecast on record in August, predicting that 2024 could be the busiest hurricane season in the U.S. that we've ever seen, with warmer water temperatures a key factor in this outlook.
This forecast is certainly holding true as Hurricane Milton barrels toward Florida's Gulf Coast, a mere 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene left a path of destruction across the southeast.
Let's bring in Michael Brennan, the director of the NOAA's National Hurricane Center, for more on this. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Warmer sea temperatures, a big factor here. What else is making this year's hurricane season so active?
Well, we've got, sort of large-scale favorable conditions across much of the Atlantic, warm ocean waters. We've seen, obviously for a storm to strengthen like Milton has, the atmospheric conditions have to be extremely favorable in terms of light upper-level winds, lots of moisture. The storm has to sort of be in the right place and have the right structure to take advantage of that warm ocean. And but that's, typical of what we see in October. Is this is sort of the prime, area where we tend to see storms form this time of hurricane season, northwestern Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. Unfortunately, with those very warm waters and those very favorable conditions, we've now got a really powerful, potentially catastrophic hurricane heading towards Florida later tonight.
So you are the pro. When you look at the data, when you look at the maps, what are some of your biggest concerns when watching a storm of this magnitude develop?
Yeah, well, we've got all the hazards in play. We've got the life-threatening storm surge that could be devastating along portions of the west coast of Florida from, the Tampa Bay region southward to Port Charlotte, 10 to 15 feet of inundation expected in that area. That's why people have been asked to evacuate. We've got the potential for, hurricane-force winds across much of the Florida Peninsula. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning. The entire I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona, Melbourne, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, up to St. Augustine, Ocala. Those areas are going to have the potential for devastating wind impacts, widespread tree damage, power outages, structural damage as well. And then we've got the potential for life-threatening rainfall flooding, especially in this red and pink area. Again, that same I-4 corridor could see isolated rainfall totals as high as 18 inches playing out from today into Thursday, with the potential for life-threatening flash and urban flooding playing out in those regions.
Oh, it just sounds devastating. And it's affecting millions of people. And these are back-to-back storms, right? Can we expect to see back-to-back storms like this in the future, or is this just unique for this year?
Yeah, sometimes it's just bad luck that we tend to get in a pattern where you tend to have storms form in the same environment. Conditions can be favorable for a certain period of time. You have certain steering patterns set up that will move them in a certain direction. But we have seen back-to-back hurricanes affect areas, unfortunately, in the past within just a few weeks. But, it's important to emphasize that the impacts in, say, west central and central Florida are going to be much worse for Milton than they were for Helene. Helene made landfall up in the Big Bend region, devastating landfall there. We had a lot of storm surge along the west coast of Florida, but for places like Tampa southward, the storm surge has the potential to be much greater here with Milton, and with the impacts from the rainfall and the winds across central Florida are going to be much worse than they were with Helene.
Let's show some pretty nerve-wracking video here. It's of the NOAA hurricane hunters flying into the eye of Hurricane Milton on Monday to collect data. These are not cowboys. This is science. This is essential stuff. What kind of data is collected on missions like this, and how can it inform preparedness now and then preparedness for future hurricanes?
Yeah, the hurricane hunters really collect the most valuable direct measurements we can get, because they can fly right into the storm. They can give us direct measurements of how strong the storm is, how big its wind field is, where it's located. They can also take radar images of the storm. And so our forecasters here at the Hurricane Center are looking at all that data in real time to help us make our analyses and forecast. All that data also goes into the weather forecast models and helps make their forecast 10 to 20% better when we have that aircraft reconnaissance data. So that helps us issue more accurate, more consistent forecasts, warnings, and highlight those areas at risk of that life-threatening storm surge, the winds, the heavy rainfall. So it's really a foundational piece of everything we do here to keep people safe from hurricanes.
All right, Michael Brennan, thank you so much for joining us today. Important information.
In the race for the White House this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris is pushing back against former President Trump, who continues to criticize the government's response to Hurricane Helene. This comes as the former president faces renewed scrutiny over his relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good to see you. This really is the start of crunch time for these candidates, accelerating their appearances and their efforts to motivate their voters, also to try to reach those voters who may still be undecided in this race. Vice President Harris on both daytime and late night TV yesterday. She's going to participate in a Hurricane Milton briefing today. Former President Trump, he'll head to the crucial state of Pennsylvania. In the final 4 weeks until the election, Vice President Kamala Harris ramping up her media appearances, cracking a beer with Stephen Colbert on late night TV, but facing scrutiny for these comments on The View when asked what she would have done differently than President Biden over the last 4 years.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Later saying she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet.
That will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea.
Former President Trump and his campaign quickly seizing on the comments. Trump listing the border and inflation as issues during the Biden presidency and writing her dumbest answer so far. On Howard Stern's radio show, Harris responding to new reporting from journalist Bob Woodward in a forthcoming book obtained by NBC News. Woodward writes that at the height of the pandemic, Trump secretly sent COVID test machines to Russian President Vladimir Putin for his personal use, even as the U.S. and other countries faced shortages. Harris weighing in.
I believe that Donald Trump has this desire to be a dictator. He admires strong men, and he gets played by them because he thinks that they're his friends.
Yeah.
And they are manipulating him full time.
Woodward also reporting that Trump and Putin have had maybe as many as 7 phone calls since Trump left office. Trump telling ABC News the reporting on his calls to Putin and providing him test machines is false. But the former president defending his relationship with Putin yesterday.
I got along with him very well, which is a good thing, not a bad thing.
NBC News has not independently confirmed Woodward's reporting. And Governor Tim Walz also is raising eyebrows for some comments that he made at a fundraiser last night saying the Electoral College needs to go. He added, we need a national popular vote, but that's not the world we live in. A Harris Walz campaign official later walked that back, saying getting rid of the Electoral College is not the campaign's position. The campaign added that Walz believes every vote matters in the Electoral College. Joe.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including how Florida zoos are protecting their animals ahead of Milton's expected landfall tonight.
But first, after the break, the controversial case of an Oklahoma death row inmate now headed before the Supreme Court. Why the state is now backing his latest appeal. We're going to dig into that next.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
You got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. They're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Network breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Okay, welcome back. This morning, the Supreme Court will consider whether to set aside a death row conviction for a man convicted of killing his boss at a motel over 25 years ago. Richard Glossip was found guilty of arranging the murder back in 1997 when he was a manager at a hotel in Oklahoma City.
Since then, he has maintained his innocence. And now, in a highly unusual twist, the state of Oklahoma agrees that Glossip did not get a fair trial. The Supreme Court will now consider whether Oklahoma prosecutors violated Glossip's constitutional rights by withholding certain evidence from the defense and then knowingly using a false testimony against him in their arguments.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning. I mean, to show how long this has been going on, Glossip has had 9 execution dates set and been served 3 last meals. What finally got this case in front of the Supreme Court?
Hey, good morning, Christine and Joe. Well, the state of Oklahoma appointed a law firm to investigate this case, and that firm produced a detailed report which found that he didn't get a fair trial, essentially. The only evidence against him was the actual killer who testified as a witness, but did not disclose that he was being treated by a psychiatrist and was taking lithium at the time. And this report found that the prosecution knew that, didn't disclose it to the defense, and so therefore this defendant did not get a fair trial. The state of Oklahoma is not saying that he's innocent, but is saying that he should not be executed because he did not get a fair trial.
Yeah, so Ken, as we mentioned, Glossip now has the support of the Oklahoma Attorney General. That's the state's top law enforcement official. Some people might ask, shouldn't that be enough to overturn his conviction? Why is it not?
It's a very strange situation. In Oklahoma, it's the judiciary, not the executive branch, that has the final word on a criminal conviction and whether to overturn it. And so the Supreme Court has had to appoint a lawyer to represent the judiciary against the Oklahoma executive branch to argue before the court today on these issues. And it's not just the judiciary. Actually, the family of the victim wants this execution to go forward and other officials in Oklahoma. But it is an incredibly unusual situation. You have the Oklahoma Attorney General saying, look, we're confessing error here. We made a mistake. This person should not be executed.
And Ken, the attorney representing the state courts against Glossip argues that the Supreme Court should not intervene in the case because they don't have the jurisdiction to decide the state matter. So what should we expect to hear today during oral arguments, and when could we see a ruling?
Yeah, that's one of several constitutional issues, legal issues that will be argued today. The question of whether this situation should rest entirely on state law. That is the argument of the lawyer for the judiciary. Obviously, the Attorney General and lawyers representing the defendant here argue that his constitutional rights were violated, including, the famous case that requires the prosecution to turn over information that tends to exonerate a defendant to the defense. So those are the kind of arguments. We can expect a decision sometime later in the term.
Ken, while we have you, let's talk about what happened yesterday at the Supreme Court. The justices looked at whether the Biden administration could impose more regulations on so-called ghost gun kits. These allow people to assemble firearms at home with parts. It seems likely, after listening to the arguments, that the court's going to side with the government on this. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. The question in this case is whether the Biden administration went too far or whether the regulation that they issued in 2022 is consistent with state law. And a majority of justices, including conservatives who have been very pro-gun rights, seem to agree that the Biden administration is on firm ground here. Ghost guns are a public health crisis in this country. They are untraceable. They can be made at home with a kit, and law enforcement officials say they have been proliferating and used in crimes and make it really difficult for them to trace these guns. And after this rule went into place in 2022, it sort of curbed the growth, and they're saying that it needs to be in place, and it seems like a majority of justices agree. Joe and Christine.
All right, Ken, thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Now for what's making headlines around the world, Haiti's foreign minister is blasting the Dominican Republic's newly enforced policy on deporting migrants back to Haiti.
NBC international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Good morning, Claudio.
Christine, good morning. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, the Dominican Republic said that they have either repatriated or deported 11,000 Haitians back to their neighboring country as part of the biggest deportation plan of the country's recent history. Now, according to humanitarian rights groups, at least 500,000 Haitians, many of whom fled gang violence in their country, currently live in the Dominican Republic. The government there last week said it will send 10,000 people a week back to Haiti, citing excess of immigrants. But the United Nations and human rights groups warned that deporting them back to Haiti will put their lives at risk. On Monday, Haiti's foreign minister, as you mentioned, called the deportation plan a dehumanizing act and said the brutal scenes of roundups and deportations are an affront to human dignity. Let's go to Brazil now, where Elon Musk's social media platform X is getting back up and running more than a month after it was suspended by the country's Supreme Court. The suspension was ordered at the end of August after Musk defied requests by Brazil's court to ban some user accounts and remove content that the court said violated federal laws. Instead, Musk closed the headquarters of X in Brazil and disparaged the country's Supreme Court minister, Alexandre de Moraes, comparing him to the movie villain Voldemort and calling him a fake judge. Now, the Supreme Court said in a statement that X can go back online as the company finally complied with their conditions. And let's end this tour of the world at a museum of modern art in the Netherlands, where a lift technician threw away a piece of artwork that looked like 2 empty cans of beer. Now, officials at the Lam Museum in Lisse, about 20 miles from Amsterdam, said the cans of beer were hand-painted with acrylics by French artist Alexandre Lavet and symbolized cherished memories with dear friends, and that the evening spent enjoying drinks may seem trivial, but they ultimately embody precious moments of connection. Well, now this is the interpretation given by the museum guys, but if you ask the technician, I'm sure that his interpretation of that modern art is, well, it's all just rubbish. Back to you guys.
I feel kind of bad for everyone involved in that one.
All right. Like the still life you're used to. All right,
Thanks, Claudio.
All right, coming up, weathering the storm.
After the break, how Florida's zoos are working to keep all of its animals safe as Hurricane Milton bears down on the state's Gulf Coast. That's next. Stay with us.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Zoos across Florida are closed this morning as they make final preparations for Hurricane Milton. In some cases, the staff is not only relocating animals, but some workers are staying on site to make sure creatures big and small are safe during the monster storm. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Naples with more on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The good news, all of these animals are being watched out for. And look, zoos and aquariums across the state, there is a requirement. They have to have a disaster plan in place. Joe, it is certainly relevant in this case. Zoo Tampa telling us that they have at least 2 weeks of food ordinarily prepared for the animals. But in this instance, it's 3 weeks or more as they want to be as ready as possible for whatever Milton has in store.
It's all hands on deck at zoos across Florida as staff tirelessly prepare to protect animals from Hurricane Milton. The Zoo Tampa team is working around the clock, relocating animals, preparing food, and securing buildings. It's all a massive effort to keep more than 1,000 critters, including Florida's iconic flamingos and manatees, safe and secure.
Whether it's something as large as an elephant all the way down to something as small as, a golden frog, there was a plan in place on how to address and make sure they're safe.
There's also a ride-out team staying on site to keep watch over the animals.
This is a team that will be in a secure location during the storm. They are basically a group of, for lack of a better term, at the zoo, first responders.
And from primates to porcupines, even pythons, staff at Naples Zoo setting up hurricane shelters for its creatures, like this one for 2 black-crowned cranes. At Zoo Miami, currently on the outskirts of Hurricane Milton's current path, the biggest concern is rising water levels impacting exhibits like this lion enclosure built with moats for overall security.
We've had to bring animals and keep them inside because the water in the moats has risen so much that it's created a bridge where an animal could literally swim out. So animals like our lions, like our gorillas, animals that are potentially dangerous are being secured overnight in their night quarters.
And inside Tampa's Florida Aquarium, it's 9 penguins marching from their first floor habitat to higher ground. Staff making the move due to a dangerous storm surge forecast to be as high as 10 feet or more in the area.
We plan for things like this so they have nice homes, even though they may be a little temporary.
And it's not just exotic animals.
We're just trying to play our part, and a lot of these, outdoor kennels within this area are going to be really not safe for these dogs.
As some residents answered the call to take in dogs from Miami area shelters.
We never expected to get the response that we got. It's been overwhelming.
Joe, a really important point right now if you are evacuating and want to do so with pets. Almost all of the counties issuing mandatory evacuations have shelters specially designed to take your pets. It's not all of them, but some. So that cannot be a reason that you're not going to leave your home. Officials certainly want to be communicating that message. Also, Zoo Tampa telling us that this can be very stressful for our 4-legged friends. If you could just bring some toys or treats to calm them down, but your mere presence will also make a difference.
Good point.
Joe, back to you.
Love to see the caretakers staying behind to help the zoo animals. All right, Sam Brock, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, turning now to a disturbing trend on X involving thousands of posts promoting eating disorders. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains how X's algorithm is playing a role in spreading these harmful messages online. We want to warn you the topics in this story may be triggering.
Eating disorder Twitter, or ED-Twit as users call the community, thriving on X, with over 173,000 people joining one of these communities over the last 2 years. Originally, the largest was meant as a safe space for users with eating disorders, but it became a forum for tactics on disordered eating. Across the communities, thousands of posts every day, many users in their teens, some as young as 13.
It becomes like an echo chamber. It's all how to further your eating disorder, how to become sicker.
The content recommended to users by X's algorithms on its For You pages when their engagement overlaps with similar accounts. And it can be disturbing.
People were asking for tips on how to restrict calories to a really unhealthy level. They were asking about purging practices. There were instructions for how to reduce your calorie intake to the point where you would be fasting for days on end.
In September, after NBC News requested comment on these growing online communities, X suspended the largest group for, quote, violating rules against promoting self-harming behavior. Tens of thousands of users then joined similar X communities. X suspended 2 of them after NBC News reached out again.
I started having people reach out to me and sending me screenshots of seeing this content on their own For You pages. So I began to pick up on the fact that this is a really widespread issue, to the point where lots of people are getting this content recommended to them on X.
This kind of content isn't new nor limited to X. It's popped up on other platforms as well, including Instagram and TikTok. Both of those platforms now directing people to helpful resources when they search for terms related to eating disorders.
What we find is that as soon as a platform starts moderating this content more, trying to ban it, these pro-eating disorder communities will shift to a platform with seemingly more relaxed rules.
An X spokesperson saying, quote, X prohibits content that promotes or encourages self-harming behaviors, adding, quote, we review community content when our automated detection or user reporting suggests a potential violation may exist. As social media use surges with teens, eating disorder-related health visits more than doubled amongst Americans younger than 17 in the past 5 years, according to data company Trilliant Health, while the CDC says ED hospitalizations spiked for adolescent girls during the pandemic. But just banning the groups creates a whack-a-mole of sorts.
There are new ones proliferating to make up for the ones that were taken away.
NBC News also identified several more X communities with up to 81,000 members featuring content promoting eating disorders and self-harm that X has still not banned. So what could help?
Try and spread an alternate message that, hey, you don't necessarily have to embed in this community. There are other ways of finding an identity online.
An identity many vulnerable young people are searching for.
Our thanks to Yasmin Vasugian for that report. For anyone struggling with eating disorders or self-harm, you can reach out to the National Alliance for Eating Disorders helpline at the number right there on your screen. You can also text Alliance to 741-741. All right, coming up, would you let your car insurance provider track your habits behind the wheel if it meant saving a little money?
After the break, it's a trend some drivers are jumping on, but could the technology actually send your premium soaring? Fasten your seatbelts. That's up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. As stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. This morning marks the beginning of a new era on the Las Vegas Strip. The iconic Tropicana Hotel was demolished just hours ago in a spectacular show. It's Vegas, after all. The city clears the way for something new. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Vegas with more on the overnight show and what's to come next. Looks like you probably had a pretty good view there, Liz.
Yeah, Joe, we were actually on the ground looking up at it. It was pretty incredible. We were also very lucky that the wind blew the smoke in the other direction. But it was like a magic show. Poof, those towers were gone within seconds in a puff of smoke. They used 2,000 pounds of explosives, 4 miles of detonating cord. There was a fireworks and drone show, all of this to mark the end of an era here in Las Vegas, but also the start of a new one as the city rebrands itself as a hub for sports.
Have you heard it's in
This morning, a dramatic sign-off fit for Sin City. Las Vegas's iconic Tropicana Hotel coming down in spectacular fashion. The implosion marking the end of an era on the Vegas Strip. When the hotel debuted in 1957, it was dubbed the Tiffany of the Strip for its lavish decor and star-studded guests like Elizabeth Taylor, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis Jr.
Did the Strip look anything like it does today when the Tropicana first opened?
Not at all. Not at all. And it was really bringing, something elevated to Las Vegas.
It was even the first to bring Vegas the famous feather showgirls when it opened the legendary Folies Bergère. The Trop also a fixture in pop culture, appearing in Elvis Presley's Viva Las Vegas, The Godfather,
Welcome to Las Vegas.
and as a James Bond favorite in Diamonds Are Forever.
I hear that the Hotel Tropicana is quite comfortable.
But after 67 years, General Manager Eric Knowles says the beloved resort has dealt its final hand.
It's a bit emotional, but bittersweet.
The closure making way for a new vision in Vegas. The property set to become the site of a new MLB stadium for the A's, who are joining the Golden Knights, the Raiders, and the Aces as part of the city's big bet on sports entertainment.
What does the implosion celebration symbolize to you?
I think it's like the mythological phoenix. It's in the fire, something else is reborn. This is a welcome to the baseball team for the A's, as well as a farewell to the Tropicana.
We've been loading explosives since Tuesday morning.
Hours before, we were given exclusive access to the blast zone with the duo behind the show.
What does it take to implode two 23-story buildings of steel?
Forethought. Forethought, a lot of insurance.
And 2,000 pounds of explosives.
A little bit. It makes a little difference.
All in all, the implosion lasting less than 30 seconds as the Tropicana's nearly 7 decades of history
Just like that, they're gone.
goes out with a bang.
Now, guys, it was so impressive to see those towers come down so quickly. The skyline here in Vegas already changed. As for that MLB stadium, the city tells us that despite skeptics, they are confident the A's are going to be coming here to Vegas. They hope for that stadium, the MLB stadium, to open by 2028. Guys.
All right, Liz, I'm glad they put some forethought into that implosion. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Right now to what's making financial headlines this morning. Boeing is halting some negotiations with its striking machinists union.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Christine. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Boeing has halted talks and pulled its latest pay offer to roughly 33,000 striking factory workers. Reports say Boeing's negotiator calls the union's demands non-negotiable and further talks don't make sense. Reuters reports Boeing is examining options to raise billions of dollars through the sale of stock, while factories that produce these 737 MAX, 767, and 777 planes are shut. Ratings agency S&P estimates the strike is costing more than $1 billion a month. S&P has put the company's credit rating on review for a possible downgrade to junk status. Home Depot is reportedly starting to accept Apple Pay in the self-checkout lines. Now, 9 to 5 Max says the rollout appears to be very gradual, and Home Depot had been a major holdout on accepting Apple Pay in stores. Rival Lowe's started supporting the service last year. Walmart is still the biggest Apple Pay holdout as it focuses on its own Walmart Pay and Walmart Plus platforms. And calling all children of the 80s and 90s, American Girl has released its annual line of Halloween costumes, and this year adults can also dress up as their favorite dolls with outfits in both kid and adult sizes. Fans can choose from 8 characters, including Kirsten, Samantha, Molly. Now, the costumes include the doll's full outfit minus the shoes and additional accessories such as matching wigs. Now, they're now available for purchase at Target, Amazon, and costumes.com.
All right.
I haven't even started thinking about a costume yet.
Me either.
I just like to claim I'm too old, and then I can move along.
Just put a witch's hat on.
There you go. There you go. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
All right, turning now to a growing trend that could save you money on soaring car insurance premiums.
Many auto insurance companies will now lower your rate in return for tracking your habits behind the wheel, but some users say the technology doesn't always work the way it should. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the story.
Hey there, well, we know about our credit scores, but what about your driving score? If you've opted in for one of these safe driving programs or used certain apps, you likely have one. Anything from a fast turn to a heavy foot on the brake can lower it, or, as one driver found out, even a ride on a roller coaster.
Stop sign, Dad! What? What are you doing? You went through a stop sign. That's called a rolling stop.
It's no secret some drivers are better than others.
It thinks we're in a park. Oh my God, it is a park! Away from the kids! Aim for the lake!
But this morning, how companies are measuring drivers' skill and safety behind the wheel has some honking their horns. Thomas Bousquet uses Geico's voluntary safe driving program, Drive Easy, which tracks driving behavior through an app on his phone to adjust his insurance rate. Except when he visited an Ohio amusement park last month, he says the app mistook a roller coaster ride for his car and dropped his driver's score.
I could tell by the way the map route was drawn that obviously was the start of the beast layout.
Geico says users can easily correct those errors within the app, which is what Bousquet, who plans to continue with the program, did.
It's encouraging me even more to be safer and to be more cautious and aware of my surroundings.
The tracking of driving habits has grown in recent years, with some auto insurance companies offering up to 40% in savings for participation at a time when premiums are soaring.
Can we go?
Yeah, faster. Oh, no, siree. You see, I get discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot from Progressive.
Instead of like charging you more based on, say, like your credit score or your gender, they charge you more based on your actual driving behavior.
But consumer advocates point out that means premiums in most states can also go up based on that tracking data. And according to one survey, only 38% of customers who use safe driving apps believe the data points are always accurate.
I went from having like a grade A to a B plus to a B. I'm like, what is the standard for this?
The digital age driving new questions behind the wheel.
Do you feel like you have to be more vigilant now in watching your data?
Absolutely, for sure.
Consumer protections, by the way, vary by state. For instance, North Carolina only allows insurers to lower your premiums based on safe driving data, not increase them. Ohio, where Thomas Bousquet lives, has no specific laws, according to the Consumer Federation of America. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thanks so much.
What if they gave those to the taxi drivers here in New York?
Oh, my gosh, can you imagine?
All right, coming up, it's a contest we always like to cover here on Morning News Now. The heavy hibernators competing to win Fat Bear Week.
After the break, we'll take you to Alaska and show you the finalists and reveal what is different about this year's winner.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Top Story live from Paris. Top Story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Top Story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with an impressive new gaming record that was never thought possible. 16-year-old Twitch streamer Michael Arteaga just became the first person to ever clear the highest level of Tetris, achieving the so-called rebirth after rolling the game back to 0 from level 255, the highest level. The teen was reportedly using a modified version of the game made exclusively for the Nintendo Entertainment System that prevents crashes after level 155. After his achievement, Arteaga wrapped up his stream by saying, "I never want to play this game again."
I don't blame him. I can't believe no one's ever finished it till now.
Oh my gosh.
But then I didn't know there were that many levels. I got to level 4, I think.
Oh my gosh. I've never played Tetris.
You never played Tetris?
No,
you have to play Tetris.
Yeah.
All right. We end this hour with the winner of a contest like no other, Fat Bear Week. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has a look at the viral March Madness style competition.
Through the roaring waters of Brooks Falls, these Alaska brown bears are packing on the pounds. Like heavyweight boxers bulking up for a weigh-in, gorging on sockeye salmon, making massive gains to go round for round before the long winter, nearly doubling their body weight. Animal lovers from around the world can watch the action via high-quality webcams and vote for their faves in a March Madness-style bracket. Last year, 1.3 million people cast ballots, a massive increase over 10 years ago.
The accessibility of watching truly wild animals and not in a zoo sense, I think, connects people to it, but also just how awesome bears are.
And they are awesome. Like heavyweight grazer, last year's Fat Bear champ, a mama grizz weighing in around 1,000 pounds. Wildlife guide John Kuiper has a front row seat at the river's edge.
Every time I get to see one's a good day.
Katmai National Park gets fewer than 20,000 visitors annually, and it can only be reached by boat or seaplane. So Fat Bear Week, a collab between Katmai and the National Park Service, is a way for everyone to learn about preserving this critical bear habitat.
They rely so heavily on the salmon runs to add enough weight for the hibernation season. There would be no Fat Bear Week without the salmon run.
And this year, John's all in for Chunk, this massive alpha bear of the falls, easily recognizable with a signature scar on his face.
He was bigger than anything I'd seen before.
Even carving out a special chunk on his own arm for him.
People think it was awesome. People feel a lot stronger in their obligation to protect something if they feel a connection to it. And I think that's part of the really important things that this week does, is connect people to the wild so that they have a desire to keep it wild.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
And a winner has been crowned. It's Grazer again, a repeat champion who took the title while caring for a baby. We're told that's the first time that's happened. Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that recap. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, millions in Florida bracing for Milton's wrath. The superstorm weakening just slightly over the course of the morning. Now a Category 4 hurricane. It's expected to slam the state's Gulf Coast just hours from now. On land, the final push to prepare for what's expected to be a disastrous direct hit. Long lines of cars racing to find a safe place to stay, facing a roadblock with hundreds of gas stations running on empty. President Biden calling off a planned trip overseas, focusing on the government's response to what could be a historic weather event.
We're driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years to hit Florida. If you're under evacuation orders, you should evacuate now. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death.
Throughout the hour, we'll be tracking Milton's latest moves and bringing you conversations with both local and federal officials as Florida once again prepares for the worst. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Christine Romans in for Savannah this morning.
We're going to start this hour in Tampa, where millions of people are bracing for Hurricane Milton, which is less than 24 hours away from making landfall. The National Hurricane Center says it's officially one of the top 10 worst storms on record.
Officials across Florida's Gulf Coast are pleading with people to get out now before it's too late. NBC News Now top anchor Tom Llamas is on the ground in Tampa, where the mayor is saying, quote, if you stay in an evacuation zone, you're going to die.
So it started to rain here in Tampa, and the conditions are just going to get worse as Hurricane Milton gets closer to the area. We're outside Tampa General, the largest trauma center in this area. They're not evacuating the hospital because of this, the aqua fence. They have faith in this. It held up during Hurricane Helene. Let me show you how close Tampa Bay is, though. It's right there, so the water is just steps away. The physics of how this works is really not that complicated. The water comes in, and essentially the weight of that water anchors this down, holding up the walls. It keeps the water from getting inside the hospital. But even this has its limits, right? It can withstand 15 feet of storm surge and about 135-mile-per-hour winds, and that's exactly what Hurricane Milton, around exactly what Hurricane Milton is forecast to be hitting the area with.
Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
On Florida's west coast, a final push to prepare for Milton's arrival.
What is your message to people who didn't evacuate but maybe should have?
They're on their own. Many appear to be listening.
You think this is Tampa Bay's time? You think this is the one that's going to hit Tampa?
I'd like to say no, but it could be.
With long lines of traffic heading out of town and many gas stations running out of fuel, entire neighborhoods now appear largely deserted.
You could get another house and material things. You can't get another life.
But the streets in Gulfside beach towns and up and down Florida's west coast are filled with massive piles of debris left behind by Hurricane Helene. Debris that can turn destructive because of Milton's powerful winds and storm surge. County workers who have been working around the clock to clear it now say they've run out of time and manpower to do much more.
So people should assume that the debris piles they see out there, they're probably going to be there for Hurricane Milton.
Yes.
That's gotta trouble you.
It definitely does.
Milton's stunning scale apparent in this view from space. Its powerful winds shaking up a team of hurricane hunters flying through the storm. President Biden canceling a planned overseas trip in order to focus on the storm.
This could be the worst storm hit Florida in over a century.
Even inland cities like Orlando expected to be impacted. Disney and Universal both closing their theme parks early today. Tropicana Field, home of the Rays, has been transformed into a massive base camp for first responders. While local shelters are filling up, as folks like Tampa resident Jennifer North and her daughter Liliana hunker down to ride out the storm.
A shelter wasn't really something I was considering until I started asking friends, why is a shelter more safe than home?
Okay.
And when I learned why, that helped to make my decision.
And the storm is so powerful, you're not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any chances.
Okay. You heard that county official from Hillsborough County talking to me about the debris piles. I asked her how much they're able to pick up. She said only about 5%. So you're going to have those landmines all over neighborhoods and homes. She said, listen, there was just not enough time between Helene and Milton, less than 2 weeks. There was way too much debris, and workers and contractors started evacuating. They're going to stop picking up debris sometime this afternoon once those tropical storm force winds start hitting the Tampa area. That's the latest from Tampa. I'm Tom Llamas. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Stay safe.
Let's get the latest on what to expect from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been tracking the storm for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. As Tom just mentioned, we're going to see those winds picking up in Tampa as early as this afternoon to tropical force winds around 5 p.m. Now, we saw Milton decrease just a bit, weaken with the latest advisory, but just by 2 miles per hour. So really still a strong Category 4 storm, just on the threshold of a Category 5. 157 miles per hour makes it a Category 5 storm. So very, very strong. We're still looking at all the impacts we're expecting, high impacts of catastrophic storm surge, destructive and damaging winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, causing power outages for days, even weeks, and also looking at that storm surge. That will be one of the biggest stories with this system, because we are looking at storm surge that is that wall of salt water over dry ground up to 15 feet in some spots. Here's the latest. We're looking at the location getting closer to the coast here, 250 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. Notice those colors kind of invading Florida. That is rainfall. So we're starting to see those outer rain bands touching Florida. Some of it is on the heavier side where you're seeing those brighter colors, but we're really going to see those outer rain bands pick up as we go throughout the later part of this morning into the early afternoon. We picked up speed with the latest advisory as well. Last advisory was moving to the northeast at 12 miles per hour, now moving at 16 miles per hour. So we're going to watch that forward speed as we go throughout the day. But either way, we are looking at that landfall later on tonight into the overnight hours. Kind of stop this clock just to show you the time frame here. Thursday, 2 a.m., still looking at winds at 130 miles per hour. This is a major storm, so most likely making landfall as a Category 4 storm, a Category 3 storm, a very, very strong storm. And that's why we're concerned about life. We're concerned about property as well. It's going to be heartbreaking for many. Some people are going to return to homes that may not even be there, or that will be, destruction like what we saw with Helene. Then as we go throughout time here, we'll move across the state of Florida, but still a Category 1 storm by Thursday at 2 p.m. And then it's over the open waters of the Atlantic, a tropical storm system, still Friday at 2 a.m. And then it's going to weaken into a remnant low. Let's track it across the Gulf here. We are looking at record-breaking temperatures in the Gulf. That's what's giving this the energy, the oomph, the fuel for this storm. And really, we're going to see that as it continues to trek across the Gulf. The only thing that will weaken it a bit is some dry air that it's going to encounter close to the coast, and also some wind shear that kind of shaves off the top. So that's going to weaken in a bit, but still, again, a major hurricane as we head towards the landfall. Bands of heavy rain and wind impacting the peninsula all across the state of Florida. Tropical alerts stretching from the Carolinas all the way down to the Keys, even the Bahamas. Flood alerts, 17 million people at risk. We are looking at extensive flash flooding, catastrophic flooding as well, extensive street flooding and road closures that could be closed for days to come, and the storm surge. Big story with the system. This will be record-breaking. This is unsurvivable, especially where you see that purple there, Tampa seeing that storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. So kind of focus on that purple there, but still where you see the red, Fort Myers, 8 to 12 feet. And that surge could travel several miles inland. It's not just going to be along the coast. And then there's the flooding, life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding possible. The ground is so saturated for days of rain. Now we're going to get these heavy rain bands come quickly and furiously, torrential downpours. And by the way, on top of that, we're already seeing tornado warnings. With any sort of landfalling system, we have the threat for tornadoes. So seeing those warnings already, and we're going to see them all throughout this Wednesday. Guys, we could see 18 inches of rain on top of that, winds blowing over 100 miles per hour. That is going to cause power outages that could last weeks. Unreal. So this is something we're going to continue to watch very, very closely, and most likely that landfall overnight tonight.
All right, we know you will, Michelle. Thank you so much.
All right, throughout this week, Mayor Jane Castor has issued stark warnings to people in the Tampa Bay metro area. She told NBC News that the predicted storm surge on the barrier islands won't be survivable. A little earlier, she spoke to Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show, telling them this is not a drill. Here's their conversation.
couple days ago, you were as blunt as I think we've ever seen a public official be, saying if people stay in these evacuation zones and try to ride it out, they will die. Is that still your message this morning?
Well, wherever that storm surge comes, if it's 10 to 15 feet and people are trying to ride this out in single-story structures, there's no place to go. And once the winds get up to hurricane speed, there's nobody to come and get you. And so, you know, the point of being blunt was to get everyone's attention. This isn't a drill. This is the biggest storm that we have certainly seen here in the Tampa Bay area in over a century.
And Mayor, to compound things, high tide in Tampa happens to be at 6:19, which is a terrible time for it. But there are people who either cannot leave, are too old, felt they waited too long. There's no gasoline. There are a lot of people who are kind of trapped in that bucket. What should they do if they are, in fact, in their homes?
People aren't trapped. We are still, our amazing law enforcement officers are going door to door. We have our social engagement personnel, especially for those individuals that only speak Spanish, and, you know, encouraging them to come out. And if it gets down to the point, you know, we can just bring them to a shelter. And as far as the gas is concerned, I'm on Port Tampa Bay's board, and we service 17 counties. And our fuel reserves are full. They were full a day or two ago. And it's not a supply issue, it's that demand. So we're getting that gas out as quickly as we can. Gas stations in my neighborhood were empty night before last. They're full now. So we're providing the fuel necessary. And again, we don't want people, they don't have to go to another state. Just go up to higher ground. It is the water that we have got to run from, and that is what is going to be most impactful. And as was said, 20 miles in one direction or the other will make all the difference. It goes 20 miles south of us, it'll take that water out of our bay. So we don't wish anything on our neighbors, but as Al said, any wobble will make a significant difference for the Gulf Coast.
And finally, I mean, you're still recovering from Hurricane Helene, significant flooding there. We've talked a lot about the debris, and we know workers have been, you know, pulling all-nighters to get that debris secured. How concerned are you about that aspect?
Well, clearly very concerned about any debris that's left out, but I got to tell you, our Tampa team is nothing short of amazing. We had some issues with contractors falling through, so we rolled up our sleeves, and we have got 70 to 75% of that household debris off of the street, something that would take 3 months in any other condition, we've gotten done in 2 weeks. So we've done all that we can, or continuing to pick it up until it's impossible to stay out on the streets any longer.
All right, thanks to Savannah and Hoda for bringing us that important conversation.
Let's bring in Jennifer Poirier. She is the city manager for Clearwater, Florida, which is right on the Gulf Coast, about 20 miles west of Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us. Your community expected to start feeling the effects from Hurricane Milton within the next few hours. Just what are you doing right now to prepare for the storm?
We're continuing to encourage people that it is not too late to get out. So if you are in those low-lying areas in the mandatory evacuation zone of A, B, or C, there is still time. You don't have to go far. You just have to go to higher ground. There are shelters available. And so that's what we're still encouraging people to do, is if you have not yet left, please evacuate now.
Milton is supposed to make landfall just as the tide is coming in. So that could put the storm surge at, you know, 10 to 15 feet. How worried are you about that surge, and what special precautions are you taking because of it?
We're extremely concerned. We're planning for a worst case scenario, of which is devastating, and which is why we're telling people this is not the one to ride out. If you're in those low-lying areas, you have to get out. So we have police officers and our first responders out there telling people, please go. We will assist you as best as we can to get you out of those low-lying areas, because you have to run from the water. And that's what we're doing to prepare, is just getting everybody out.
Once the storm passes, of course, it depends on where exactly it hits, how big the storm surge is, but what are your top priorities going to be?
Life safety. So checking out to make sure what life safety issues that we have, ensuring that the people that didn't leave or didn't heed those warnings are okay. And obviously the debris is going to be a significant issue for us. And so those would be our top priorities.
You know, you talked about the debris. You reopened the beaches after Hurricane Helene, and there's still a lot of debris and damage. Are you worried that Hurricane Milton in some of these areas that are still recovering from Helene will just be that much more devastating?
Absolutely. It's a significant concern. While our teams and our contractors did a good job in trying to get as much out as we possibly can, there's still a lot of debris out there. So it's a significant concern for us.
Do you feel like people are heeding the warning and getting out of the area, or are you worried too many people are staying behind right now?
You know, the beaches look empty. It looks deserted out there, but we know that there are still some people that have not yet heeded that warning. So we're going to continue to push that. But we are excited that a majority of the people that have been told to leave have done so. So that's encouraging.
That is. All right. Jennifer Poirier, thank you so much for your time. We'll continue to check with you over the next coming days.
All right. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration issued an update to its most aggressive hurricane season forecast on record in August, predicting that 2024 could be the busiest hurricane season in the U.S. that we've ever seen, with warmer water temperatures a key factor in this outlook.
This forecast is certainly holding true as Hurricane Milton barrels toward Florida's Gulf Coast, a mere 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene left a path of destruction across the southeast.
Let's bring in Michael Brennan, the director of the NOAA's National Hurricane Center, for more on this. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Warmer sea temperatures, a big factor here. What else is making this year's hurricane season so active?
Well, we've got, sort of large-scale favorable conditions across much of the Atlantic, warm ocean waters. We've seen, obviously for a storm to strengthen like Milton has, the atmospheric conditions have to be extremely favorable in terms of light upper level winds, lots of moisture. The storm has to sort of be in the right place and have the right structure to take advantage of that warm ocean. And but that's, typical of what we see in October. This is sort of the prime, area where we tend to see storms form this type of hurricane season. Northwestern Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. Unfortunately, with those very warm waters and those very favorable conditions, we've now got a really powerful, potentially catastrophic hurricane heading towards Florida later tonight.
So you are the pro. When you look at the data, when you look at the maps, what are some of your biggest concerns when watching a storm of this magnitude develop?
Yeah, well, we've got all the hazards in play. We've got the life-threatening storm surge that could be devastating along portions of the west coast of Florida from, the Tampa Bay region southward to Port Charlotte, 10 to 15 feet of inundation expected in that area. That's why people have been asked to evacuate. We've got the potential for, hurricane-force winds across much of the Florida Peninsula. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning. The entire I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona, Melbourne, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, up to St. Augustine, Ocala. Those areas are going to have the potential for devastating wind impacts, widespread tree damage, power outages, structural damage as well. And then we've got the potential for life-threatening rainfall flooding, especially in this red and pink area. Again, that same I-4 corridor could see isolated rainfall totals as high as 18 inches playing out from today into Thursday, with the potential for life-threatening flash and urban flooding playing out in those regions.
Oh, it just sounds devastating. And it's affecting millions of people, and these are back-to-back storms, right? Can we expect to see back-to-back storms like this in the future, or is this just unique for this year?
Yeah, sometimes it's just bad luck that we tend to get in a pattern where you tend to have storms form in the same environment. Conditions can be favorable for a certain period of time. You have certain steering patterns set up that will move them in a certain direction. But we have seen back-to-back hurricanes affect areas, unfortunately, in the past within just a few weeks. But, it's important to emphasize that the impacts in, say, West Central and Central Florida are going to be much worse for Milton than they were for Helene. Helene made landfall up in the Big Bend region, devastating landfall there. We had a lot of storm surge along the west coast of Florida, but for places like Tampa southward, the storm surge has the potential to be much greater here with Milton, and with the impacts from the rainfall and the winds across Central Florida are going to be much worse than they were with Helene.
Let's show some pretty nerve-wracking video here. It's of the NOAA hurricane hunters flying into the eye of Hurricane Milton on Monday to collect data. These are not cowboys. This is science. This is essential stuff. What kind of data is collected on missions like this, and how can it inform preparedness now and then preparedness for future hurricanes?
Yeah, the hurricane hunters really collect the most valuable direct measurements we can get because they can fly right into the storm. They can give us direct measurements of how strong the storm is, how big its wind field is, where it's located. They can also take radar images of the storm. And so our forecasters here at the Hurricane Center are looking at all that data in real time to help us make our analyses and forecast. All that data also goes into the weather forecast models and helps make their forecast 10 to 20% better when we have that aircraft reconnaissance data. So that helps us issue more accurate, more consistent forecasts, warnings, and highlight those areas at risk of that life-threatening storm surge, the winds, the heavy rainfall. So it's really a foundational piece of everything we do here to keep people safe from hurricanes.
All right, Michael Brennan, thank you so much for joining us today. Important information.
In the race for the White House this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris is pushing back against former President Trump, who continues to criticize the government's response to Hurricane Helene. This comes as the former president faces renewed scrutiny over his relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good to see you. This really is the start of crunch time for these candidates, accelerating their appearances and their efforts to motivate their voters, also to try to reach those voters who may still be undecided in this race. Vice President Harris on both daytime and late night TV yesterday. She's going to participate in a Hurricane Milton briefing today. Former President Trump, he'll head to the crucial state of Pennsylvania. In the final 4 weeks until the election, Vice President Kamala Harris ramping up her media appearances, cracking a beer with Stephen Colbert on late night TV, but facing scrutiny for these comments on The View when asked what she would have done differently than President Biden over the last 4 years.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Later saying she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet.
That will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea.
Former President Trump and his campaign quickly seizing on the comments. Trump listing the border and inflation as issues during the Biden presidency and writing her dumbest answer so far. On Howard Stern's radio show, Harris responding to new reporting from journalist Bob Woodward in a forthcoming book obtained by NBC News. Woodward writes that at the height of the pandemic, Trump secretly sent COVID test machines to Russian President Vladimir Putin for his personal use, even as the U.S. and other countries faced shortages. Harris weighing in.
I believe that Donald Trump has this desire to be a dictator. He admires strong men, and he gets played by them because he thinks that they're his friends.
Yeah.
And they are manipulating him full time.
Woodward also reporting that Trump and Putin have had maybe as many as 7 phone calls since Trump left office. Trump telling ABC News the reporting on his calls to Putin and providing him test machines is false. But the former president defending his relationship with Putin yesterday.
I got along with him very well, which is a good thing, not a bad thing.
NBC News has not independently confirmed Woodward's reporting. And Governor Tim Walz also is raising eyebrows for some comments that he made at a fundraiser last night saying the Electoral College needs to go. He added, we need a national popular vote, but that's not the world we live in. A Harris Walz campaign official later walked that back, saying getting rid of the Electoral College is not the campaign's position. The campaign added that Walz believes every vote matters in the Electoral College. Joe.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including how Florida zoos are protecting their animals ahead of Milton's expected landfall tonight.
But first, after the break, the controversial case of an Oklahoma death row inmate now headed before the Supreme Court. Why the state is now backing his latest appeal. We're going to dig into that next.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Okay, welcome back. This morning, the Supreme Court will consider whether to set aside a death row conviction for a man convicted of killing his boss at a motel over 25 years ago. Richard Glossip was found guilty of arranging the murder back in 1997 when he was a manager at a hotel in Oklahoma City.
Since then, he has maintained his innocence. And now, in a highly unusual twist, the state of Oklahoma agrees that Glossip did not get a fair trial. The Supreme Court will now consider whether Oklahoma prosecutors violated Glossip's constitutional rights by withholding certain evidence from the defense and then knowingly using a false testimony against him in their arguments.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning. I mean, to show how long this has been going on, Glossip has had 9 execution dates set and been served 3 last meals. What finally got this case in front of the Supreme Court?
Hey, good morning, Christine and Joe. Well, the state of Oklahoma appointed a law firm to investigate this case, and that firm produced a detailed report which found that he didn't get a fair trial, essentially. The only evidence against him was the actual killer who testified as a witness, but did not disclose that he was being treated by a psychiatrist and was taking lithium at the time. And this report found that the prosecution knew that, didn't disclose it to the defense, and so therefore this defendant did not get a fair trial. The state of Oklahoma is not saying that he's innocent, but it's saying that he should not be executed because he did not get a fair trial.
Yeah, so Ken, as we mentioned, Glossip now has the support of the Oklahoma Attorney General. That's the state's top law enforcement official. Some people might ask, shouldn't that be enough to overturn his conviction? Why is it not?
It's a very strange situation. In Oklahoma, it's the judiciary, not the executive branch, that has the final word on a criminal conviction and whether to overturn it. And so the Supreme Court has had to appoint a lawyer to represent the judiciary against the Oklahoma executive branch to argue before the court today on these issues. And it's not just the judiciary. Actually, the family of the victim wants this execution to go forward and other officials in Oklahoma. But it is an incredibly unusual situation. You have the Oklahoma Attorney General saying, look, we're confessing error here. We made a mistake. This person should not be executed.
And Ken, the attorney representing the state courts against Glossip argues that the Supreme Court should not intervene in the case because they don't have the jurisdiction to decide the state matter. So what should we expect to hear today during oral arguments, and when could we see a ruling?
Yeah, that's one of several constitutional issues, legal issues that will be argued today. The question of whether this situation should rest entirely on state law. That is the argument of the lawyer for the judiciary. Obviously, the Attorney General and lawyers representing the defendant here argue that his constitutional rights were violated, including, the famous case that requires the prosecution to turn over information that tends to exonerate a defendant to the defense. So those are the kind of arguments. We can expect a decision sometime later in the term.
Ken, while we have you, let's talk about what happened yesterday at the Supreme Court. The justices looked at whether the Biden administration could impose more regulations on so-called ghost gun kits. These allow people to assemble firearms at home with parts. It seems likely, after listening to the arguments, that the court's going to side with the government on this. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. The question in this case is whether the Biden administration went too far or whether the regulation that they issued in 2022 is consistent with state law. And a majority of justices, including conservatives who have been very pro-gun rights, seem to agree that the Biden administration is on firm ground here. Ghost guns are a public health crisis in this country. They are untraceable. They can be made at home with a kit, and law enforcement officials say they have been proliferating and used in crimes and make it really difficult for them to trace these guns. And after this rule went into place in 2022, it sort of curbed the growth, and they're saying that it needs to be in place, and it seems like a majority of justices agree. Joe and Christine.
All right, Ken, thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Now for what's making headlines around the world, Haiti's foreign minister is blasting the Dominican Republic's newly enforced policy on deporting migrants back to Haiti.
NBC international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Good morning, Claudio.
Christine, good morning. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, the Dominican Republic said that they have either repatriated or deported 11,000 Haitians back to their neighboring country as part of the biggest deportation plan of the country's recent history. Now, according to humanitarian rights groups, at least 500,000 Haitians, many of whom fled gang violence in their country, currently live in the Dominican Republic. The government there last week said it will send 10,000 people a week back to Haiti, citing excess of immigrants. But the United Nations and human rights groups warned that deporting them back to Haiti will put their lives at risk. On Monday, Haiti's foreign minister, as you mentioned, called the deportation plan a dehumanizing act and said the brutal scenes of roundups and deportations are an affront to human dignity. Let's go to Brazil now, where Elon Musk's social media platform X is getting back up and running more than a month after it was suspended by the country's Supreme Court. The suspension was ordered at the end of August after Musk defied requests by Brazil's court to ban some user accounts and remove content that the court said violated federal laws. Instead, Musk closed the headquarters of X in Brazil and disparaged the country's Supreme Court minister, Alexandre de Moraes, comparing him to the movie villain Voldemort and calling him a fake judge. Now the Supreme Court said in a statement that X can go back online as the company finally complied with their conditions. And let's end this tour of the world at a museum of modern art in the Netherlands, where a lift technician threw away a piece of artwork that looked like 2 empty cans of beer. Now, officials at the Lam Museum in Lisse, about 20 miles from Amsterdam, said the cans of beer were hand-painted with acrylics by French artist Alexandre Lavet and symbolized cherished memories with dear friends, and that the evening spent enjoying drinks may seem trivial, but they ultimately embody precious moments of connection. Well, now this is the interpretation given by the museum guys, but if you ask the technician, I'm sure that his interpretation of that modern art is, well, it's all just rubbish. Back to you guys.
I feel kind of bad for everyone involved in that one.
All right. Like the still life you're used to. All right,
thanks, Claudio.
All right, coming up, weathering the storm.
After the break, how Florida's zoos are working to keep all of its animals safe as Hurricane Milton bears down on the state's Gulf Coast. That's next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Zoos across Florida are closed this morning as they make final preparations for Hurricane Milton. In some cases, the staff is not only relocating animals, but some workers are staying on site to make sure creatures big and small are safe during the monster storm. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Naples with more on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The good news, all of these animals are being watched out for. And look, zoos and aquariums across the state, there is a requirement they have to have a disaster plan in place. Joe, it is certainly relevant in this case. Zoo Tampa telling us that they have at least 2 weeks of food ordinarily prepared for the animals. But in this instance, it's 3 weeks or more as they want to be as ready as possible for whatever Milton has in store.
It's all hands on deck at zoos across Florida as staff tirelessly prepare to protect animals from Hurricane Milton. The Zoo Tampa team is working around the clock, relocating animals, preparing food, and securing buildings. It's all a massive effort to keep more than 1,000 critters, including Florida's iconic flamingos and manatees, safe and secure.
Whether it's something as large as an elephant all the way down to something as small as, a golden frog, there's a plan in place on how to address and make sure they're safe.
There's also a ride-out team staying on site to keep watch over the animals.
This is a team that will be in a secure location during the storm. They are basically a group of, for lack of a better term, at the zoo, first responders.
And from primates to porcupines, even pythons, staff at Naples Zoo setting up hurricane shelters for its creatures, like this one for 2 black-crowned cranes. At Zoo Miami, currently on the outskirts of Hurricane Milton's current path, the biggest concern is rising water levels impacting exhibits like this lion enclosure built with moats for overall security.
We've had to bring animals and keep them inside because the water in the moats has risen so much that it's created a bridge where an animal could literally swim out. So animals like our lions, like our gorillas, animals that are potentially dangerous are being secured overnight in their night quarters.
And inside Tampa's Florida Aquarium, it's 9 penguins marching from their first floor habitat to higher ground. Staff making the move due to a dangerous storm surge forecast to be as high as 10 feet or more in the area.
We plan for things like this so they have nice homes, even though they may be a little temporary.
And it's not just exotic animals.
We're just trying to play our part. And a lot of these, outdoor kennels within this area are going to be really not safe for these dogs.
As some residents answered the call to take in dogs from Miami area shelters.
We never expected to get the response that we got. It's been overwhelming.
Joe, a really important point right now if you are evacuating and want to do so with pets. Almost all of the counties issuing mandatory evacuations have shelters specially designed to take your pets. It's not all of them, but some. So that cannot be a reason that you're not going to leave your home. Officials certainly want to be communicating that message. Also, Zoo Tampa telling us that this can be very stressful for our 4-legged friends. If you could just bring some toys or treats to calm them down, but your mere presence will also make a difference. Joe, back to you.
Love to see the caretakers staying behind to help the zoo animals. All right, Sam Brock, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, turning now to a disturbing trend on X involving thousands of posts promoting eating disorders. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains how X's algorithm is playing a role in spreading these harmful messages online. We want to warn you the topics in this story may be triggering.
Eating disorder Twitter, or ED-Twit as users call the community, thriving on X, with over 173,000 people joining one of these communities over the last 2 years. Originally, the largest was meant as a safe space for users with eating disorders, but it became a forum for tactics on disordered eating. Across the communities, thousands of posts every day, many users in their teens, some as young as 13.
It becomes like an echo chamber. It's all how to further your eating disorder, how to become sicker.
The content recommended to users by X's algorithms on its For You pages when their engagement overlaps with similar accounts. And it can be disturbing.
People were asking for tips on how to restrict calories to a really unhealthy level. They were asking about purging practices. There were instructions for how to reduce your calorie intake to the point where you would be fasting for days on end.
In September, after NBC News requested comment on these growing online communities, X suspended the largest group for, quote, violating rules against promoting self-harming behavior. Tens of thousands of users then joined similar X communities. X suspended 2 of them after NBC News reached out again.
I started having people reach out to me and sending me screenshots of seeing this content on their own For You pages. So I began to pick up on the fact that this is a really widespread issue to the point where lots of people are getting this content recommended to them on X.
This kind of content isn't new nor limited to X. It's popped up on other platforms as well, including Instagram and TikTok. Both of those platforms now directing people to helpful resources when they search for terms related to eating disorders.
What we find is that as soon as a platform starts moderating this content more, trying to ban it, these pro-eating disorder communities will shift to a platform with seemingly more relaxed rules.
An X spokesperson saying, quote, X prohibits content that promotes or encourages self-harming behaviors, adding, quote, we review community content when our automated detection or user reporting suggests a potential violation may exist. As social media use surges with teens, eating disorder-related health visits more than doubled amongst Americans younger than 17 in the past 5 years, according to data company Trilliant Health, while the CDC says ED hospitalizations spiked for adolescent girls during the pandemic. But just banning the groups creates a whack-a-mole of sorts.
There are new ones proliferating to make up for the ones that were taken away.
NBC News also identified several more X communities with up to 81,000 members featuring content promoting eating disorders and self-harm that X has still not banned. So what could help?
Try and spread an alternate message that, hey, you don't necessarily have to embed in this community. There are other ways of finding an identity online.
An identity many vulnerable young people are searching for.
Our thanks to Yasmin Vasugian for that report. For anyone struggling with eating disorders or self-harm, you can reach out to the National Alliance for Eating Disorders helpline at the number right there on your screen. You can also text Alliance to 741-741. All right, coming up, would you let your car insurance provider track your habits behind the wheel if it meant saving a little money?
After the break, it's a trend some drivers are jumping on, but could the technology actually send your premium soaring? Fasten your seatbelts. That's up next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning marks the beginning of a new era on the Las Vegas Strip. The iconic Tropicana Hotel was demolished just hours ago in a spectacular show. It's Vegas, after all. The city clears the way for something new. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Vegas with more on the overnight show and what's to come next. Looks like you probably had a pretty good view there, Liz.
Yeah, Joe, we were actually on the ground looking up at it. It was pretty incredible. We were also very lucky that the wind blew the smoke in the other direction. But it was like a magic show. Poof, those towers were gone within seconds in a puff of smoke. They used 2,000 pounds of explosives, 4 miles of detonating cord. There was a fireworks and drone show, all of this to mark the end of an era here in Las Vegas, but also the start of a new one as the city rebrands itself as a hub for sports.
Have you heard it's in
This morning, a dramatic sign-off fit for Sin City. Las Vegas's iconic Tropicana Hotel coming down in spectacular fashion. The implosion marking the end of an era on the Vegas Strip. When the hotel debuted in 1957, it was dubbed the Tiffany of the Strip for its lavish decor and star-studded guests like Elizabeth Taylor, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis Jr.
Did the Strip look anything like it does today when the Tropicana first opened?
Not at all. Not at all. And it was really bringing, something elevated to Las Vegas.
It was even the first to bring Vegas the famous feather showgirls when it opened the legendary Folies Bergère. The Trop also a fixture in pop culture, appearing in Elvis Presley's Viva Las Vegas, The Godfather,
Welcome to Las Vegas,
and as a James Bond favorite in Diamonds Are Forever.
I hear that the Hotel Tropicana is quite comfortable.
But after 67 years, General Manager Eric Knowles says the beloved resort has dealt its final hand.
It's a bit emotional, but bittersweet.
The closure making way for a new vision in Vegas. The property set to become the site of a new MLB stadium for the A's, who are joining the Golden Knights, the Raiders, and the Aces as part of the city's big bet on sports entertainment.
What does the implosion celebration symbolize to you?
I think it's like the mythological phoenix. It's in the fire, something else is reborn. This is a welcome to the baseball team for the A's, as well as a farewell to the Tropicana.
We've been loading explosives since Tuesday morning.
Hours before, we were given exclusive access to the blast zone with the duo behind the show.
What does it take to implode two 23-story buildings of steel?
Forethought. Forethought, a lot of insurance.
And 2,000 pounds of explosives.
A little bit. It makes a little difference.
All in all, the implosion lasting less than 30 seconds, as the Tropicana's nearly 7 decades of history
Just like that, they're gone.
goes out with a bang.
Now, guys, it was so impressive to see those towers come down so quickly. The skyline here in Vegas already changed. As for that MLB stadium, the city tells us that despite skeptics, they are confident the A's are going to be coming here to Vegas. They hope for that stadium, the MLB stadium, to open by 2028. Guys.
All right, Liz, I'm glad they put some forethought into that implosion. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it.
Yes. Right now to what's making financial headlines this morning. Boeing is halting some negotiations with its striking machinists union.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Christine. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Boeing has halted talks and pulled its latest pay offer to roughly 33,000 striking factory workers. Reports say Boeing's negotiator calls the union's demands non-negotiable and further talks don't make sense. Reuters reports Boeing is examining options to raise billions of dollars through the sale of stock, while factories that produce these 737 MAX, 767, and 777 planes are shut. Ratings agency S&P estimates the strike is costing more than $1 billion a month. S&P has put the company's credit rating on review for a possible downgrade to junk status. Home Depot is reportedly starting to accept Apple Pay in the self-checkout lines. Now, 9to5Max says the rollout appears to be very gradual, and Home Depot had been a major holdout on accepting Apple Pay in stores. Rival Lowe's started supporting the service last year. Walmart is still the biggest Apple Pay holdout as it focuses on its own Walmart Pay and Walmart Plus platforms. And calling all children of the 80s and 90s, American Girl has released its annual line of Halloween costumes, and this year adults can also dress up as their favorite dolls with outfits in both kid and adult sizes. Fans can choose from 8 characters, including Kirsten, Samantha, Molly. Now, the costumes include the doll's full outfit minus the shoes and additional accessories such as matching wigs. Now, they're now available for purchase at Target, Amazon, and costumes.com.
All right.
I haven't even started thinking about a costume yet.
Me either.
I just like to claim I'm too old, and then I can move along.
Just put a witch's hat on and be done
There you
with
go.
it.
There you go. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
All right, turning now to a growing trend that could save you money on soaring car insurance premiums.
Many auto insurance companies will now lower your rate in return for tracking your habits behind the wheel, but some users say the technology doesn't always work the way it should. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the story.
Hey there. Well, we know about our credit scores, but what about your driving score? If you've opted in for one of these safe driving programs or used certain apps, you likely have one. Anything from a fast turn to a heavy foot on the brake can lower it, or, as one driver found out, even a ride on a roller coaster.
Stop sign, Dad! What? What are you doing? You went through a stop sign. That's called a rolling stop.
It's no secret some drivers are better than others.
It thinks we're in a park. Oh, my God, it is a park! Away from the kids! Hey, from the lake!
But this morning, how companies are measuring drivers' skill and safety behind the wheel has some honking their horns. Thomas Bousquet uses Geico's voluntary safe driving program, Drive Easy, which tracks driving behavior through an app on his phone to adjust his insurance rate. Except when he visited an Ohio amusement park last month, he says the app mistook a roller coaster ride for his car and dropped his driver's score.
I could tell by the way the map route was drawn that obviously was the start of the beast layout.
Geico says users can easily correct those errors within the app, which is what Bousquet, who plans to continue with the program, did.
It's encouraging me even more to be safer and to be more cautious and aware of my surroundings.
The tracking of driving habits has grown in recent years, with some auto insurance companies offering up to 40% in savings for participation at a time when premiums are soaring.
Can we go?
Yeah, faster. Oh, no, siree. You see, I get discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot from Progressive.
Instead of like charging you more based on, say, like your credit score or your gender, they charge you more based on your actual driving behavior.
But consumer advocates point out that means premiums in most most states can also go up based on that tracking data. And according to one survey, only 38% of customers who use safe driving apps believe the data points are always accurate.
I went from having like a grade A to a B plus to a B. I'm like, what is the standard for this?
The digital age driving new questions behind the wheel.
Do you feel like you have to be more vigilant now in watching your data?
Absolutely, for sure.
Consumer protections, by the way, vary by state. For instance, North Carolina only allows insurers to lower your premiums based on safe driving data, not increase them. Ohio, where Thomas Bousquet lives, has no specific laws, according to the Consumer Federation of America. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thanks so much.
What if they gave those to the taxi drivers here in New York?
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
All right, coming up, it's a contest we always like to cover here on Morning News Now. The heavy hibernators competing to win Fat Bear Week.
After the break, we'll take you to Alaska and show you the finalists and reveal what is different about this year's winner.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back now with an impressive new gaming record that was never thought possible. 16-year-old Twitch streamer Michael Arteaga just became the first person to ever clear the highest level of Tetris, achieving the so-called rebirth after rolling the game back to 0 from level 255, the highest level. The teen was reportedly using a modified version of the game made exclusively for the Nintendo Entertainment System that prevents crashes after level 155. After his achievement, Arteaga wrapped up his stream by saying, "I never want to play this game again."
I don't blame him. I can't believe no one's ever finished it till now.
Oh my gosh.
But then I didn't know there were that many levels. I got to level 4, I think.
Oh my gosh. I've never played Tetris.
You never played Tetris?
No,
you have to play Tetris.
Yeah.
All right. We end this hour with the winner of a contest like no other, Fat Bear Week. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has a look at the viral March Madness style competition.
Through the roaring waters of Brooks Falls, these Alaska brown bears are packing on the pounds. Like heavyweight boxers bulking up for a weigh-in, gorging on sockeye salmon, making massive gains to go round for round before the long winter, nearly doubling their body weight. Animal lovers from around the world can watch the action via high-quality webcams and vote for their faves in a March Madness-style bracket. Last year, 1.3 million people cast ballots, a massive increase over 10 years ago.
The accessibility of watching truly wild animals and not in a zoo sense, I think, connects people to it, but also just how awesome bears are.
And they are awesome. Like heavyweight grazer, last year's Fat Bear champ, a mama grizz weighing in around 1,000 pounds. Wildlife guide John Kuiper has a front row seat at the river's edge.
Every time I get to see one's a good day.
Katmai National Park gets fewer than 20,000 visitors annually, and it can only be reached by boat or seaplane. So Fat Bear Week, a collab between Katmai and the National Park Service, is a way for everyone to learn about preserving this critical bear habitat.
They rely so heavily on the salmon runs to add enough weight for the hibernation season. There would be no Fat Bear Week without the salmon run.
And this year, John's all in for Chunk, this massive alpha bear of the falls, easily recognizable with a signature scar in his face.
He was bigger than anything I'd seen before.
Even carving out a special chunk on his own arm for him.
People think it was awesome. People feel a lot stronger in their obligation to protect something if they feel a connection to it. And I think that's part of the really important things that this week does, is connect people to the wild so that they have a desire to keep it wild.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
And a winner has been crowned. It's Grazer again, a repeat champion who took the title while caring for a baby. We're told that's the first time that's happened. Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that recap. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, millions in Florida bracing for Milton's wrath. The superstorm weakening just slightly over the course of the morning. Now a Category 4 hurricane. It's expected to slam the state's Gulf Coast just hours from now. On land, the final push to prepare for what's expected to be a disastrous direct hit. Long lines of cars racing to find a safe place to stay, facing a roadblock with hundreds of gas stations running on empty. President Biden calling off a planned trip overseas, focusing on the government's response to what could be a historic weather event.
We're driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years in Florida. If you're under evacuation orders, you should evacuate now. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death.
Throughout the hour, we'll be tracking Milton's latest moves and bringing you conversations with both local and federal officials as Florida once again prepares for the worst. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Christine Romans in for Savannah this morning.
We're going to start this hour in Tampa, where millions of people are bracing for Hurricane Milton, which is less than 24 hours away from making landfall. The National Hurricane Center says it's officially one of the top 10 worst storms on record.
Officials across Florida's Gulf Coast are pleading with people to get out now before it's too late. NBC News Now top anchor Tom Llamas is on the ground in Tampa, where the mayor is saying, quote, if you stay in an evacuation zone, you're going to die.
So it started to rain here in Tampa, and the conditions are just going to get worse as Hurricane Milton gets closer to the area. We're outside Tampa General, the largest trauma center in this area. They're not evacuating the hospital because of this, the aqua fence. They have faith in this. It held up during Hurricane Helene. Let me show you how close Tampa Bay is, though. It's right there, so the water is just steps away. The physics of how this works is really not that complicated. The water comes in, and essentially the weight of that water anchors this down, holding up the walls. It keeps the water from getting inside the hospital. But even this has its limits, right? It can withstand 15 feet of storm surge and about 135-mile-per-hour winds, and that's exactly what Hurricane Milton, around exactly what Hurricane Milton is forecast to be hitting the area with.
Quickly secure your home or business and safely evacuate the area.
On Florida's west coast, a final push to prepare for Milton's arrival.
What is your message to people who didn't evacuate but maybe should have?
They're on their own. Many appear to be listening.
You think this is Tampa Bay's time? You think this is the one that's going to hit Tampa?
I'd like to say no, but it could be. With long lines of traffic heading out of town and many gas stations running out of fuel, entire neighborhoods now appear largely deserted.
You could get another house and material things. You can't get another life.
But the streets in Gulfside beach towns and up and down Florida's west coast are filled with massive piles of debris left behind by Hurricane Helene. Debris that can turn destructive because of Milton's powerful winds and storm surge. County workers who have been working around the clock to clear it now say they've run out of time and manpower to do much more.
So people should assume that the debris piles they see out there, they're probably going to be there for Hurricane Milton.
Yes.
That's gotta trouble you.
It definitely does.
Milton's stunning scale apparent in this view from space. It's powerful winds shaking up a team of hurricane hunters flying through the storm. President Biden canceling a planned overseas trip in order to focus on the storm.
This could be the worst storm hit Florida in over a century.
Even inland cities like Orlando expected to be impacted. Disney and Universal both closing their theme parks early today. Tropicana Field, home of the Rays, has been transformed into a massive base camp for first responders. While local shelters are filling up, as folks like Tampa resident Jennifer North and her daughter Liliana hunker down to ride out the storm.
A shelter wasn't really something I was considering until I started asking friends, why is a shelter more safe than home?
Okay.
And when I learned why, that helped to make my decision.
And the storm is so powerful, you're not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any chances.
Okay. You heard that county official from Hillsborough County talking to me about the debris piles. I asked her how much they're able to pick up. She said only about 5%. So you're going to have those landmines all over neighborhoods and homes. She said, listen, there was just not enough time between Helene and Milton, less than 2 weeks. There was way too much debris, and workers and contractors started evacuating. They're going to stop picking up debris sometime this afternoon once those tropical storm force winds start hitting the Tampa area. That's the latest from Tampa. I'm Tom Llamas. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Stay safe.
Let's get the latest on what to expect from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been tracking the storm for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. As Tom just mentioned, we're going to see those winds picking up in Tampa as early as this afternoon to tropical force winds around 5 p.m. Now, we saw Milton decrease just a bit, weaken with the latest advisory, but just by 2 miles per hour. So really still a strong Category 4 storm, just on the threshold of a Category 5. 157 miles per hour makes it a Category 5 storm. So very, very strong. We're still looking at all the impacts we're expecting, high impacts of catastrophic storm surge, destructive and damaging winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, causing power outages for days, even weeks, and also looking at that storm surge. That will be one of the biggest stories with this system, because we are looking at storm surge that is that wall of salt water over dry ground up to 15 feet in some spots. Here's the latest. We're looking at the location getting closer to the coast here, 250 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. Notice those colors kind of invading Florida. That is rainfall. So we're starting to see those outer rain bands touching Florida. Some of it is on the heavier side where you're seeing those brighter colors, but we're really going to see those outer rain bands pick up as we go throughout the later part of this morning into the early afternoon. We picked up speed with the latest advisory as well. Last advisory was moving to the northeast at 12 miles per hour, now moving at 16 miles per hour. So we're going to watch that forward speed as we go throughout the day. But either way, we are looking at that landfall later on tonight into the overnight hours. I'm going to stop this clock just to show you the time frame here. Thursday, 2 a.m., still looking at winds at 130 miles per hour. This is a major storm, so most likely making landfall as a Category 4 storm, a Category 3 storm, a very, very strong storm. And that's why we're concerned about life. We're concerned about property as well. It's going to be heartbreaking for many. Some people are going to return to homes that may not even be there, or that will be, destruction like what we saw with Helene. Then as we go throughout time here, we'll move across the state of Florida, but still a Category 1 storm by Thursday at 2 p.m. And then it's over the open waters of the Atlantic, a tropical storm system still Friday at 2 a.m. And then it's going to weaken into a remnant low. Let's track it across the Gulf here. We are looking at record-breaking temperatures in the Gulf. That's what's giving this the energy, the oomph, the fuel for this storm. And really, we're going to see that as it continues to trek across the Gulf. The only thing that will weaken in a bit is some dry air that it's going to encounter close to the coast, and also some wind shear that kind of shaves off the top. So that's going to weaken in a bit, but still, again, a major hurricane as we head towards the landfall. Bands of heavy rain and wind impacting the peninsula all across the state of Florida. Tropical alerts stretching from the Carolinas all the way down to the Keys, even the Bahamas. Flood alert, 17 million people at risk. We are looking at extensive flash flooding, catastrophic flooding as well, extensive street flooding and road closures that could be closed for days to come, and the storm surge. Big story with the system. This will be record-breaking. This is unsurvivable, especially where you see that purple there, Tampa seeing that storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. So kind of focus on that purple there, but still where you see the red, Fort Myers, 8 to 12 feet. And that surge could travel several miles inland. It's not just going to be along the coast. And then there's the flooding, life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding possible. The ground is so saturated for days of rain. Now we're going to get these heavy rain bands come quickly and furiously, torrential downpours. And by the way, on top of that, we're already seeing tornado warnings. With any sort of landfalling system, we have the threat for tornadoes. So seeing those warnings already, and we're going to see them all throughout this Wednesday. Guys, we could see 18 inches of rain on top of that, winds blowing over 100 miles per hour. That is going to cause power outages that could last weeks. Unreal. So this is something we're going to continue to watch very, very closely, and most likely that landfall overnight tonight.
All right, we know you will, Michelle. Thank you so much.
All right, throughout this week, Mayor Jane Castor has issued stark warnings to people in the Tampa Bay metro area. She told NBC News that the predicted storm surge on the barrier islands won't be survivable. A little earlier, she spoke to Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show, telling them this is not a drill. Here's their conversation.
A couple days ago, you were as blunt as I think we've ever seen a public official be, saying if people stay in these evacuation zones and try to ride it out, they will die. Is that still your message this morning?
Well, wherever that storm surge comes, if it's 10 to 15 feet and people are trying to ride this out in single-story structures, there's no place to go. And once the winds get up to hurricane speed, there's nobody to come and get you. And so, you know, the point of being blunt was to get everyone's attention. This isn't a drill. This is the biggest storm that we have certainly seen here in the Tampa Bay area in over a century.
And Mayor, to compound things, high tide in Tampa happens to be at 6:19, which is a terrible time for it. But there are people who either cannot leave, are too old, felt they waited too long. There's no gasoline. There are a lot of people who are kind of trapped in that bucket. What should they do if they are, in fact, in their homes?
People aren't trapped. We are still, our amazing law enforcement officers are going door to door. We have our social engagement personnel, especially for those individuals that only speak Spanish, and, you know, encouraging them to come out. And if it gets down to the point, you know, we can just bring them to a shelter. And as far as the gas is concerned, I'm on Port Tampa Bay's board, and we service 17 counties. And our fuel reserves are full. They were full a day or two ago. And it's not a supply issue, it's that demand. So we're getting that gas out as quickly as we can. Gas stations in my neighborhood were empty night before last. They're full now. So we're providing the fuel necessary. And again, we don't want people, they don't have to go to another state. Just go up to higher ground. It is the water that we have got to run from, and that is what is going to be most impactful. And as was said, 20 miles in one direction or the other will make all the difference. It goes 20 miles south of us, it'll take that water out of our bay. So we don't wish anything on our neighbors, but as Al said, any wobble will make a significant difference for the Gulf Coast.
And finally, I mean, you're still recovering from Hurricane Helene, significant flooding there. We've talked a lot about the debris, and we know workers have been, you know, pulling all-nighters to get that debris secured. How concerned are you about that aspect?
Well, clearly very concerned about any debris that's left out, but I got to tell you, our Tampa team is nothing short of amazing. We had some issues with contractors falling through, so we rolled up our sleeves, and we have got 70 to 75% of that household debris off of the street, something that would take 3 months in any other condition, we've gotten done in 2 weeks. So we've done all that we can, or continuing to pick it up until it's impossible to stay out on the streets any longer.
All right, thanks to Savannah and Hoda for bringing us that important conversation.
Let's bring in Jennifer Poirier. She is the city manager for Clearwater, Florida, which is right on the Gulf Coast, about 20 miles west of Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us. Your community expected to start feeling the effects from Hurricane Milton within the next few hours. Just what are you doing right now to prepare for the storm?
We're continuing to encourage people that it is not too late to get out. So if you are in those low-lying areas in the mandatory evacuation zone of A, B, or C, there is still time. You don't have to go far. You just have to go to higher ground. There are shelters available. And so that's what we're still encouraging people to do, is if you have not yet left, please evacuate now.
Milton is supposed to make landfall just as the tide is coming in. So that could put the storm surge at 10 to 15 feet. How worried are you about that surge, and what special precautions are you taking because of it?
We're extremely concerned. We're planning for a worst case scenario, of which is devastating, and which is why we're telling people this is not the one to ride out. If you're in those low-lying areas, you have to get out. So we have police officers and our first responders out there telling people, please go. We will assist you as best as we can to get you out of those low-lying areas, because you have to run from the water. And that's what we're doing to prepare, is just getting everybody out.
Once the storm passes, of course, it depends on where exactly it hits, how big the storm surge is, but what are your top priorities going to be?
Life safety. So checking out to make sure what life safety issues that we have, ensuring that the people that didn't leave or didn't heed those warnings are okay. And obviously the debris is going to be a significant issue for us. And so those would be our top priorities.
You talked about the debris. You reopened the beaches after Hurricane Helene, and there's still a lot of debris and damage. Are you worried that Hurricane Milton, in some of these areas that are still recovering from Helene, will just be that much more devastating?
Absolutely. It's a significant concern. While our teams and our contractors did a good job in trying to get as much out as we possibly can, there's still a lot of debris out there. So it's a significant concern for us.
Do you feel like people are heeding the warning and getting out of the area, or are you worried too many people are staying behind right now?
The beaches look empty. It looks deserted out there, but we know that there are still some people that have not yet heeded that warning. So we're going to continue to push that. But we are excited that a majority of the people that have been told to leave have done so. So that's encouraging.
That is. All right. Jennifer Poirier, thank you so much for your time. We'll continue to check with you over the next coming days.
All right. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration issued an update to its most aggressive hurricane season forecast on record in August, predicting that 2024 could be the busiest hurricane season in the U.S. that we've ever seen, with warmer water temperatures a key factor in this outlook.
This forecast is certainly holding true as Hurricane Milton barrels toward Florida's Gulf Coast, a mere 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene left a path of destruction across the southeast.
Let's bring in Michael Brennan, the director of the NOAA's National Hurricane Center, for more on this. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Warmer sea temperatures, a big factor here. What else is making this year's hurricane season so active?
Well, we've got, sort of large-scale favorable conditions across much of the Atlantic, warm ocean waters. We've seen, obviously for a storm to strengthen like Milton has, the atmospheric conditions have to be extremely favorable in terms of light upper level winds, lots of moisture. The storm has to sort of be in the right place and have the right structure to take advantage of that warm ocean. And but that's, typical of what we see in October. Is this is sort of the prime, area where we tend to see storms form this type of hurricane season. Northwestern Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico. Unfortunately, with those very warm waters and those very favorable conditions, we've now got a really powerful, potentially catastrophic hurricane heading towards Florida later tonight.
So you are the pro. When you look at the data, when you look at the maps, what are some of your biggest concerns when watching a storm of this magnitude develop?
Yeah, well, we've got all the hazards in play. We've got the life-threatening storm surge that could be devastating along portions of the west coast of Florida from, the Tampa Bay region southward to Port Charlotte, 10 to 15 feet of inundation expected in that area. That's why people have been asked to evacuate. We've got the potential for, hurricane-force winds across much of the Florida Peninsula. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning. The entire I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona, Melbourne, Palm Bay, Port St. Lucie, up to St. Augustine, Ocala. Those areas are going to have the potential for devastating wind impacts, widespread tree damage, power outages, structural damage as well. And then we've got the potential for life-threatening rainfall flooding, especially in this red and pink area. Again, that same I-4 corridor could see isolated rainfall totals as high as 18 inches playing out from today into Thursday, with the potential for life-threatening flash and urban flooding playing out in those regions.
Oh, it just sounds devastating. And it's affecting millions of people, and these are back-to-back storms, right? Can we expect to see back-to-back storms like this in the future, or is this just unique for this year?
Yeah, sometimes it's just bad luck that we tend to get in a pattern where you tend to have storms form in the same environment. Conditions can be favorable for a certain period of time. You have certain steering patterns set up that will move them in a certain direction. But we have seen back-to-back hurricanes affect areas, unfortunately, in the past within just a few weeks. But, it's important to emphasize that the impacts in, say, west central and central Florida are going to be much worse for Milton than they were for Helene. Helene made landfall up in the Big Bend region, devastating landfall there. We had a lot of storm surge along the west coast of Florida, but for places places like Tampa, southward, the storm surge has the potential to be much greater here with Milton, and with the impacts from the rainfall and the winds across central Florida are going to be much worse than they were with Helene.
Let's show some pretty nerve-wracking video here. It's of the NOAA hurricane hunters flying into the eye of Hurricane Milton on Monday to collect data. These are not cowboys. This is science. This is essential stuff. What kind of data is collected on missions like this, and how can it inform preparedness now and then preparedness for future hurricanes?
Yeah, the hurricane hunters really collect the most valuable direct measurements we can get, because they can fly right into the storm. They can give us direct measurements of how strong the storm is, how big its wind field is, where it's located. They can also take radar images of the storm. And so our forecasters here at the Hurricane Center are looking at all that data in real time to help us make our analyses and forecast. All that data also goes into the weather forecast models and helps make their forecast 10 to 20% better when we have that aircraft reconnaissance data. So that helps us issue more accurate, more consistent forecasts, warnings, and highlight those areas at risk of that life-threatening storm surge, the winds, the heavy rainfall. So it's really a foundational piece of everything we do here to keep people safe from hurricanes.
All right, Michael Brennan, thank you so much for joining us today. Important information.
In the race for the White House this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris is pushing back against former President Trump, who continues to criticize the government's response to Hurricane Helene. This comes as the former president faces renewed scrutiny over his relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good to see you. This really is the start of crunch time for these candidates, accelerating their appearances and their efforts to motivate their voters, also to try to reach those voters who may still be undecided in this race. Vice President Harris on both daytime and late night TV yesterday. She's going to participate in a Hurricane Milton briefing today. Former President Trump, he'll head to the crucial state of Pennsylvania. In the final 4 weeks until the election, Vice President Kamala Harris ramping up her media appearances, cracking a beer with Stephen Colbert on late night TV, but facing scrutiny for these comments on The View when asked what she would have done differently than President Biden over the last 4 years.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Later saying she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet.
That will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet, because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea.
Former President Trump and his campaign quickly seizing on the comments. Trump listing the border and inflation as issues during the Biden presidency and writing her dumbest answer so far. On Howard Stern's radio show, Harris responding to new reporting from journalist Bob Woodward in a forthcoming book obtained by NBC News. Woodward writes that at the height of the pandemic, Trump secretly sent COVID test machines to Russian President Vladimir Putin for his personal use, even as the U.S. and other countries faced shortages. Harris weighing in.
I believe that Donald Trump has this desire to be a dictator. He admires strong men, and he gets played by them because he thinks that they're his friends.
Yeah.
And they are manipulating him full time.
Woodward also reporting that Trump and Putin have had maybe as many as 7 phone calls since Trump left office. Trump telling ABC News the reporting on his calls to Putin and providing him test machines is false. But the former president defending his relationship with Putin yesterday.
I got along with him very well, which is a good thing, not a bad thing.
NBC News has not independently confirmed Woodward's reporting. And Governor Tim Walz also is raising eyebrows for some comments that he made at a fundraiser last night, saying the Electoral College needs to go. He added, we need a national popular vote, but that's not the world we live in. A Harris-Walz campaign official later walked that back, saying getting rid of the Electoral College is not the campaign's position. The campaign added that Walz believes every vote matters in the Electoral College. Joe.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including how Florida zoos are protecting their animals ahead of Milton's expected landfall tonight.
But first, after the break, the controversial case of an Oklahoma death row inmate now headed before the Supreme Court. The state is now backing his latest appeal. We're going to dig into that next.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Things are happening here in Chicago.
Now never stops.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
How confident are you that Donald Trump wins in November?
Are younger people excited about this new Democratic ticket?
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Okay, welcome back. This morning, the Supreme Court will consider whether to set aside a death row conviction for a man convicted of killing his boss at a motel over 25 years ago. Richard Glossip was found guilty of arranging the murder back in 1997 when he was a manager at a hotel in Oklahoma City.
Since then, he has maintained his innocence. And now, in a highly unusual twist, the state of Oklahoma agrees that Glossip did not get a fair trial. The Supreme Court will now consider whether Oklahoma prosecutors violated Glossip's constitutional rights by withholding certain evidence from the defense and then knowingly using a false testimony against him in their arguments.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, good morning. I mean, to show how long this has been going on, Glossip has had 9 execution dates set and been served 3 last meals. What finally got this case in front of the Supreme Court?
Hey, good morning, Christine and Joe. Well, the state of Oklahoma appointed a law firm to investigate this case, and that firm produced a detailed report which found that he didn't get a fair trial, essentially. The only evidence against him was the actual killer who testified as a witness, but did not disclose that he was being treated by a psychiatrist and was taking lithium at the time. And this report found that the prosecution knew that, didn't disclose it to the defense, and so therefore this defendant did not get a fair trial. The state of Oklahoma is not saying that he's innocent, but is saying that he should not be executed because he did not get a fair trial.
Yeah, so Ken, as we mentioned, Glossip now has the support of the Oklahoma Attorney General. That's the state's top law enforcement official. Some people might ask, shouldn't that be enough to overturn his conviction? Why is it not?
It's a very strange situation. In Oklahoma, it's the judiciary, not the executive branch, that has the final word on a criminal conviction and whether to overturn it. And so the Supreme Court has had to appoint a lawyer to represent the judiciary against the Oklahoma executive branch to argue before the court today on these issues. And it's not just the judiciary. Actually, the family of the victim wants this execution to go forward and other officials in Oklahoma. But it is an incredibly unusual situation. You have the Oklahoma Attorney General saying saying, look, we're confessing error here. We made a mistake. This person should not be executed.
And Ken, the attorney representing the state courts against Glossop argues that the Supreme Court should not intervene in the case because they don't have the jurisdiction to decide the state matter. So what should we expect to hear today during oral arguments, and when could we see a ruling?
Yeah, that's one of several constitutional issues, legal issues that will be argued today. The question of whether this situation should rest entirely on state law. That is the argument of the lawyer for the judiciary. Obviously, the Attorney General and lawyers representing the defendant here argue that his constitutional rights were violated, including, the famous case that requires the prosecution to turn over information that tends to exonerate a defendant to the defense. So those are the kind of arguments. We can expect a decision sometime later in the term.
Ken, while we have you, let's talk about what happened yesterday at the Supreme Court. The justices looked at whether the Biden administration could impose more regulations on so-called ghost gun kits. These allow people to assemble firearms at home with parts. It seems likely, after listening to the arguments, that the court's going to side with the government on this. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. The question in this case is whether the Biden administration went too far or whether the regulation that they issued in 2022 is consistent with state law. And a majority of justices, including conservatives who have been very pro-gun rights, seem to agree that the Biden administration is on firm ground here. Ghost guns are a public health crisis in this country. They are untraceable. They can be made at home with a kit, and law enforcement officials say they have been proliferating and used in crimes and make it really difficult for them to trace these guns. And after this rule went into place in 2022, it sort of curbed the growth, and they're saying that it needs to be in place, and it seems like a majority of justices agree. Joe and Christine.
All right, Ken, thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Now for what's making headlines around the world, Haiti's foreign minister is blasting the Dominican Republic's newly enforced policy on deporting migrants back to Haiti.
NBC international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Good morning, Claudio.
Christine, good morning. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, the Dominican Republic said that they have either repatriated or deported 11,000 Haitians back to their neighboring country as part of the biggest deportation plan of the country's recent history. Now, according to humanitarian rights groups, at least 500,000 Haitians, many of whom fled gang violence in their country, currently live in the Dominican Republic. The government there last week said it will send 10,000 people a week back to Haiti, citing excess of immigrants. But the United Nations and human rights groups warned that deporting them back to Haiti will put their lives at risk. On Monday, Haiti's foreign minister, as you mentioned, called the deportation plan a dehumanizing act and said the brutal scenes of roundups and deportations are an affront to human dignity. Let's go to Brazil now, where Elon Musk's social media platform X is getting back up and running more than a month after it was suspended by the country's Supreme Court. The suspension was ordered at the end of August after Musk defied requests by Brazil's court to ban some user accounts and remove content that the court said violated federal laws. Instead, Musk closed the headquarters of X in Brazil and disparaged the country's Supreme Court minister, Alexandre de Moraes, comparing him to the movie villain Voldemort and calling him a fake judge. Now, the Supreme Court said in a statement that X can go back online as the company finally complied with their conditions. And let's end this tour of the world at a museum of modern art in the Netherlands, where a lift technician threw away a piece of artwork that looked like 2 empty cans of beer. Now, officials at the Lam Museum in Lisse, about 20 miles from Amsterdam, said the cans of beer were hand-painted with acrylics by French artist Alexandre Lavet and symbolized cherished memories with dear friends, and that the evening spent enjoying drinks may seem trivial, but they ultimately embody precious moments of connection. Well, now this is the interpretation given by the museum guys, but if you ask the technician, I'm sure that his interpretation of that modern art is, well, it's all just rubbish. Back to you guys.
I feel kind of bad for everyone involved in that one.
All right. Like the still life you're used to. All right,
thanks, Claudio.
All right, coming up, weathering the storm.
After the break, how Florida zoos are working to keep all of its animals safe as Hurricane Milton bears down on the state's Gulf Coast. That's next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Zoos across Florida are closed this morning as they make final preparations for Hurricane Milton. In some cases, the staff is not only relocating animals, but some workers are staying on site to make sure creatures big and small are safe during the monster storm. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Naples with more on this. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The good news, all of these animals are being watched out for. And look, zoos and aquariums across the state, there is a requirement. They have to have a disaster plan in place. Joe, it is certainly relevant in this case. Zoo Tampa telling us that they have at least 2 weeks of food ordinarily prepared for the animals. But in this instance, it's 3 weeks or more as they want to be as ready as possible for whatever Milton has in store.
It's all hands on deck at zoos across Florida as staff tirelessly prepare to protect animals from Hurricane Milton. The Zoo Tampa team is working around the clock, relocating animals, preparing food, and securing buildings. It's all a massive effort to keep more than 1,000 critters, including Florida's iconic flamingos and manatees, safe and secure.
Whether it's something as large as an elephant all the way down to something as small as, a golden frog, there's a plan in place on how to address and make sure they're safe.
There's also a ride-out team staying on site to keep watch over the animals.
This is a team that will be in a secure location during the storm. They are basically a group of, for lack of a better term, at the zoo, first responders.
And from primates to porcupines, even pythons, staff at Naples Zoo setting up hurricane shelters for its creatures, like this one for 2 black-crowned cranes. At Zoo Miami, currently on the outskirts of Hurricane Milton's current path, the biggest concern is rising water levels impacting exhibits like this lion enclosure built with moats for overall security.
We've had to bring animals and keep them inside because the water in the moats has risen so much that it's created a bridge where an animal could literally swim out. So animals like our lions, like our gorillas, animals that are potentially dangerous are being secured overnight in their night quarters.
And inside Tampa's Florida Aquarium, it's 9 penguins marching from their first floor habitat to higher ground. Staff making the move due to a dangerous storm surge forecast to be as high as 10 feet or more in the area.
We plan for things like this so they have nice homes, even though they may be a little temporary.
And it's not just exotic animals.
We're just trying to play our part. And a lot of these, outdoor kennels within this area are going to be really not safe for these dogs.
As some residents answered the call to take in dogs from Miami area shelters.
We never expected to get the response that we got. It's been overwhelming.
Joe, a really important point right now if you are evacuating and want to do so with pets. Almost all of the counties issuing mandatory evacuations have shelters specially designed to take your pets. It's not all of them, but some. So that cannot be a reason that you're not going to leave your home. Officials certainly want to be communicating that message. Also, Zoo Tampa telling us that this can be very stressful for our four-legged friends. If you could just bring some toys or treats to calm them down, but your mere presence will also make a difference.
Good
Joe, back to you.
Love to see the caretakers staying behind to help the zoo animals. All right, Sam Brock, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, turning now to a disturbing trend on X involving thousands of posts promoting eating disorders. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains how X's algorithm is playing a role in spreading these harmful messages online. We want to warn you the topics in this story may be triggering.
Eating disorder Twitter, or ED-Twit as users call the community, thriving on X, with over 173,000 people joining one of these communities over the last 2 years. Originally, the largest was meant as a safe space for users with eating disorders, but it became a forum for tactics on disordered eating. Across the communities, thousands of posts every day, many users in their teens, some as young as 13.
It becomes like an echo chamber. It's all how to further your eating disorder, how to become sicker.
The content recommended to users by X's algorithms on its For You pages when their engagement overlaps with similar accounts. And it can be disturbing.
People were asking for tips on how to restrict calories to a really unhealthy level. They were asking about purging practices. There were instructions for how to reduce your calorie intake to the point where you would be fasting for days on end.
In September, after NBC News requested comment on these growing online communities, X suspended the largest group for, quote, violating rules against promoting self-harming behavior. Tens of thousands of users then joined similar X communities. X suspended 2 of them after NBC News reached out again.
I started having people reach out to me and sending me screenshots of seeing this content on their own For You pages. So I began to pick up on the fact that this is a really widespread issue to the point where lots of people are getting this content recommended to them on X.
This kind of content isn't new nor limited to X. It's popped up on other platforms as well, including Instagram and TikTok. Both of those platforms now directing people to helpful resources when they search for terms related to eating disorders.
What we find is that as soon as a platform starts moderating this content more, trying to ban it, these pro-eating disorder communities will shift to a platform with seemingly more relaxed rules.
An X spokesperson saying, quote, X prohibits content that promotes or encourages self-harming behaviors, adding, quote, we review community content when our automated detection or user reporting suggests a potential violation may exist. As social media use surges with teens, eating disorder-related health visits more than doubled amongst Americans younger than 17 in the past 5 years, according to data company Trilliant Health, while the CDC says ED hospitalizations spiked for adolescent girls during the pandemic. But just banning the groups creates a whack-a-mole of sorts.
There are new ones proliferating to make up for the ones that were taken away.
NBC News also identified several more X communities with up to 81,000 members featuring content promoting eating disorders and self-harm that X has still not banned. So what could help?
Try and spread an alternate message that, hey, you don't necessarily have to embed in this community. There are other ways of finding an identity online.
An identity many vulnerable young people are searching for.
Our thanks to Yasmin Vasugian for that report. For anyone struggling with eating disorders or self-harm, you can reach out to the National Alliance for Eating Disorders helpline at the number right there on your screen. You can also text Alliance to 741-741. All right, coming up, would you let your car insurance provider track your habits behind the wheel if it meant saving a little money?
After the break, it's a trend some drivers are jumping on, but could the technology actually send your premium soaring? Fasten your seatbelts. That's up next.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The Vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning marks the beginning of a new era on the Las Vegas Strip. The iconic Tropicana Hotel was demolished just hours ago in a spectacular show. It's Vegas, after all. The city clears the way for something new. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Vegas with more on the overnight show and what's to come next. Looks like you probably had a pretty good view there, Liz.
Yeah, Joe, we were actually on the ground looking up at it. It was pretty incredible. We were also very lucky that the wind blew the smoke in the other direction. But it was like a magic show. Poof, those towers were gone within seconds in a puff of smoke. They used 2,000 pounds of explosives, 4 miles of detonating cord. There was a fireworks and drone show. All of this to mark the end of an era here in Las Vegas, but also the start of a new one as the city rebrands itself as a hub for sports.
Have you heard it's in
This morning, a dramatic sign-off fit for Sin City. Las Vegas's iconic Tropicana Hotel coming down in spectacular fashion. The implosion marking the end of an era on the Vegas Strip. When the hotel debuted in 1957, it was dubbed the Tiffany of the Strip for its lavish decor and star-studded guests like Elizabeth Taylor, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis Jr.
Did the Strip look anything like it does today when the Tropicana first opened?
Not at all. Not at all. And it was really bringing, something elevated to Las Vegas.
It was even the first to bring Vegas the famous feather showgirls when it opened the legendary Folies Bergère. The Trop also a fixture in pop culture, appearing in Elvis Presley's Viva Las Vegas, The Godfather,
Welcome to Las Vegas,
and as a James Bond favorite in Diamonds Are Forever.
I hear that the Hotel Tropicana is quite comfortable.
But after 67 years, General Manager Eric Knowles says the beloved resort has dealt its final hand.
It's a bit emotional, but bittersweet.
The closure making way for a new vision in Vegas. The property set to become the site of a new MLB stadium for the A's, who are joining the Golden Knights, the Raiders, and the Aces as part of the city's big bet on sports entertainment.
What does the implosion celebration symbolize to you?
I think it's like the mythological phoenix. It's in the fire or something else is reborn. This is a welcome to the baseball team for the A's, as well as a farewell to the Tropicana.
We've been loading explosives since Tuesday morning.
Hours before, we were given exclusive access to the blast zone with the duo behind the show.
What does it take to implode two 23-story buildings of steel?
Forethought. Forethought, a lot of insurance.
And 2,000 pounds of explosives.
A little bit. It makes a little difference.
All in all, the implosion lasting less than 30 seconds as the Tropicana's nearly 7 decades of history
Just like that, gone.
goes out with a bang.
Now, guys, it was so impressive to see those towers come down so quickly. The skyline here in Vegas already changed. As for that MLB stadium, the city tells us that despite skeptics, they are confident the A's are going to be coming here to Vegas. They hope for that stadium, the MLB stadium, to open by 2028. Guys.
All right, Liz, I'm glad they put some forethought into that implosion. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it.
Right now to what's making financial headlines this morning. Boeing is halting some negotiations with its striking machinists union.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Christine. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Boeing has halted talks and pulled its latest pay offer to roughly 33,000 striking factory workers. Reports say Boeing's negotiator calls the union's demands non-negotiable and further talks don't make sense. Reuters reports Boeing is examining options to raise billions of dollars through the sale of stock, while factories that produce these 737 MAX, 767, and 777 planes are shut. Ratings agency S&P estimates the strike is costing more than $1 billion a month. S&P has put the company's credit rating on review for a possible downgrade to junk status. Home Depot is reportedly starting to accept Apple Pay in the self-checkout lines. Now, 9to5 Max says the rollout appears to be very gradual, and Home Depot had been a major holdout on accepting Apple Pay in stores. Rival Lowe's started supporting the service last year. Walmart is still the biggest Apple Pay holdout as it focuses on its own Walmart Pay and Walmart Plus platforms. And calling all children of the 80s and 90s, American Girl has released its annual line of Halloween costumes, and this year adults can also dress up as their favorite dolls with outfits in both kid and adult sizes. Fans can choose from 8 characters, including Kirsten, Samantha, Molly. Now, the costumes include the doll's full outfit minus the shoes and additional accessories such as matching wigs. Now, they're now available for purchase at Target, Amazon, and costumes.com.
All right.
I haven't even started thinking about a costume yet.
Me either.
I just like to claim I'm too old, and then I can move along.
Just put a witch's hat on.
There you go. There you go. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
All right, turning now to a growing trend that could save you money on soaring car insurance premiums.
Many auto insurance companies will now lower your rate in return for tracking your habits behind the wheel, but some users say the technology doesn't always work the way it should. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the story.
Hey there. Well, we know about our credit scores, but what about your driving score? If you've opted in for one of these safe driving programs or used certain apps, you likely have one. Anything from a fast turn to a heavy foot on the brake can lower it, or, as one driver found out, even a ride on a roller coaster.
Stop sign, Dad! What? What are you doing? You went through a stop sign. That's called a rolling stop.
It's no secret some drivers are better than others.
It thinks we're in a park. Oh, my God, it is a park! Away from the kids! Hey, for the lake!
But this morning, how companies are measuring drivers' skill and safety behind the wheel has some honking their horns. Thomas Bousquet uses Geico's voluntary safe driving program, Drive Easy, which tracks driving behavior through an app on his phone to adjust his insurance rate. Except when he visited an Ohio amusement park last month, he says the app mistook a roller coaster ride for his car and dropped his driver's score.
I could tell by the way the map route was drawn that obviously was the start of the beast layout.
Geico says users can easily correct those errors within the app, which is what Bousquet, who plans to continue with the program, did.
It's encouraging me even more to be safer and to be more cautious and aware of my surroundings.
The tracking of driving habits has grown in recent years, with some auto insurance companies offering up to 40% in savings for participation at a time when premiums are soaring.
Can we go?
Yeah, faster. Oh, no, siree. You see, I get discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot from Progressive.
Instead of like charging you more based on, say, like your credit score or your gender, they charge you more based on your actual driving behavior.
But consumer advocates point out that means premiums in most states can also go up based on that tracking data. And according to one survey, only 38% of customers who use safe driving apps believe the data points are always accurate.
I went from having like a grade A to a B plus to a B. I'm like, what is the standard for this?
The digital age driving new questions behind the wheel.
Do you feel like you have to be more vigilant now in watching your data?
Absolutely, for sure.
Consumer protections, by the way, vary by state. For instance, North Carolina only allows insurers to lower your premiums based on safe driving data, not increase them. Ohio, where Thomas Bousquet lives, has no specific laws, according to the Consumer Federation of America. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thanks so much.
What if they gave those to the taxi drivers here in New York?
Oh, my gosh, can you imagine?
All right, coming up, it's a contest we always like to cover here on Morning News Now. The heavy hibernators competing to win Fat Bear Week.
After the break, we'll take you to Alaska and show you the finalists and reveal what is different about this year's winner.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We are back now with an impressive new gaming record that was never thought possible. 16-year-old Twitch streamer Michael Arteaga just became the first person to ever clear the highest level of Tetris, achieving the so-called rebirth after rolling the game back to 0 from level 255, the highest level. The teen was reportedly using a modified version of the game made exclusively for the Nintendo Entertainment System that prevents crashes after level 155. After his achievement, Arteaga wrapped up his stream by saying, "I never want to play this game again."
I don't blame him. I can't believe no one's ever finished it till now.
Oh my
But then
gosh.
I didn't know there were that many levels. I got to level 4, I think.
Oh my gosh, I've never played Tetris.
You never played
I'm
Tetris?
No,
You have to play Tetris.
Yeah.
All right. We end this hour with the winner of a contest like no other, Fat Bear Week. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has a look at the viral March Madness style competition.
Through the roaring waters of Brooks Falls, these Alaska brown bears are packing on the pounds. Like heavyweight boxers bulking up for a weigh-in, gorging on sockeye salmon, making massive gains to go round for round before the long winter, nearly doubling their body weight. Animal lovers from around the world can watch the action via high-quality webcams and vote for their faves in a March Madness-style bracket. Last year, 1.3 million people cast ballots, a massive increase over 10 years ago.
The accessibility of watching truly wild animals and not in a zoo sense, I think, connects people to it, but also just how awesome bears are.
And they are awesome. Like heavyweight grazer, last year's Fat Bear champ, a mama grizz weighing in around 1,000 pounds. Wildlife guide John Kuiper has a front row seat at the river's edge.
Every time I get to see one's a good day.
Katmai National Park gets fewer than 20,000 visitors annually, and it can only be reached by boat or seaplane. So Fat Bear Week, a collab between Katmai and the National Park Service, is a way for everyone to learn about preserving this critical bear habitat.
They rely so heavily on the salmon runs to add enough weight for the hibernation season. There would be no Fat Bear Week without the salmon run.
And this year, John's all in for Chunk, this massive alpha bear of the falls, easily recognizable with a signature scar on his face.
He was bigger than anything I'd seen before.
Even carving out a special chunk on his own arm for him.
People think it was awesome. People feel a lot stronger in their obligation to protect something if they feel a connection to it. And I think that's part of the really important things that this week does, is connect people to the wild so that they have a desire to keep it wild.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
And a winner has been crowned. It's Grazer again, a repeat champion who took the title while caring for a baby. We're told that's the first time that's happened. Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that recap. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Wednesday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, October 9th, making landfall. Storm surge warnings now cover Florida's western coast as Hurricane Milton barrels toward the state. We will talk with a mayor whose city is expected to take a direct hit and his message to evacuate now.
Terror plot. An Afghan national has been charged for conspiring to carry out an attack on behalf of ISIS. His alleged plans to target large crowds on Election Day.
Controversial content, X facing backlash for reportedly fostering online communities that encourage eating disorders and self-harm. Why officials are increasingly concerned that the posts are taking a toll on teens.
Steals and deals. It's almost that time. Yep, that time when you should start thinking about your holiday shopping to beat the crowds and also to really capitalize on those early bird discounts. We're going to talk about what to add to your cart this Amazon Prime Day.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We start with the life-threatening Hurricane Milton. The storm right now plowing toward Florida's Gulf Coast as a catastrophic Category 4 storm with landfall expected late tonight or early tomorrow morning. Milton has been wobbling, so a direct strike could happen anywhere from Tampa Bay down to Fort Myers. You are looking right now at live pictures of the outer bands starting to lash St. Petersburg, Florida.
Forecasters are warning that this could be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record, with storm surge rising up to 15 feet, which is high enough to submerge one-story homes. In fact, just take a look at this. Intense video shows hurricane hunters flying into the eye of Milton and then being thrown around by turbulence.
We are tracking this storm from all angles. NBC News meteorologist Matt Brickman keeping a close eye on the storm's track for us. We'll start with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra live in Tampa right now. Marissa, you're there at a shopping center. It looks like a ghost town behind you. It sounds like people have heeded the evacuation orders.
Hey guys, I mean, this may look eerie, but this is what officials want to see because it means that there's the possibility that there's less people in harm's way, and there are a lot of threats that could potentially be coming around here. We've been talking for days about the preparations, the evacuations, the resources being piled into these regions that are most at risk here. We're talking about thousands of servicemen, sandbagging, of course, and then, of course, all of those evacuations that we have seen along the highways, the opening of the shoulder to make sure more people had space, and then we saw a convoy of delivery trucks. We saw them flanked by state highway patrol to make sure they could get to the gas stations much quicker to make sure that people had gas to get out of the way. But we are now seeing a very different day today. Of course, the rain is already starting to roll in. You can see that around me. We are seeing the bridges, Skyway Bridge, one example. We've seen that closed before. It is already closed. And that is what connects Pinellas County, which has those barrier islands, St. Petersburg, to the surrounding areas like Tampa, where we are right now. So time, we've been saying, is running out. We might be at the very edge of that, guys. And so when we talk about the risks still ahead, we have not just the wind risks. We have cranes in St. Petersburg. And that's important to keep an eye on because even though someone might be in a zone outside of the storm surge risk, you still have the risks of something like a crane toppling over into a residential area. And of course, all of that debris we've been talking about, guys, they were able to remove 50% of it, according to Governor Ron DeSantis, in those barrier islands. But they had to stop because the people who were doing the removing also had to evacuate themselves, guys.
Yeah, first off, Marissa, we have to ask that you and your superstar producer there, Aaron Franco, stay safe because you have been covering this really since the beginning. And you mentioned the risk of debris and cranes, but now we're also seeing the risk of tornadoes precede Milton's landfall. Where have they already touched down in the state?
Well, we have seen some funnel clouds, and we're still working on verifying exactly what's happening in the southeastern part, in the Miami-Dade, Broward County area. Guys, I can tell you, in the time that I've been covering hurricanes, this is something that often catches people off guard because they see the risk most, right now that's on the Gulf side of Florida. But I have covered hurricanes even as they've made their way through North Carolina, been there on the ground in the aftermath when those tornadoes touched ground and surprised a lot of people. So no one should be letting their guard down here because those can be just as dangerous, guys.
Marissa Parra, thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and turn to our NBC meteorologist, Matt Brickman, who is live for us right now in our studio. Matt, it is good to see you this Wednesday. First off, we know that, as we've watched Milton throughout the week, the track has shifted slightly. Where do we stand right now? I mean, how unpredictable is this storm going to be for that landfall that Marissa was talking about?
Yeah, so we're at about 12 hours out from landfall right now. So we could see maybe a 20-mile window somewhere within that cone is where we should see landfall for this storm. Right now, Milton's a Category 4. It's about 175 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. But I don't want you to get too hung up on the categories at this point. It's a difference of 10, 15 miles an hour for high-end wind speeds. But you just heard about tornadoes. That's one of the many impacts we're going to see from this storm. In fact, these are all active tornado warnings from Fort Myers east, close to West Palm, inland across Florida, as those storms are already spinning those strong winds onshore. A tornado watch in effect for much of South Florida till 9 o'clock tonight. Some of these could be very strong, EF2 or greater, through the afternoon and into the evening. Now, as far as the track, the storm expected to weaken a little bit as it moves onshore late tonight. The middle of that bullseye for the moment is around Sarasota, but again, 10 miles north or south could make a big difference. It'll move quickly across the state, arriving overnight tonight and then clearing the east side of Florida as we get into Thursday afternoon. And here are the impacts we're going to see as we get on land. Storm surge is something that you've heard about a lot. This happens on the right side of the center of that storm because you've got the strongest winds pushing ocean water on land. On the north side of that, you've got the winds pushing water away from land. So this could make a big difference for a place like Tampa. Say the storm takes a more northerly track, that could send stronger storm surge towards Tampa, a little bit farther south, more of a concern, closer to a spot like Port Charlotte, 10 to 15 feet. dramatic, life-threatening storm surge possible there. We'll continue to keep an eye on this as things change throughout the afternoon, guys.
NBC's Matt Brickman. Matt, thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. Bruce Rector joins us now. He's the mayor of Clearwater, Florida. Mayor, thank you very much for making some time for us here on Daily. We know, as Matt was just reporting, Milton's outer bands have already started hitting Florida. Talk to us about the conditions where you are in Clearwater.
Well, the rain and the wind are already starting to pick up. We've had stronger and stronger gusts here just within the last hour. So it's beginning to deteriorate. And I've been visiting our shelters this morning. They're filling up quickly. A secondary shelter I just went to here in Clearwater that was just opened up because the other ones had already filled, already had 506 people who are sheltering there. So we're preparing, and it's going to get worse. And if you now's not a time to leave your home. If you haven't gotten to a shelter, now's the time to hunker down and not be out and put yourself and your family in harm's way.
Mayor, again, thank you for making the time. I know you spoke with us also yesterday. In fact, I was just talking in the commercial break with a cousin of mine who lives there in Clearwater, and he said he went to Miami and he sort of boarded up the house and got everything together. I know there are some people who are living in condos and high rises, though they're choosing not to leave. I mean, they've ridden out storms like this before. They figure that they'll be safe from the storm surge since they're several stories up high. What do you say to those people?
Yeah. Well, hopefully those who, particularly in our barrier islands, Clearwater Beach, Sand Key, and Island Estates, and those condominiums, hopefully yesterday I encouraged them to leave. I went street by street and checked on people and encouraged folks. And our bigger buildings, most did. Hurricane Helene was devastating for one level houses and dwellings. People saw those images, and most people left our barrier islands. So now it's the folks inland that I'm worried about. This storm will be different than Helene, and it's going to have a lot of wind, probably going to carry a lot of debris. And if you are in a building, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th floor up, you need to be aware of what's coming as far as potential tornadoes, wind, and get inside the interior of your building, away from windows during this storm.
Yeah.
Mayor, before we let you go, we know right now it's about life safety and the priority of getting out, but you're a city leader, you're a resident. Long term, how are you making plans moving forward, understanding that climate change is here and these storms continue to get worse?
Well, we've learned a lot about our city's resiliency just in the past 2 weeks with Hurricane Helene. So, and we were already, repairing and recovering from that. But certainly we've learned some lessons here, and we'll have an opportunity as we rebuild and recover from whatever damage is through this one to focus on resiliency, focus on reconstructing things to make them stronger and better and able to withstand these storms.
That is good to hear. Mayor Bruce Rector of Clearwater, thank you very much.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute, where the Department of Justice says it is considering asking a federal judge to force Google to sell parts of its business. This is all part of the department's antitrust lawsuit against the company.
CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Boorstin joins us now. So, Julia, what does the DOJ want? What kind of changes are they proposing for Google?
Well, some of the proposals include restricting how Google's AI mines other websites to deliver search results and blocking Google from paying companies, including Apple, billions of dollars annually to guarantee its search engine is the default on consumers' electronic products like the iPhone. The DOJ is set to present a more detailed proposal next month. And Honda is recalling 1.7 million cars and SUVs over a steering issue. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said the steering gearbox may have been assembled incorrectly, which could make it hard to steer, could increase the risk of crashing. The agency opened a probe into the issue in 2023 and upgraded it in November after receiving 13 reports of crashes related to the issue last year. The recall affects various models from 2022 to 2025. And Melinda French Gates is launching a $250 million fund to improve women's mental and physical health. According to the fund's website, organizations worldwide that address barriers to women's health have until December 3rd to apply for funding. Back over to you.
All right, Julia Boorstin. Julia, thanks so much.
Well, content that reportedly promotes eating disorders is increasingly being recommended to X users. Coming up, we're going to take a deep dive into the disturbing trend that appears to be targeting young girls. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
NBC News reporting is shining a light on how groups that promote eating disorders are actually spreading across X, formerly known as Twitter.
Some users, many of them teens, are being recommended content that glorifies extreme thinness. NBC News correspondent Yasmin Vasugian explains how this trend adds to growing concerns about the dangers of social media for young people.
Eating disorder Twitter, or ED-Twit as users call the community, thriving on X, with over 173,000 people joining one of these communities over the last 2 years. Originally, the largest was meant as a safe space for users with eating disorders, but it became a forum for tactics on disordered eating. Across the communities, thousands of posts every day, many users in their teens, some as young as 13.
It becomes like an echo chamber. It's all how to further your eating disorder, how to become sicker.
The content recommended to users by X's algorithms on its For You pages when their engagement overlaps with similar accounts. And it can be disturbing.
People were asking for tips on how to restrict calories to a really unhealthy level. They were asking about purging practices. There were instructions for how to reduce your calorie intake to the point where you would be fasting for days on end.
In September, after NBC News requested comment on these growing online communities, X suspended the largest group for, quote, violating rules against promoting self-harming behavior. Tens of thousands of users then joined similar X communities. X suspended 2 of them after NBC News reached out again.
I started having people reach out to me and sending me screenshots of seeing this content on their own For You pages. So I began to pick up on the fact that this is a really widespread issue to the point where lots of people are getting this content recommended to them on X.
This kind of content isn't new nor limited to X. It's popped up on other platforms as well, including Instagram and TikTok. Both of those platforms now directing people to helpful resources when they search for terms related to eating disorders.
What we find is that as soon as a platform starts moderating this content more, trying to ban it, these pro-eating disorder communities will shift to a platform with seemingly more relaxed rules.
An X spokesperson saying, quote, X prohibits content that promotes or encourages self-harming behaviors, adding, quote, we review community content when our automated detection or user reporting suggests a potential violation may exist. As social media use surges with teens, eating disorder-related health visits more than doubled amongst Americans younger than 17 in the past 5 years, according to data company Trilliant Health, while the CDC says ED hospitalizations spiked for adolescent girls during the pandemic. But just banning the groups creates a whack-a-mole of sorts.
There are new ones proliferating to make up for the ones that were taken away.
NBC News also identified several more X communities with up to 81,000 members featuring content promoting eating disorders and self-harm that X has still not banned. So what could help?
Try and spread an alternate message that, hey, you don't necessarily have to embed in this community. There are other ways of finding an identity online.
An identity many vulnerable young people are searching for. Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Thank you, Yasmin. Well, a new report from OpenAI is revealing bad actors have been using ChatGPT in their hacking operations to influence the upcoming U.S. election. The company says it foiled operations that targeted elections in the U.S., Rwanda, India, and the European Union. According to OpenAI, the foreign hacking and phishing scams were unsuccessful. But it's not clear whether the online misinformation campaigns gained any widespread traction.
And Orange County, California Police Department is unveiling what they say is the nation's first police Tesla Cybertruck. But they aren't using it as an ordinary patrol car. In a post on X, the Irvine Police Force says its new $153,000 Cybertruck will be used at schools for its drug abuse resistance education program, otherwise known, you may remember it if you grew up in the 80s or 90s, as DARE. It comes amid a rocky rollout for Tesla's Cybertruck, which has been hit with 5 safety and software recalls within just the first year of that vehicle's release.
Well, coming up later this hour, we are tracking Hurricane Milton, which could become one of the most destructive storms on record. The system is expected to double in size before slamming into Florida overnight. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
A CNBC investigation reveals how counterfeit versions of Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and other popular drugs used for weight loss are being actively sold online and also illegally shipped from other countries into the United States.
This is now a worldwide problem that the pharmaceutical industry says poses serious health risks. CNBC's Fast Money anchor Melissa Lee has more with Ozempic Underworld, the black market of obesity drugs.
Not far from the majestic Rocky Mountains in Boulder, Colorado, is an ordinary suburban neighborhood, a quiet, tree-lined street, and this modest light gray home. Not the kind of place you'd imagine an investigation into black market Ozempic would lead, but it did. Our look into counterfeit weight loss drugs started with purchasing Ozempic online from Laver Beauty, a company we thought was based in Colorado. What we found was that it's part of an international marketplace where criminals are either brazenly counterfeiting these drugs or buying the real thing overseas on the cheap and illegally shipping them to the U.S. to turn a profit. The main targets, Novo Nordisk's diabetes drug Ozempic.
Discover the Ozempic Trizone.
As well as its obesity drug Wegovy.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
And Eli Lilly's Mounjaro and Zepbound. All in a class of wildly popular weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s. The Ozempic we bought from Laver Beauty cost $219, while real Ozempic goes for nearly $1,000 for a month's supply. The company's website and corporate documents claim the operation is located in Boulder, Colorado. But the Ozempic we ordered from Laver Beauty was shipped via DHL from this office building in Shijiazhuang, China, off an elevator and behind this unmarked door, right to us at CNBC headquarters in New Jersey. Let's open it up and see what we have. It's a plain cardboard box. It doesn't appear to have any refrigeration, although it's supposed to be refrigerated. This looks like it might have been a refrigeration pack at one point, although it's warm now. It does say Ozempic on it, 1 milligram, and here's the Novo Nordisk logo, and here's the pen. Looks like the real thing, but let's see what's inside. Was this real Ozempic that was diverted to the U.S. or a fake? And why did it come from China when the company has a Colorado address? We'll answer that question. But first, our investigation brought us to the U.K., where hundreds of counterfeit Ozempic pens have been seized. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not. The fakes are that good. Andy Morling is Deputy Director of Criminal Enforcement for the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency.
So would you like to have a guess which one is the genuine and which one is the fake?
This one is real. The other one with the purplish pen isn't.
It is, to us, a very crude copy, not sophisticated in any sense at all, but it's enough to make people who don't have this level of knowledge and don't have the comparison to make inject this into themselves and cause themselves significant harm.
A total of 869 counterfeit Ozempic pens were seized. They're actually relabeled insulin pens.
These are completely counterfeit products manufactured somewhere, we don't know exactly where, and made to look very much like Ozempic pens.
Now, back to the Ozempic we bought online. Novo Nordisk says the Ozempic we received appears to be diverted legitimate product and was produced for and distributed to the Chinese market during late 23 and early 24. Therefore, it would be unauthorized, unapproved for the U.S. market. The company went on to state that it cannot confirm the sterility, which may present an increased risk of infection for patients who use the counterfeit product. Still, one question remained. What is the connection between this house, listed on the Laver Beauty website, and this office in China? The homeowners told us they have no connection to the Chinese Ozempic seller at all. Laver Beauty did not respond to our request for comment. The day after we sent that request, the Colorado address was scrubbed from the website.
As far as that address in Colorado, a WhatsApp representative told me on WhatsApp that it was the address of their previous U.S. warehouse. Clearly, it was just a residential house. And law enforcement sources tell us that the Ozempic we received is actually part of an ongoing federal investigation into packages of Ozempic being shipped from China here into the United States.
Wow.
Fascinating.
Melissa, that was an incredible report. Just kudos to you and your entire team. That was eye-opening. Melissa Lee, Melissa, thanks.
And stay with us. Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us here on Daily. It is 12:30 in Pittsburgh and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Rare, heavy rains in Morocco have left lagoons of water in the Sahara Desert. No, that's not a mirage. This area is one of the driest and hottest places on Earth. Officials there say it's been 30 to 50 years since they've had this much rain in such a short period of time. The country has been experiencing a drought for the last 6 years.
The iconic Tropicana Hotel in Las Vegas was demolished overnight in pretty spectacular fashion. People gathered in the early morning hours to watch the implosion, which required 2,000 pounds of explosives. The hotel and casino was demolished to make way for a new MLB stadium for the A's, who were leaving Oakland, California, and then coming to Las Vegas.
Jenna Fischer, best known for her role as Pam in The Office, has revealed her battle with breast cancer. The 50-year-old said in an Instagram post yesterday she was diagnosed 10 months ago with stage 1 triple-positive breast cancer. Fischer says it was detected early through diagnostic imaging and that she is now cancer-free but still taking medication. We wish her well.
In just a matter of hours, Hurricane Milton will be making landfall near Sarasota, Florida, and it is expected to bring catastrophic conditions. Much of the state is under flash flood warnings, and people are bracing for extreme damage, with wind speeds forecasted to reach nearly 100 miles per hour. In some areas, expecting 18 inches of rain. 9,000 National Guardsmen are now on the ground trying to protect critical infrastructure before that storm hits.
Millions of people across the state are fleeing, with 19 counties now under evacuation notices. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says nearly 150 shelters are open and they're able to house 200,000 people. He's urging people to leave or go to one of these shelters before it's too late. Almost the entire west coast of Florida could see massive storm surges. Some areas from Tampa to Sarasota could see surges as high as 12, even 15 feet.
This is a different time than any other hurricane I've been through here. I know exactly what it's going to look like. It's going to look like Naples did last year, a couple years ago. It's devastating.
The residents know what is coming. NBC meteorologist Matt Brickman is standing by with more on the storm's path. First, we're going to head to NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch in Sarasota. So, Jesse, Milton on track to make landfall where you are happening tonight. The rain, though, we can see it's already starting there. How are preparations looking? What's the city feeling like right now in terms of the number of people who've already left?
Yeah, Vicki, it's largely a ghost town at this point. As far as preparation, some of that has had to stop already. We've heard from officials here that the dump in this county stopped taking in debris yesterday, and that means that whatever has still been left out on the streets and neighborhoods from the aftermath of Helene is now going to be turned into a projectile, potentially, when this storm brings those powerful winds. And you can see the winds already whipping these trees, and we are getting isolated moments of really powerful gusts. The rain has also been coming down here. And I can tell you, I've already seen a storm drain starting to get overwhelmed. And all of that is happening hours before we get storm surge. And we are expecting as much as 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And right behind me is the Sarasota Bay. So we are right near the waterfront. I want to stress we are elevated. We are in a safe position. We are sheltered on most sides, with the exception of this frame right behind me. And we're taking extra safety precautions compared to what we normally would because of that debris threat. But we are elevated well above where we would expect to be seeing storm surge. But we will be seeing water rushing through streets, potentially lifting vehicles, destroying homes, and also taking lives if people have not evacuated. I can see off in the distance police lights flashing. The Barrier Island causeway has been shut down. People are not allowed to go onto it. They are allowed to leave. The water has been shut down there as well, so they are really trying to encourage people to get out. But time for that is running out, guys.
Yeah, Jesse, I mean, what's the mood there? Because this is the 6th major hurricane in just the last 7 years that's expected to cause hundreds of millions of dollars in damage to that area. But this is actually going to be the first to hit Sarasota directly. So what are people feeling knowing that this time is a little bit different?
Yeah, I think that Helene was a wake-up call. I spoke with the mayor yesterday here in Sarasota, and she said that Helene was about as tough of a hit as they've ever taken here. And that, I think, has opened people's eyes to the risks they're taking if they stay, and might have and hopefully inspired more people to evacuate. I also think it has accelerated the timeline on which we are seeing people grabbing up resources. We always come into town a few days ahead of time when we're covering one of these storms, and we go grab water, gas, non-perishable food like everyone else. And I can tell you that it was harder for me to find things than usual. I'm typically able to find water. I'm typically able to find gas cans. But those items were harder to come by earlier, I think, than we've seen in other storms. And that seems to speak to the sense that people are, remembering what Helene just did and hopefully taking things very seriously, guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you very much. Stay safe, friend.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC meteorologist Matt Brickman. Matt, this storm is expected to move pretty quickly across the state once it actually does make landfall. Can you tell us sort of about the timing and which areas will actually see the worst of it?
Yeah, we'll mention that this storm is going to be moving near Sarasota. That'll happen overnight tonight. Midnight to 3 a.m. seems to be the timing when landfall is most likely. Currently, Milton is a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds up to 145 miles an hour and headed to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. Here's the path of that storm, but notice the cone. So anywhere within that space, we could see the center of this storm move. So up close to Tampa, down farther south, closer to Port Charlotte. Once the storm makes landfall, it'll move quickly across the state, but remaining a hurricane as it clears the east side of Florida by the afternoon. And here's the storm surge that we were talking about from Sarasota south. So from the southern edge of the eye of the storm, 10 to 15 feet of ocean water being pushed on land. That's what storm surge is, and that could stretch several miles inland as well. That's not to say anything about the rain that we're going to see falling as well. 17 million folks at risk of flash flooding and river flooding. Already flash flood warnings in place. We've seen tornado warnings pop up over the southern part of the state. And you can see the highest risk for flash flooding, including Tampa and Orlando, and of course back through Sarasota as well. Those higher end winds, even in high-rise buildings, can do damage. You can see those gusts in Sarasota over 100 miles an hour. So this will come in late tonight, move quickly by tomorrow afternoon across, but we are going to see a lot of damage from this storm in the next 24 hours or so. Back to you.
Really good perspective there. Matt Brickman for us here in the studio. Matt, thanks.
The Justice Department has charged an Afghan national living in Oklahoma with plotting to carry out a terrorist attack on Election Day. He allegedly planned to do it on behalf of ISIS.
All that is according to new court documents released just yesterday. DOJ officials say they arrested 27-year-old Nasir Tawhidi earlier this week. This happened after he bought 2 AK-47s and hundreds of rounds of ammunition from an undercover FBI agent. Thankfully, our NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has been covering this for us. Ken, it's still unclear exactly where he planned to carry out this attack, but I know the feds say that he wanted to target large gatherings of people. How did they even get wind of that detail?
As is often the case in these situations, Morgan, court records show confidential FBI sources helped expose this plot. Authorities said that in an interview after his arrest, by the way, Tawhidi confirmed that the attack was intended to target large gatherings on Election Day and that he expected to die a martyr, along with a juvenile co-conspirator who is described as an Afghan citizen with legal permanent resident status. The pair were arrested after they met 2 confidential human sources and an undercover FBI agent who posed as business partners at a rural location in the Western District of Oklahoma. Prosecutors say they were intending to buy those rifles you mentioned, 10 magazines, and ammunition for the planned attack. Court records showed Tawhidi Googled and saved ISIS propaganda. He tried to liquidate family assets before the planned attack. They say he contributed to a charity which fronts for and funnels money to ISIS, guys.
You know, Ken, we are told this man entered the country on a special immigrant visa, SIV, back in September of 2021. Walk us through that process and where the vulnerabilities are for people like this.
Yeah, this is a big deal. He came in under that special immigrant visa, which means he worked for the U.S. in Afghanistan. But the court records don't say anything about that, how he got in, who vetted him. And that's a big question right now. He is charged with conspiring and attempting to provide material support to ISIS, which carries a maximum sentence of 20 years, and receiving a firearm to be used to commit a felony or federal crime of terrorism, which carries a maximum sentence of 15 years. But the big question right now is how he got in. The Department of Homeland Security is supposed to vet these people. What was that process like? How long was his case pending? This has been an ongoing saga with the special immigrant visas. Veterans have complained that they take too long. People who helped us in Afghanistan are not getting in. But this is the other side of that equation, a really unfortunate situation where someone that was let in turns out to have been an alleged terrorist, guys.
Ken Delanian for us there from our D.C. Bureau. Ken, thank you.
A woman in Missouri says she was driving on the interstate when she spotted a commotion on an overpass in St. Louis County. It turns out it was a group of white nationalists waving neo-Nazi flags.
And instead of driving away, the woman who is Jewish decided to strike up a conversation with them. Justina Cornell from our NBC affiliate KSDK spoke to her about her effort to spread love instead of hate.
Hate on the highway. White nationalists waved Nazi flags above Interstate 64 Saturday afternoon.
What are you saying?
Curious by the commotion.
It's been a really unique experience for me.
Shelley Dean questioned the chaos as she drove by.
I mean, if you want to come up here and talk to us, you're more than welcome.
I kind of do.
And she began a conversation.
First thing I said to the guy is like, am I safe? And he said, yes. I said, okay, because I'm Jewish. And he said, yes.
In a Facebook Live, the back and forth unfolded.
My family was in the Holocaust. So was that not true? One of the things they said, because they said that they use these Nazi symbols because they know it gets people, it really gets people going.
Dean works at an organization dedicated to providing Jewish education, and she's a yoga instructor at a Jewish community center.
And we say peace begins with me.
This mantra motivated her. Before her eyes, they'd say, "Hail Hitler," and deny the Holocaust.
I've never personally encountered anti-Semitism.
Despite the hateful rhetoric, she was driven by love.
Just also remember that you met a really nice Jewish girl.
I'll remember that.
Her goal is to bypass the hate and pivot to peace.
So the biggest lesson is that when we express hate, the next generation hears it and sees it, and that hate is a taught experience. You know, if I found an opportunity, then more people can say, hey, what are some things we can do to learn more or be exposed to more? I am thrilled to know that I can have an impact, hopefully, on even more people.
Peace begins with me. That was a really powerful message. Justina Cornell, thank you.
And coming up next, today is the last day of Amazon's big sales event where you can get the best deals for early holiday shopping. So we will ask an expert which products are worth purchasing and which ones you might actually want to just hold off on. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
Amazon is kicking off the holiday shopping season early with its Prime Big Deal Days. The two-day shopping event ends today. It includes millions of early holiday sales for Prime members.
And guess what? It comes just in time, with nearly half of Americans already starting, or at least planning to start, holiday shopping by Halloween, according to a Bankrate survey. So if you are, in fact, one of those early birds, the team at NBC Select has rounded up some of the biggest deals to look out for. And here to take us through all of those sales is tech and lifestyle expert Mario Armstrong. Mario, thank you so much for joining us.
So good to see you, Morgan and Vicky. This is a really great time. People take advantage of these deals.
They do.
Hit that QR code because now is the time to stock up. We got some great things.
Yeah.
Fresh teeth, dentist.
We love fresh teeth.
Yes, we do. Right?
We love fresh teeth and fresh breath.
And look, the experts say that you should brush your teeth twice a day, 2 minutes each time. So with this, it's an electric toothbrush by Oral-B, really dentist approved, and it's electric, and it times you, so you know exactly how long you've been actually brushing your teeth.
You can't skimp on that 2 minutes.
No,
You gotta
Smart Toothbrush is really great. It's 40% off. It's a great deal, and this is great for kids who don't know how to measure the time because it actually vibrates when time is up.
It tells you when to move on to the different quadrants.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk about these Grace and Stella under eye masks.
Oh, the purple eye gels under eye masks. These are lovely. Absolutely. I put these on to revitalize my eyes and give me some energy for my eyes, reduce that puffiness. I get puffiness really bad, John. I'm on TV, so it's rough. And then also, if you travel a lot or on the go or you're going into a meeting, do you feel how cool it is?
It's very cool. It feels like it was
really
slippery.
And it's slippery, but it doesn't slide off your face.
Is it reusable?
So I could actually put it on and, no, it's not reusable.
Just one time, okay.
But I can put it on and move around the house and not have to sit still and it not slide off of me, which is really
it's
good.
very cool.
Very good.
Yeah. All right.
Really
so
great.
what do we have next? I know we were talking about basics, especially with people in the storm. They're stocking up on batteries. Are there still deals for things like that?
There are, and you would think batteries, but 28, you mentioned the storm, really great point. 28 count on these AA's. I hate buying batteries, so if I can get them on discount.
I just forget to,
Yeah, and then you open the toy on Christmas and it's like,
doesn't
there's
work.
no battery.
So toys, video game controllers, everything that you need, even those smoke detectors, these are 37% off, so stock up on that now while you can.
We all love a good air fryer. This is something very popular. A lot of people are into. Tell us about this one.
It's one of our select favorites, too. This is the Ninja AF101 air fryer. Reduces the time to cook in minutes. You have great meals, but also less oil. So we want less oil in our foods. We want healthier diets, and the kids can do this as well. So it's really great for the family. Get them all involved. And if you're a busy household, getting those food in minutes really works.
I swear by my air fryer.
39% off for that.
Veggies, so yummy.
So,
all right.
And healthy.
Healthy. I think so, yeah.
And then last but not least, you got to clean the whole house.
Right.
But we want to do it the fastest way. And if you have a busy house or if you're a pet owner, the iRobot Roomba vacuum is fantastic
I've actually
for this.
never seen one of these in person.
Are you serious?
I've heard so much talk about
Oh, they're
them.
wonderful. I have one in my house. It roams the house.
And it actually works.
It actually works, and it knows how to avoid objects. It's so smart with its technology. It won't go down steps, and it can go around the objects and be able to clean everything. And it goes right back to its dustbin if you have the one that empties itself.
Do you have a pet?
That I think is really
I
interesting.
do have a pet.
And this actually gets the hair up.
It does get the hair up. You're really
Wow. I mean, I'm really just like in disbelief, but also this is awesome.
I've had an iRobot Roomba for years, and this is 40%.
Yeah, what's the price? What's the final price
off.
on it?
44% off. I think it's around 70.
140. It says
149, I believe.
Wait, $139.99. Okay,
$139.99.
that's the sale price, right?
That's a sale price, and that's a really great sale price.
Very
the time you get back and the cleanliness that you have in your house. So hit the QR code, take advantage of these deals. It is Prime Big Day deal, so hit it.
All right, my man, Mario Armstrong with NBC Select. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
We appreciate it. And we should make a note also that our team here at NBC Select, I think you get a percentage if people use that QR code there. NBC Select earns a commission from purchases through links on NBC Select. And of course, the pricing and that availability, they're accurate as of this broadcast time, but I do believe that can change and fluctuate a little bit. So Mario, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Important points of clarification. Mario, thank you so much. Happy shopping, everybody. Stay with us. NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
we're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Out of the destruction, a ray of hope. A football coach in South Carolina is taking in a former player and his family after their home was destroyed in Hurricane Helene. Julia Morrison from our NBC affiliate WYFF spoke to the family and the coach that they now call their personal hero.
That's my room. So when I had looked out the window, that's all I saw right there. I couldn't see out of it that much since it was raining. It was like fogged up.
Malden football player Kamari Cannon has lived in the same house for his entire life.
So that branch right there is on that car. It's like we couldn't even get that car out if we wanted to.
That home now gone after a massive tree fell on it during Tropical Storm Helene.
I definitely miss like getting to lay down in my bed.
It happened quickly Friday morning.
You heard like a loud noise, like, ooh, you know, and I was like, this is not good, you know.
And then I just see a tree branch like sticking through the ceiling. Then my dad's telling me, we got to get out of here.
The Cannon family left through the front door, not knowing that in just a few days, there would be no way back in.
You can't get through the front door or the side door now because everything's kind of sunk in. So, yeah, it was just terrible.
Kamari's mom, Therese, was at work when the tree fell.
I never really seen her like cry like that, and normally she doesn't. So I could definitely tell the situation was really bad since she was crying.
The reality of the situation, still hard for the Cannon family to believe.
You know, just kind of in shock still. It doesn't seem real, just still trying to process it, and I feel like the reality of it hasn't hit me yet.
While dealing with challenges, a connection formed through football, providing hope in a time of need. Kamari's former coach, Gunter Langston, and his wife, Darby, reached out to the Cannon family and welcomed them into their home until they could figure out temporary housing.
The Cannons are good people, and good things happen to good people, and sometimes God puts you in a position to be the good thing to happen.
The Cannon family doesn't know when they'll be home again, but they've found home around them in the Malden community.
Obviously, like, I didn't hear like football's a family and all this in the past couple of years. Like, I didn't really understand it until now. Like, it really shows that like everybody's together, and like when something happens, like everybody comes together and helps each other out. Because he helped us out a lot.
Our thanks to our local affiliate for that report.
Morgan, it's a wrap on this year's Fat Bear Week. The annual competition is hosted by Alaska's Katmai National Park. It draws in people from around the world to vote on who they think is the biggest and chubbiest bear of them all. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson shows us some of the contenders who've been feasting on fish all summer long.
Through the roaring waters of Brooks Falls, these Alaska brown bears are packing on the pounds. Like heavyweight boxers bulking up for a weigh-in, gorging on sockeye salmon, making massive gains to go round for round before the long winter, nearly doubling their body weight. Animal lovers from around the world can watch the action via high-quality webcams and vote for their faves in a March Madness-style bracket. Last year, 1.3 million people cast ballots, a massive increase over 10 years ago.
The accessibility of watching truly wild animals and not in a zoo sense, I think connects people to it, but also just how awesome bears are.
And they are awesome. Like heavyweight grazer, last year's Fat Bear champ, a mama grizz weighing in around 1,000 pounds. Wildlife guide John Kuiper has a front row seat at the river's edge.
Every time I get to see one's a good day.
Katmai National Park gets fewer than 20,000 visitors annually, and it can only be reached by boat or seaplane. So Fat Bear Week, a collab between Katmai and the National Park Service, is a way for everyone to learn about preserving this critical bear habitat.
They rely so heavily on the salmon runs to add enough weight for the hibernation season. There would be no Fat Bear Week without the salmon run.
And this year, John's all in for Chunk, this massive alpha bear of the falls, easily recognizable with a signature scar in his face.
He was bigger than anything I'd seen before.
even carving out a special chunk on his own arm for him.
People think it was awesome. People feel a lot stronger in their obligation to protect something if they feel a connection to it. And I think that's part of the really important things that this week does, is connect people to the wild so that they have a desire to keep it wild.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Keep it wild. And the winner, by the way, of this year's competition, drum roll please, Grazer, the blonde-eared mama bear. She beat her rival, who was a male brown bear, that chunk right there we were talking about. She beat it by more than 85,000 votes. This is the second year in a row that Grazer has beaten Chunk in the final round.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Kate Snow.
Good day, everyone. We are coming on the air with breaking news about Hurricane Milton, the storm we've been talking about for days. A powerful Category 4 storm as of this moment. It has already started spawning a series of dangerous tornadoes touching down throughout south central Florida. The highest risk for those tornadoes runs through this afternoon. All of that, of course, ahead of the storm, ahead of the hurricane actually coming ashore, which is expected very late this evening or into tomorrow morning. Let's go to Dana Griffin in Naples, Florida. Dana, what do we know about these tornadoes? Have we had any reports yet of where they actually touched down?
So we're trying to get that information to you now. Kate, I can tell you that we were at Naples Beach just moments ago, and our phone started alerting because of the tornado warnings that were going off. We were seeing lightning at the beach. And the reason we were there was because several surfers were still in the water as that storm surge on the beach itself. Some 2-foot-high waves were coming through. Saw several people who were out there. And so that's why we left and came to a garage so that we could be safe. But we are getting alerts that there have been tornadoes that have touched down, as you mentioned, in south central Florida. We are in Naples, and because we are pretty close to that area, we got those alerts. So we haven't seen any particular funnel clouds or any sort of formations from this vantage point, but we are obviously taking this very seriously. And it is important for people that if you are in an area where you are getting that alert, you should be leaving the area or finding cover, because this is very serious. And this is ahead of Milton. We're already seeing the rain bands in certain parts of Naples. It's stopped for the moment, but this will likely be off and on throughout the day. Again, we are expected to get 5 to 8 feet of storm surge just because we are south of where that impact zone will hit in between Tampa and Sarasota. So it is obviously very concerning. Officials have already warned people, if you haven't got out, you need to leave now. I'll send it back to you, Kate.
Dana, thank you for that. And we're looking at some video on our screen. I'm trying to get a locator for what exactly we're looking at there, but clearly some folks are seeing what look like tornadoes. Let me bring in Al Roker for the very latest. Al, do we have a sense on the map of what part of Florida we're talking about?
Yeah, we're talking in the Fort Myers region right now, Kate. And in fact, this is really part and parcel of Milton, 160 miles southwest of Tampa with 145-mile-per-hour winds, moving northeast at 17. We have tornado watches right now in north of Tampa all the way down to Key West till 9 p.m. But take a look at these areas in red. These are all tornado warnings. In fact, this from my colleague Bill Cairns, there is a particularly dangerous situation warning. Media confirming a large tornado that started over near Fort Myers and heading toward Acadia. So we're watching these systems now starting to develop. As you can see, as this storm is getting closer, usually the northeast quadrant is the most dangerous part of the storm. And as that system is making its way, this is that northeast quadrant. So we have for today this area from Melbourne to Englewood to Fort Myers, Moorhaven, Fort Pierce, all in this area, an EF2 or greater tornado possible. I just want to make sure, see if we didn't get some more information in here. We're, in fact, near Clewiston, Florida, also about an hour ago, they had a wedge tornado on the ground. So this is a very strong developing situation right now, ahead of the hurricane, actually, Milton, actually making landfall. We're expecting, again, landfall sometime around late tonight, early tomorrow morning, Kate. But right now, the main concern are these tornadoes that are firing up and will continue right through this evening, Kate.
Al, thank you so much for that. We're looking at video, Al. I don't know if you have a monitor and you can see this, but it's out of Alligator Alley. Can you just give us a sense for what we're looking at? I mean, just from a meteorological standpoint, that looks like a tornado to me.
Unfortunately, I don't have a video return feed in this studio, but I'm sure if it is what I'm thinking, it's probably a large wedge right now. And the danger as this system moves in, these storms become rain-wrapped. And so they're much harder to see. If we can go to the radar again, Donnie, our meteorologist down that's running this for me, we are looking at more of these storms firing up. And here's the storm surge right now. So not only do we have to worry about the tornadoes, but we've got storm surge 10 to 15 feet, 8 to 12 feet up around Sarasota. High tide is going to be coming in around 6:51 a.m., but it will be rising by the time this thing makes landfall, Kate.
All right, Al, thank you so much. We're looking at a lot of scary-looking video coming in from, obviously, users, people on cell phones taking pictures of dark clouds and even forms that look tornado-like. Let's go to Tom Yamas in Sarasota, Florida. Obviously starting to rain. You're starting to feel those outer bands, Tom. You're not where this you're, I think, just barely in the cone of this tornado threat, but have you seen anything there?
Yeah, I was about 18 floors up about 4 or 5 minutes ago, looking out over the horizon. You could see ominous clouds, but you didn't see any kind of twister shapes. But I do have to tell you, Kate, that we're still 12 hours from landfall, and we're now talking about potential tornado touching down on both the west coast and the east coast of Florida. It speaks to the type of emergency situation that we're in right now. We're still 12 hours again from a potential landfall, and we're dealing with tornadoes. We talked a lot about this week about those debris pileups that were happening all around Tampa and Sarasota. And what's sort of wild is that we were worried about the storm surge and the hurricane force winds. But if you think about those debris piles and a tornado, that's even more dangerous, right? Because you have essentially those landmines in front of homes and all across neighborhoods, and they're going to be the potential for, like I said, projectiles, missile-like objects going into windows, going into homes. It's another reason why people have to get off the road right now. Yesterday, I was told that they were going to pull crews off the streets from picking up those debris piles once the tropical storm force winds sort of hit the area. But now that we have this tornado threat, I got to think they've brought all those crews in. So all that debris that's been out there, and a county official told me they only picked up about 5% of it. So there's a lot of just debris and trash all over these neighborhoods is going to stay out there as we're battling now both a hurricane and potential tornadoes that are striking the Sunshine State right now.
Yeah, Tom, I want you to stay with me if you can, but I want to mention that our weather unit, our climate unit here at NBC News has just confirmed that this is an outbreak of tornadoes. They're calling it an outbreak. They're saying there have been 10 or more tornadoes spotted. As Al was pointing out, it's sort of a swath across the middle of Florida, south central Florida that we're talking about. People in that area should be getting alerts on their phones to tell them to take cover and to get inside. To go back to you, Tom, can we talk about what is coming later tonight in terms of the storm surge, right? That's the water that gets pushed by a hurricane. What are you expecting where you are?
Yeah, anywhere from 8 to 15 feet right now, right? It just depends exactly where Hurricane Milton lands. If it wobbles left, if it wobbles right, if it's closer to Tampa, if it's south of Tampa, it's going to impact all those communities that line the Gulf Coast of Florida right now. And even just a few miles north or south that moves, it could really impact people's lives. And so that's what we're waiting for. You know, people have said you cannot survive this type of storm surge. You need to leave. And I'll tell you how drastic the situation is. On some barrier islands, they weren't going to risk people not evacuating. So in some communities, they've actually cut the water off to essentially tell residents, you can't live here anymore. You have to get off the barrier islands because you will not survive that storm surge. But, Kate, going back to what you were saying, we cover tornado outbreaks in Tornado Alley and, you know, states in the South and the Midwest as a major news event because they're highly dangerous. To now talk about a tornado outbreak happening here in Florida hours before a potential landfall, it speaks to what type of critical situation we're in here in Florida. And you got to remember, some people waited to the last minute to evacuate. Hopefully those people are out on the roads. We've been locked down where we are right now in Sarasota. We've made the decision to kind of stay put and cover the storm over the next several hours as it rolls in, because at times it can be too dangerous to be out there on the road. So I really hope people that are trying to get out get to where they need to be. We're in a hotel right now, and I got to tell you, about maybe 2 hours ago, I saw a family load up their car and take off. I really hope that they're not going to drive for too far, because like we said, just south of us, you have that tornado outbreak.
Yeah, no, you make a very good point, Tom, that this is historic, right? This is a history-making giant hurricane that is going across the entirety of the state, the central part of the state of Florida, from West Coast to East Coast. Al Roker, let me bring you back in. To that point, the weather unit is saying this is an outbreak, 10 or more tornadoes. Tom was talking about the coastal area, but this is affecting potentially inland areas, too.
Take a look right here, Kate. Again, we have this tornado watch that extends well up along the eastern part of Florida, but all the way down to the Keys. But these areas in red, these are tornado warnings. This is where either they're radar indicated or there have been visual sightings. And again, one of the problems that we talk about with climate change induced storms like this, that these hurricanes now, we've had at least 2 of these hurricanes produce one EF3 tornado, which is unheard of, has not happened before. And now we're looking at this outbreak happening. And since we've been on the air, we've seen the increase in tornado warnings coming up. And these are going to continue right on into this evening, because as long as this area is to the northeast of the tornado, should say of the hurricane of Milton, that's where we have the most instability. And because this is such a really dynamic, volatile system that we're going to be looking at more and more of these tornadoes firing up into this evening, Kate. And again, as it gets darker and they're rain-wrapped, they're even going to be harder to see. So this is really a rough point. And to Tom's point, talking about landfall and where we could see the greatest storm surge, right now it looks like it makes landfall somewhere between Venice Beach and Sarasota with as a Category 3 storm about 10 p.m., 11 p.m. tonight till about 1 to 2 a.m. Now, if that system stays like that, we are going to be looking at these storm surge impacts that happen right along between Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. But again, if this moves to the north of Sarasota, I should say of St. Petersburg and Tampa, it's going to be a rough time. Right now, it looks like most of that moisture, those winds, are going to push into Port Charlotte, to Fort Myers, to Bonita Springs. But if it moves a little further to the north, well, look out. Sarasota to St. Petersburg and Tampa, that's where we're going to see the biggest storm surge coming in. And so that's where we have the problems. That's going to be, and this is only a 10 to 15 mile difference, Kate. So, but right now, the main concern, these tornadoes that are cropping up even as we speak.
Yeah, Al, I'm just struck by your map with so many things going on that map all at the same time. As we said, to recap, an outbreak of tornadoes right now, 10 or more already spotted in Florida. This as the hurricane makes its way, maybe 10 hours away from the hurricane hitting, we've now got tornadoes. That concludes this NBC News special report. We will have much more ahead. You can always find us on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That's where I will be. You can go online, NBCnews.com. A full wrap-up tonight on Nightly News with Lester Holt. I'm Kate Snow. Thank you for watching.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we are continuing our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Milton making its final approach.
The catastrophic Category 4 storm is now forecast to strike Florida's Gulf Coast even earlier than expected. It's going to happen near Sarasota, according to these models. Landfall could come as soon as 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, who's standing by live in Naples, Florida for us. Dana, we know you actually had to leave the beach, that port pier where you were, and go to safer ground because of the tornado watch that is now on right there. What is the situation? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Vicki Morgan, we were at that beach filming some of the surfers that were still in the water as the waves had gotten much larger, much more aggressive. Our phone started going off, alerting us of that tornado watch. We left the area. We saw lightning in the area, and we have confirmed that at least 10, a cluster of possibly 10 tornadoes have touched down in Collier County. This is the county that we are currently located in. We are a little further inland, and those hurricanes crossed I-75, which is south of us, almost like Alligator Alley, as if you're heading toward Miami. We are safe. We are in a garage. We are covered, but we are just kind of watching around. The skies have darkened here. The rain is coming down intermittently, so we are just kind of bracing for what could come. We've seen the rain bands roll through here. You can see some of the images on your screen. One in the bottom right corner there, those were the surfers that were still on that beach. And I talked to some of them. They said they are still going to be out there a couple of hours, even during the lightning and even during the tornado watches and warnings that will likely be rolling throughout the day. This is a very dangerous situation, and this is why officials have warned for people to leave days in advance, because if you are seeing these tornadoes and seeing these high waves and you're deciding to leave now, it is too late, because it is dangerous to be on the roads right now. So that's why we are hunkered down, and for those that are in these very vulnerable areas, it is best to seek cover, seek shelter, and to stay safe as Milton makes its way inland and makes its way to the state of Florida. Morgan,
Dana, it's interesting because, I mean, you personally have been on the ground there for days now in preparation for this storm, covering this storm. Yeah. Do you get a sense from what you're seeing that the city is, in fact, ready and prepared for what's coming?
I can say where we are in Naples, luckily and unfortunately for everyone else that has been devastated by the storm, Naples wasn't hit as hard as, say, Tampa and other areas where they had those massive debris piles that are now considered projectiles if and when that wind rolls through. I think the city is prepared. They've sent out the warnings. They are reminding people to leave. Evacuation orders were given days in advance. So I think that there's not a situation where they weren't prepared. I think they are. I think it's really up to people that are deciding to evacuate. A lot of people that we spoke to say that they have prepared. They've gotten the necessities, they've gotten the food that they need, and that they are going to seek higher ground, or they're going inland. We've seen a lot of tourists that were in Naples. This is a very popular tourist town. Many of them headed to Miami days ago because this has now interrupted their travel plans. So I think people are taking it seriously, and I think officials have done the best that they can. We know that a lot of that debris has been picked up. There is some still left behind, but as you can see, it is too late to do anything. The winds are picking up. We're experiencing about 25-mile-per-hour winds at this hour, so it's dangerous. And we've heard from local officials saying that the power crews will be out and will try to restore power. We've seen some of the street lights that have lost power, but they will not let those workers out when the winds are above 35 miles per hour. So this is the time to hunker down. The storm is coming, and there's really not much you can do at this point.
Yeah, Dana,
Morgan, Vicki?
We're looking at these pictures of these incredible tornadoes that are touching down, in addition to the storms and the high winds and the potential flooding. Now you have tornado threats. Tick through the warnings and what people are being advised to do in terms of if they have access to a shelter, because I know that there are a lot of shelters available where people can bring their pets, bring their children, and in some cases those shelters are much, much safer than staying at home.
Absolutely. And I can probably just look on my phone because literally the alert is right here. National Weather Service tornado warning in this area until 12:15 p.m. Well, that was from earlier, so it seems like we are now safe. But it says take shelter now in a basement or in an interior room or the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself. That's the advice that people are being told, and
Dana Griffin for us there on the ground in Naples. Stay right here for more continuing coverage of Milton.
raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A CNBC investigation reveals how counterfeit versions of Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and other popular drugs used for weight loss are being actively sold online and also illegally shipped from other countries into the United States.
This is now a worldwide problem that the pharmaceutical industry says poses serious health risks. CNBC's Fast Money anchor Melissa Lee has more with Ozempic Underworld, the black market of obesity drugs.
Not far from the majestic Rocky Mountains in Boulder, Colorado, is an ordinary suburban neighborhood, a quiet tree-lined street, and this modest light gray home. Not the kind of place you'd imagine an investigation into black market Ozempic would lead, but it did. Our look into counterfeit weight loss drugs started with purchasing Ozempic online from Laver Beauty, a company we thought was based in Colorado. What we found was that it's part of an international marketplace where criminals are either brazenly counterfeiting these drugs or buying the real thing overseas on the cheap and illegally shipping them to the U.S. to turn a profit. The main targets, Novo Nordisk's diabetes drug Ozempic.
Discover the Ozempic Trizone.
As well as its obesity drug Wegovy.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
And Eli Lilly's Mounjaro and Zepbound. All in a class of wildly popular weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s. The Ozempic we bought from Laver Beauty cost $219, while real Ozempic goes for nearly $1,000 for a month's supply. The company's website and corporate documents claim the operation is located in Boulder, Colorado. But the Ozempic we ordered from Laver Beauty was shipped via DHL from this office building in Shijiazhuang, China, off an elevator and behind this unmarked door, right to us at CNBC headquarters in New Jersey. Let's open it up and see what we have. It's a plain cardboard box. It doesn't appear to have any refrigeration, although it's supposed to be refrigerated. This looks like it might have been a refrigeration pack at one point, although it's warm now. It does say Ozempic on it, 1 milligram, and here's the Novo Nordisk logo, and here's the pen. Looks like the real thing, but let's see what's inside. Was this real Ozempic that was diverted to the U.S. or a fake? And why did it come from China when the company has a Colorado address? We'll answer that question. But first, our investigation brought us to the U.K., where hundreds of counterfeit Ozempic pens have been seized. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not. The fakes are that good. Andy Morling is Deputy Director of Criminal Enforcement for the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency.
So would you like to have a guess which one is the genuine and which one is the fake?
This one is real. The other one with the purplish pen isn't.
It is, to us, a very crude copy, not sophisticated in any sense at all, but it's enough to make people who don't have this level of knowledge and don't have the comparison to make inject this into themselves and cause themselves significant harm.
A total of 869 counterfeit Ozempic pens were seized. They're actually relabeled insulin pens.
These are completely counterfeit products manufactured somewhere, we don't know exactly where, and made to look very much like Ozempic pens.
Now, back to the Ozempic we bought online. Novo Nordisk says the Ozempic we received appears to be diverted legitimate product and was produced for and distributed to the Chinese market during late 23 and early 24. Therefore, it would be unauthorized, unapproved for the U.S. market. The company went on to state that it cannot confirm the sterility, which may present an increased risk of infection for patients who use the counterfeit product. Still, one question remained. What is the connection between this house, listed on the Laver Beauty website, and this office in China? The homeowners told us they have no connection to the Chinese Ozempic seller at all. Laver Beauty did not respond to our request for comment. The day after we sent that request, the Colorado address was scrubbed from the website.
As far as that address in Colorado, a WhatsApp representative told me on WhatsApp that it was the address of their previous U.S. warehouse. Clearly, it was just a residential house. And law enforcement sources tell us that the Ozempic we received is actually part of an ongoing federal investigation into packages of Ozempic being shipped from China here into the United States.
Wow. Fascinating. Melissa, that was an incredible report. Just kudos to you and your entire team. That was eye-opening. Melissa Lee, Melissa, thanks.
And stay with us. Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're continuing our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Milton. Right now, the storm's outer reaches starting to hit Florida's west coast, bringing powerful tropical storm conditions, and tornadoes are now breaking out with central Florida under the highest risk, ahead of winds expected to reach as fast as 100 miles per hour. Already, multiple tornadoes have been spotted. See this one hitting near I-75.
Landfall is now expected even earlier than before, projected to hit the Sarasota region as early as 10 p.m. tonight. Now, if you look up and down the coast, there are warnings for life-threatening storm surges already in place, expected to reach as high as 15 feet in some areas. Millions of people now fleeing, with 19 counties under mandatory or voluntary evacuation notices. President Joe Biden urging people to leave, saying this is a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. But drivers are now having a really hard time just getting out, with nearly a quarter of Florida's gas stations running out of fuel already.
I've been here for 38 years and never had one that forced us to do this. Never being able to find fuel. This is the only place that has fuel.
Wow. We want to go ahead and bring in NBC's Al Roker. Al, what can you tell us about the tornado outbreak across Central Florida right now?
Well, here's the deal, guys. We were talking about this over the last couple of days, that we were worried we were going to be seeing a tornado outbreak, and this is what has happened. Right now, Category 4 storm, 160 miles southwest of Tampa, 145 mile per hour winds, moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. But here's the issue. We have tornado watches now up from just north of Tampa, way along the eastern coast of Florida, all the way down to Key West. But these areas in red are tornado warnings. And we've had more than 10 tornadoes confirmed, or at least visually confirmed. And so that gives us this tornado outbreak. These warnings are going to be popping up and then dropping relatively quickly. But you can see to the southeast of Fort Myers, we've got a tornado warning. To the west of West Palm Beach, we've also got them to the west, to the east right now of Sarasota and Tampa. So we're going to be watching this, a very volatile situation. Now, here's the deal. We're expecting this area from Melbourne, Fort Pierce, Moorhaven, Fort Myers, Englewood, Sarasota, Sebring, all this area, this hatched area, this is where we will most likely see EF2 or stronger tornadoes because of climate change. We've already had the 2 tornadoes this year in the Florida area develop an EF3 tornado. That's never happened before, and we may see that also with Milton right now. So here it comes. It makes landfall sometime around 11 p.m. to 2 or 3 a.m. as a Category 3 storm. What does that mean for storm surge? Well, if this makes its way right now, the wind pushes water toward the coast for Port Charles, Fort Myers, we could be looking at that. This current path, it brings the water away from the coast for Tampa, for St. Petersburg. I've been in a hurricane when that's happened and watched the water in Tampa Bay literally drop out and move out and then eventually come back again. But if this system moves to the north, all of a sudden, we're looking at a historic surge for Tampa Bay and Sarasota. We're only talking a difference of 10 to 15 miles. If it makes landfall further to the south, it is a minor issue for Tampa Bay and Sarasota and more of a more extreme surge for Fort Myers down to Naples. But it will depend on where we come. Either way, we are looking at storm surges about 10 to 15 feet from Boca Grande to Sarasota, 8 to 12 feet up around Tampa, 3 to 5 feet as you get closer to Cedar Key. And when this actually makes its way, guys, out to sea, we're actually looking at a storm surge of 3 to 5 feet along the eastern coastline of Florida. Extreme damages with wind gusts of 109 miles per hour for Sarasota, 69 in Orlando, 55 Fort Myers. A lot of cranes in downtown Tampa. That could be a big problem. We're also looking at these winds causing massive power outages from Orlando, Vero Beach over to Sarasota. Some of these could last for weeks. And of course, with all this heavy rain, we're talking about upwards of 18 inches of rain. So from Central Florida, Orlando, and the coastline, all the way down to Sarasota, we could be looking at a high risk of really severe flooding. Again, the rainfall amounts are going to be big and life-threatening, catastrophic flash flooding. We've got so much going on right now, and I know that our crews are going to be there and eventually, hopefully, moving to higher ground because they are going to be in harm's way just as well, guys.
Al, you brought up so much good perspective here. I just want to tick through some of the things you were talking about. This EF2 or stronger. We're looking at tornadoes. We're looking at flooding. We're talking about storm surge of 15 feet. We're talking about power outages that you mentioned, which are really important. Al, you have covered so many of these, and I think there's still a question for a lot of viewers who are in the thick of it. You know, is this or isn't this as deadly as people are warning? How does this compare from a scientific perspective?
Well, look, here's the deal. We're talking about what could happen because it hasn't made landfall yet. But we're already seeing this activity firing up before it even makes landfall. It's still 160 miles southwest of Tampa. And because this area is in the northeast quadrant, that's usually where we start to see these severe winds and also start to see tornadoes develop. It is performing as we expect it to. It is doing what we think it's going to do. And so given that, what we've seen, and of course, prior performance does not predict future performance, but right now, the way it's looking, this thing is going to bring in a catastrophic storm surge somewhere along this west coast, somewhere between Tampa and south of Fort Myers. Now, if it's Tampa on into St. Petersburg, a more populated area, that is going to be a dangerous situation and life-threatening. When we come back to you, we're going to show you what this storm surge looks like, what it means. But guys, right now, this thing is going to be dangerous. And as we go to people like Dana and get that ground confirmation, you're going to see what's exactly going to be happening.
People need to listen up and pay attention. Al Roker for us. Al, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Al. And we are going to bring in Dana Griffin now, live in Naples, Florida. Dana, we understand you actually got a tornado warning on your phone and you had to change your location to get to a safer spot. Talk to us about how far away you are from where these tornadoes touched down. Al was just mentioning there have been at least 10 tornadoes cited by people on the ground there.
Yeah, so we are in Collier County. This is the county where at least one of those tornadoes touched down. It's near the interstate I-75, so that's south of us here. We'll have to calculate exactly how far we are, but I can tell you now we've been looking out because we've got a pretty good 360 view in the garage that we are currently located in. We're seeing darker clouds on the far side, not seeing much activity behind us except for a little bit of rain off and on and some wind gusts. So we were at Naples Beach and we were there. We've been there for several days. We went back and you could see the waves had really kicked up. They were very, very ferocious at that time. We saw surfers in the water taking advantage of those waves. I even interviewed a couple of them. They say that they do this because this is kind of like a surfer's dream. They love going out just ahead of these hurricanes. And even as we were there, our phones started going off with that tornado warning alert, and we started seeing lightning from the beach that we were on. So we hightailed it out of there. We switched locations. We are now a little farther inland and higher perched so that we will be hunkered down and safe in this garage. But obviously this is why officials have been telling people to leave the area, to evacuate days in advance, because you can get these sort of systems that will impact your travel. Say if someone is looking at our news program and deciding to evacuate, that window to evacuate is closing in, and it's really dangerous to be on the roads right now. Vicki Morgan.
All right. Our thanks to Dana Griffin there live on the ground in Naples. Dana, thank you so much. We do want to go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, who is live for us in Tampa. Marissa, we know that Tampa could actually see wind speeds. We're talking 100 miles per hour, which is just, I mean, sort of hard to wrap your head around. Rain totaling 16 inches. How is the city bracing for the storm at this moment as it nears?
Hey guys, well I can tell you there's a threat on so many different levels here, right? You've got the wind threat, you've got the storm surge threat, and added to all of that is the debris that wasn't fully cleared out. We knew it wouldn't be because this is normally something that takes months to clear out debris from Hurricane Helene that we saw, and that was just from storm surge, by the way, because that was 100 miles off the coast of these areas. And so they were able to clear about 50% from those barrier islands, but 50% still remains. And that makes the wind, that makes whatever kind of flooding or storm surge happens all the more dangerous. And guys, I'll point out one other thing. In St. Petersburg, there's a concern about cranes. There's a construction site. And normally to get those cranes lowered, that takes scheduling weeks in advance. They obviously did not have that time. So there's a big concern about tall structures like a crane. What could happen? Because they are prepared. Those cranes are built to withstand 100-mile-per-hour winds. But of course, what happens when you reach that 100-mile-per-hour or more winds, sustained winds at that? So a lot of concerns on a lot of fronts, but we have seen resources pouring in from around the state. Of course, the sandbagging, we've brought you all of the linesmen, and we've talked to so many different first responders. They have their boats, the water rescue boats, the vehicles in place and at the ready. But one thing we've heard over and over is they will make a very smart, calculated decision for themselves, their crews, warning everyone if that debris is flying around, it will be too risky for their crews to go out and do those rescues, which is why they asked everyone, especially in those high-risk Zone A areas, guys, to evacuate. And of course, that time really closing in here. We're already seeing the barrier islands cut off and the major bridges that connect Pinellas County, which has the barrier islands, as well as St. Petersburg, those major bridges now closed. Vicki and Morgan.
You know what, Marissa, yesterday at this time, we were looking at those long lines of cars on the highways trying to get out. We're reporting that Gas Buddy says 23% of Florida gas stations are out of fuel. In your area, nearly 60% of gas stations don't have fuel. What are you seeing in terms of how people are actually physically able to get out, and what's the alternative in terms of shelters in that area?
Well, we did some investigating ourselves. My producer Aaron and I did some driving around, and I can tell you we did not specifically find any one person who could not eventually find gas. I reached out to a bunch of people on social media. Now, it might have taken the second, third, fourth, fifth gas station trip. When we drove around, we were eventually able to find ones that were open. They had a long line, of course, but sometimes these gas stations are closing, not just because they're out of fuel, but sometimes they were closing in advance of what they were expecting to be severe weather. So they had wrapped to protect those gas stations so they can be available once the storm has already moved through. And we have seen the round-the-clock efforts from those fuel tank drivers. We spoke to several of them who said where they would normally refuel their massive tanks once a day, they were doing it 4 times a day. There were state troopers waiting to escort them on the highway to get them where they needed to go. So we can speak to you firsthand on those round-the-clock efforts to make sure that that gas is going to where people needed to go. But as we have talked about, the time to be on the roads is really closing down. I don't know if you can tell from the picture behind me. We've seen those wind gusts rolling in, the rain starting to really steadily and consistently fall down. It is very soon going to be very unsafe to be on the roads, guys.
Marissa Parra, excellent reporting there as that storm grows even closer. Thank you so much. We will continue our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Milton right here and right after this short break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Milton continues as the massive storm bears down on Florida. For days, millions of people have been urged to evacuate with life-threatening conditions expected tonight into tomorrow.
That's right. We're already seeing a tornado outbreak ahead of Milton's landfall, which is, of course, complicating people's efforts to get to safety and even make their final preparations. So we want to go in and bring in Nicole Mall, who is in Tallahassee, Florida. She's a spokesperson for the Red Cross. Nicole, first off, thank you so much for taking time. I know you're there on the ground. You all have a lot of things going on as you prepare. What is the Red Cross's top priority today with so many things to contend with? We're talking impending storm surge, flooding, now tornadoes. What are you all focused on this hour?
Right now, it's the fact that the American Red Cross has about 1,000 people on the ground in Florida right now. The thing with Milton is we have an idea of where it's going to go. We just don't know what that impact is going to be yet. So we are supporting the state of Florida through evacuation centers. We've got supplies pre-positioned throughout the entire state, and we're ready to move as soon as we understand what this damage from Milton looks like. And to be quite honest, it's a busy time for us. You know, this is the back-to-back hurricanes. We've already got 2,000 Red Cross volunteers across the entire Southeast helping those who've been impacted by Helene.
Wow. And that's what I want to ask you about, Nicole. This is the second time in 2 weeks that the Red Cross is mobilizing in support of residents who have suffered the aftermath of a hurricane. You are still working to support victims of Helene. Talk to us about what others outside of this danger zone can do right now.
This is what the Red Cross does. This is what we prepare for. This is what we train for. However, to see back-to-back hurricanes is absolutely devastating. And for folks watching in unimpacted areas, just know the Red Cross needs you. If you feel so compelled, consider becoming a volunteer. Consider donating blood if you live in an unaffected area. Consider making a financial donation. You can do all of that at redcross.org. But let me tell you, we are going to be here for months helping folks recover. We're seeing the damage from Helene. We know the impact that it's made on the lives of families. Lives are changed forever. And what I do know and what I want everyone to know is that the Red Cross is going to be joining these families side by side. And now as we start to unpack the damage from Milton, we know that we're going to be there for those families as well. So if you're interested in joining our mission, we could definitely use your help.
Nicole, it's interesting because I remember as a reporter when I first covered a major hurricane, I didn't know what to do. I mean, I was learning myself in real time how to, for example, print out directions and make sure that, you know, I wasn't relying on the internet for things. For people who are experiencing this for the first time as just a resident, what is it that you would advise them to do right now?
You know, I have to acknowledge first, this is a scary situation for everyone involved. And the most important thing you can do, keep your devices charged and stay connected to what your local county emergency management is saying to you. You know, I know you guys have been talking about the tornadoes that have been coming through. Make sure you get those emergency alerts on your phone. Make sure you know the difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning, right? When there's a tornado warning, that means that there are tornadoes confirmed nearby and you need to be in your safe spot. And so we know for our friends and our family and our neighbors in Florida, this is a very trying time. But safety always has to be the number one priority.
You know, you mentioned that volunteers will be there for months to come, and I think that's really important for people to understand. This goes away for many people in a week after the news clears, but for the people who are living in this, they have a lot of pieces to pick up. What will be your pressing priorities in the early days?
Well, let me tell you, some folks will be surprised to hear this, but on the onset of Hurricane Helene, we were still sheltering families from Hurricane Idalia the previous year. Wow. So that puts it all into perspective, right? This isn't a short-term stay for us. This is where we live. This is where we work. This is our community. So,
all right, Nicole Mall, we want to thank you so much for the service you're doing there with the Red Cross.
to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Out of the destruction, a ray of hope. A football coach in South Carolina is taking in a former player and his family after their home was destroyed in Hurricane Helene. Julia Morrison from our NBC affiliate WYFF spoke to the family and the coach that they now call their personal hero.
That's my room. So when I had looked out the window, that's all I saw right there. I couldn't see out of it that much since it was raining. It was like fogged up.
Malden football player Kamari Cannon has lived in the same house for his entire life.
So that branch right there is on that car. It's like we couldn't even get that car out if we wanted to.
That home now gone after a massive tree fell on it during Tropical Storm Helene.
I definitely miss like getting to lay down in my bed.
It happened quickly Friday morning.
You heard like a loud noise, like, ooh, you know, and I was like, this is not good, you know.
And then I just see a tree branch like sticking through the ceiling. Then my dad's telling me, we got to get out of here.
The Cannon family left through the front door, not knowing that in just a few days, there would be no way back in.
You can't get through the front door or the side door now because everything's kind of sunk in. So, yeah, it was just terrible.
Kamari's mom, Therese, was at work when the tree fell.
I never really seen her like cry like that, and normally she doesn't. So I could definitely tell the situation was really bad since she was crying.
The reality of the situation still hard for the Cannon family to believe.
You know, just kind of in shock still. It doesn't seem real, just still trying to process it, and I feel like the reality of it hasn't hit me yet.
While dealing with challenges, a connection formed through football, providing hope in a time of need. Kamari's former coach, Gunter Langston, and his wife, Darby, reached out to the Cannon family and welcomed them into their home until they could figure out temporary housing.
The Cannons are good people, and good things happen to good people, and sometimes God puts you in a position to be the good thing to happen.
The Cannon family doesn't know when they'll be home again, but they've found home around them in the Malden community.
Obviously, like, I didn't hear like football's a family and all this in the past couple of years. Like, I didn't really understand it until now. Like, it really shows that like everybody's together, and like when something happens, like everybody comes together and helps each other out. Because he helped us out a lot.
Our thanks to our local affiliate for that report.
Morgan, it's a wrap on this year's Fat Bear Week. The annual competition is hosted by Alaska's Katmai National Park. It draws in people from around the world to vote on who they think is the biggest and chubbiest bear of them all. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson shows us some of the contenders who've been feasting on fish all summer long.
Through the roaring waters of Brooks Falls, these Alaska brown bears are packing on the pounds. Like heavyweight boxers bulking up for a weigh-in, gorging on sockeye salmon, making massive gains to go round for round before the long winter, nearly doubling their body weight. Animal lovers from around the world can watch the action via high-quality webcams and vote for their faves in a March Madness-style bracket. Last year, 1.3 million people cast ballots, a massive increase over 10 years ago.
The accessibility of watching truly wild animals and not in a zoo sense, I think connects people to it, but also just how awesome bears are.
And they are awesome. Like heavyweight grazer, last year's Fat Bear champ, a mama grizz weighing in around 1,000 pounds. Wildlife guide John Kuiper has a front row seat at the river's edge.
Every time I get to see one's a good day.
Katmai National Park gets fewer than 20,000 visitors annually, and it can only be reached by boat or seaplane. So Fat Bear Week, a collab between Katmai and the National Park Service, is a way for everyone to learn about preserving this critical bear habitat.
They rely so heavily on the salmon runs to add enough weight for the hibernation season. There would be no Fat Bear Week without the salmon run.
And this year, John's all in for Chunk, this massive alpha bear of the falls, easily recognizable with a signature scar on his face.
He was bigger than anything I'd seen before.
Even carving out a special chunk on his own arm for him.
People think it was awesome. People feel a lot stronger in their obligation to protect something if they feel a connection to it. And I think that's part of the really important things that this week does, is connect people to the wild so that they have a desire to keep it wild.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Keep it wild. And the winner, by the way, of this year's competition, drum roll please, Grazer, the blonde-eared mama bear. She beat her rival, who was a male brown bear, that chunk right there we were talking about. She beat it by more than 85,000 votes. This is the second year in a row that Grazer has beaten Chunk in the final round.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome, everyone, to NBC News Daily. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. We are going to begin this hour with that breaking news out of Florida. Hurricane Milton is already spawning a tornado outbreak across south central Florida, still hours away from making landfall. Milton is now a powerful Category 4 storm off the west coast of Florida. It's set to make landfall sometime after 10 p.m. this evening. Millions are bracing for wind, rain, and storm surge. The impacts from Milton are going to be felt across Florida and the greater southeast region. There are now new storm alerts in place for parts of Georgia and the state of South Carolina.
An outbreak of at least 10 twisters reported in Florida so far. Cameras capturing this one near Interstate 75 in Broward County earlier today. It cannot be overstated how dangerous this large hurricane is. Life-threatening, catastrophic, historic are all terms that officials are using to describe the potential impacts of Milton.
We, of course, are covering every angle of this hurricane with our team of correspondents across the storm zone. We will get to them in just a moment, but we are going to begin with NBC New York meteorologist Matt Brickman. Matt, you're going to be with us this entire hour because we do have a critical update just in from the National Hurricane Center, particularly pertaining to those tornadoes, right?
Yeah, we are seeing numerous tornado warnings coming in from this storm. We just got an update from the National Hurricane Center here at 2 o'clock as well, but you can see we've got a tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. We typically see this in what is the run right front quadrant of this storm, but we're already seeing very powerful tornadoes, and we could see more of that through the afternoon. The worst of which is this stripe here from Inglewood through Arcadia to Sebring up towards Melbourne. That can continue well into the evening. As the storm approaches later tonight, we're going to see it make landfall as a major hurricane. Do not get hung up on the category 3, 4, 5. It doesn't matter. We are going to see very strong winds and strong storm surge here on the right side of the eye of that storm. All those strong hurricane force winds are pushing ocean water on land. On the other side, it's pushing the ocean water away from land. A little bit of a wobble north or south will impact where the worst of that storm surge is. So if it takes a more northerly track, the worst storm surge could be towards Sarasota. If it takes more of a southerly track here, you're going to see some of that worst storm surge moving a bit farther south down the coast. But there you are with the radar spinning right now, just updating, still a category 4 storm, winds at 130 miles an hour. As we are seeing the peak winds come down a little bit, what we are seeing is the width of the storm wind field expanding. So the high end wind speeds, maybe not as extreme as they were a couple of hours ago, but now more people are going to feel it. More people are going to see damage from these tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds. And of course, some of those winds already reaching the coastline. Naples with 50+ mile-an-hour winds already, and those will get stronger as we head later on into the evening.
Matt, just to clarify, that map you had up just a minute ago that had red boxes on it, are those boxes each tornado watches, warnings?
Yeah, so we have a tornado watch for all this area here outlined in pink, but these are all individual tornado warnings. I'm not sure I can count them all right now, but I think we've got probably close to 10. You typically see them here in this right front quadrant of the storm. So inland Florida is seeing this now. You can see how far north it extends, just parallel to Tampa, all the way south, parallel to Miami. So it's a huge part of the state seeing tornado warnings already. Back to you.
All right, truly a tornado outbreak there. Meteorologist Matt Brickman, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Let's get right to our correspondents who are down in Florida right now. Jesse Kirsch is with us in Sarasota. Dana Griffin is in Naples at the moment. Jesse, I'll go to you first. I see you checking your phone. I know you're reporting as we speak, trying to figure out the latest. What are you seeing? Is it raining yet in Sarasota? What's the situation there?
We had rain a little bit ago, Kate. It has stopped for the moment, and the winds have largely stopped, too. But there was a time within the last hour where I could really not even see beyond those buildings. Just beyond where you could see those buildings there is the Sarasota Bay, and we are expecting as much as possibly 15 feet of storm surge here. Our team just learned the Florida National Guard is talking about what they have pre-positioned, ready to be deployed. They have aircraft. They have high water vehicles. They have boats. So, you know, there are a lot of resources. We know that linemen are always pre-positioned so that power can be restored hopefully as quickly as possible. But we're still hours away from landfall. And one of the biggest variables with this storm compared to other hurricanes, even other major hurricanes, is the amount of debris that is still sitting out. According to Florida's governor, around 50% of debris has been removed from the barrier islands, and that is the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Remember, we are still less than 2 weeks from when that storm made landfall. People were ripping up carpeting, wood. Home goods were destroyed, mattresses, all of that has been tossed onto sidewalks. And we spoke with one official in a county nearby here to Sarasota in Manatee County, telling us that as crews have been removing debris, people have been putting more debris out. And so it's kind of just been this revolving door of more junk, what has now been turned into junk. Of course, these are people's lives that have now been turned into trash on their lawns. And all of that could potentially become projectiles and battering rams when the winds and the storm surge kick up here. And again, we're still hours away from what is expected to be the worst of Milton when it makes landfall here in the Gulf Coast of Florida. And one other thing I just want to note, we're just past the 2-year anniversary from Hurricane Ian. That was a deadly, devastating hurricane in the same stretch along Florida's Gulf Coast. Made a direct hit, or the damage was worse to the south of where I am now. But this region is still, of course, grappling with the aftermath of that more than 2 years ago. And I just talked with a family yesterday, a couple who I met in the aftermath of Ian, and they told me more than 2 years later, they still have not moved back into their home. And when you think about the fact that we're looking at another major hurricane in a highly populated region coming ashore just hours from now, it's really tough to think about what is going to be going on for weeks months, years beyond what happens in the next 24 hours, guys.
Yeah, Jesse, you're really highlighting the fact that these storms take time to recover from. And to that end, Dana, I want to bring you in. You're in Naples. We heard from Jesse, at least in Sarasota, they're saying at least 50% of the debris is being cleared, though it's a bit of a round robin there. We know we could see some of the worst of the storm surge where you are. So what kind of preparations are in place? What have you been seeing?
Yeah, so they've been preparing for this by essentially telling people to move to higher ground. We've seen several people take their cars off the streets and move them to garages like where we are to try to prevent their cars from flooding. We've seen a lot of sandbagging along the homes. We are feeling the winds getting a little bit stronger even at this hour compared to just a couple of hours ago. I want to talk about something that we saw just moments ago. Well, I wouldn't say moments ago, but a couple hours ago when we were on the beach in Naples. Wind kicking up, the waves were really, really high, the highest that we've seen, and we've been at that spot for several days. I spoke with a group of surfers who say that they plan to be out there for a couple of hours, even as we were experiencing lightning, and at that moment we had gotten a tornado warning on our phones. That's why we moved. But listen to part of our conversation out there. Is there ever a moment during the storm where you say, this is too dangerous, I'm leaving?
Not until we get kicked off, that's about it.
Well, this beach is technically closed, and we've heard law enforcement say people got to get out. Like, are you guys going to just stay anyway?
It was just the beach patrol, so we figured we'd just get by it. Figured it was no problem, not the cops yet, so just try and enjoy the surf.
And I asked, why risk it? They said, hey, this is a surfer's dream. They do this before a hurricane makes landfall. They try to catch those waves, which you don't usually see on the west peninsula of this state. But again, it's a reminder that people need to take the warnings seriously because, as you heard, we had tornadoes in Collier County. That's the county that we are in now, and it was along I-75. So this is still a big concern. And we talk about why people are told to evacuate days in advance. Well, because of situations like this, because you start to get the impacts from these storms 10 hours ahead. And so now the window to evacuate is narrowly closing in. So it's important for people, if you haven't left already, now is the time to do so, but you don't have much time left. Zin Clay?
All right, Dana Griffin, Jesse Kirsch, thank you both so much for what you're doing out there. Stay safe.
Let's go now to Brian Gleason. He's the communications director for Charlotte County, Florida. Brian, it's good to have you on a very, very busy day at a busy time. I know Charlotte County is a smaller county. It's in between Tampa, Sarasota, and Fort Myers. You've got some waterfront in your county. Talk about what's happening right now and what you're doing to prepare.
Yeah, we had a little bit of rain for the last couple of hours. It's clearing up a little bit as some of the outer bands went through. Got a little bit of a respite here, but we fully expect the worst of it to come in later this evening and overnight. And we're expecting somewhere in the order of double-digit storm surge, which is the biggest threat for us. That's going to be accompanied by rain. So the water is going to be coming in from both directions. And so we're going to have widespread road flooding, water intrusion into homes, some homes completely destroyed. We have a lot of manufactured home communities here. Those don't do well in hurricanes. And we're also been on our third tornado warning so far. Luckily, no touchdowns in Charlotte County yet, but we expect those warnings to continue into the night tonight.
Yeah, and Brian, I mean, you're detailing really life-threatening risk here. We know that the storm will likely make landfall in the evening, early morning. Your county just enacted a curfew from around 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Are you feeling that people will heed these warnings? What are some of your biggest concerns right now?
Yeah, we're not really all that concerned that they won't heed the warnings. We had a lot of folks who evacuated. We evacuated our A and B zones, red and orange zones 3 days ago. And yesterday we added the C zone. So that's well over half the population of the county. And so those folks aren't going to be back until later on this week. Over the weekend, we had very good compliance with the curfew when we had it in place for Hurricane Ian 2 years ago. People understand that, you don't need to be out on the roads. There's a lot of debris. There's a lot of damage. There's rescue workers who need to get out and perform their work. So, we have a very patient and cooperative population down here. Our average age is 65 years old. So they pay attention when we give them instructions, and they respect the evacuation orders and the curfews when they have to go in place.
Brian, we don't have a lot of time. If there's one sentence, one thing you could tell the rest of the country, what would it be?
Take evacuation seriously. We have thousands of people who waited till the last minute to get either out of town or to come to a shelter. And I've been personally talking to people street by street directions to get them to one of our shelters this morning. They waited till the last minute. They had to round up neighbors. And so our shelters are busting at the seams. But it's better than what they're going to see if they're out at their homes when we get 10 feet of storm surge.
Yeah, well, wishing you, the first responders, the best as the storm approaches. Brian Gleason, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
When we come back, we will, thank you, Brian, we will have much more on Hurricane Milton. Bill Nye, the science guy, is going to be here to help us understand some of what's happening, climate change, and how that's fueling dangerous storms.
Plus, we're following the latest on Hurricane Milton, including the steps being taken to evacuate everyone in harm's way. That includes pets, how animal shelters are preparing for this storm. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now to our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Milton. I want to get to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba in Washington, because, Monica, we heard from President Biden, we heard from the vice president as well just a short time ago. What are they saying about preparations and response times?
Yeah, this was actually a little bit unusual, Kate and Zinkley, in that we had an entire briefing that the president and the vice president were supposed to have with all the top officials involved, but we were able to see all of it. And we were able to see some of the questions that the president and the VP posed to, again, the head of FEMA, for instance, the head of the National Hurricane Center, the head of the Department of Homeland Security on those preparations. And they had a couple of key takeaways, but I wanted you to hear for yourself from the president first about one of the things he wanted people to focus on, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
I know it's really tough leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours. It's literally a matter of life and death.
And the president said that his assessment based on the experts here was that this could be, quote, the storm of the century, and that is why he wants Floridians and everybody involved to heed these warnings. But he also took on another kind of warning, which is this idea that there could be additional misinformation or disinformation spread about the work of the federal government. And the president specifically called out former President Trump for doing that when it comes to Hurricane Helene and the devastation we've seen out of that storm in recent days, and also Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. So they wanted to be sure to deliver this message that is an immediate one about the effects of this storm, how dangerous, how powerful it's expected to be, while also trying to talk about what could come out of it in terms of information that might be misleading, that the Biden administration has really been trying to work overtime to combat. Guys.
Yeah, the administration not just facing this storm, but trying to, as you say, overcome a lot of this disinformation, even launching a Reddit page earlier this week. Monica Alba, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Let's turn now to the mayor of Venice, Florida. That's in Sarasota County. Mayor Nick Pashota joins us now. Mr. Mayor, thanks for making time for us on a hugely busy day. We're looking at shots from the area, and we were just looking at St. Petersburg, and I could already see some water on a road there. If you look at the right side of your screen, you see that highway over there, or maybe it's a waterfront. It's got some standing water. What are you seeing where you are in Venice, Mayor?
Yeah, very similar for us. We have standing water on the roadways. We've been getting some heavy rains. Winds are already getting up into the 45-mile-an-hour gusts. So once we get to the 45-mile-an-hour sustained winds, we have to pull all of our responders off the road, and that's going to be coming here very soon.
And Mayor, you know, we already know that there are evacuation orders for your city. How are shelters doing? Are they prepared? Do you have any concerns that they may run out of room, frankly?
We do have a lot of folks going to the shelters now, and some of them are full, but there is still room. Now's the time. If people haven't gotten to a shelter, they're going to have to shelter in place. So, I mean, now's the time. If you're going to make that decision, go now while you still can. But other than that, be prepared to shelter in place.
Mr. Mayor, how concerned are you about the storm surge? That's the wave of water that essentially gets pushed by a hurricane. Given where you are, south of Sarasota, I wonder if that's a big concern.
I've lived here for a long time, and I've been a responder. I've deployed to hurricanes for over 20 years, and I'm very concerned. This has the trifecta as far as storm surge, the amount of rain and wind that we're going to see. This is something that we haven't seen before.
And Mayor, you talk about a trifecta. It's not lost on us. Hurricane Helene still recovering in terms of getting debris out. Do you feel that your county has had enough time to do that? What's the state of that?
No, we still have a lot of debris on the roadways from Helene. We still have folks trying to recover from Ian. I mean, we're not even fully recovered from when Ian hit us, and we're definitely not recovered from when Helene hit us. That's only been about almost 2 weeks now. So.
Ian is 2 years ago, and you think about, we've done stories, Mr. Mayor, about rebuilding after Ian, and I don't know if your town was your town fully rebuilt?
No, we still have a lot of people affected in this area.
Absolutely. Well, Mayor of Venice, Florida, Nick Pashota, thank you so much, and thanks for watching, because coming up, we're going to continue to cover these hurricanes, how they're evolving. Stay with us.
generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. 27 days to go now until the election. Both campaigns are stepping up travel in key swing areas of the country.
Former President Donald Trump is holding 2 rallies in Pennsylvania today. Vice President Kamala Harris does not have any campaign events today. She's heading to Las Vegas this hour, where she will take part in a town hall tomorrow.
All of this comes after an Afghan national living in the country is now charged with plotting a terror attack on Election Day. The Justice Department says he planned to do it in the name of ISIS. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign and is currently in Reading, Pennsylvania, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba in Washington, D.C. Thank you both for being here. So, Garrett, we'll start with you. Former President Trump now pushing back pretty strongly on reporting by Bob Woodward about his relationship with Vladimir Putin. What are the former president and his campaign saying today?
Well, Zikla, the campaign and the former president are denying reporting in this forthcoming book by Bob Woodward, both that Donald Trump has had subsequent phone calls with Putin since leaving office in 2020, and that he sent Putin COVID testing machines back in 2020. These are not the cardboard boxes of tests that we take now, but these kind of Abbott COVID machines in 2020, something that Trump has denied, but the Kremlin this morning confirmed. Here's what Trump had to say when pressed about that on another network. Listen.
He said was that you've had a number of conversations with Putin. Is that true? I mean, I imagine that could be. No?
That's false.
Oh, really?
That's false.
So you haven't spoken to him since you left the White House?
No, I have not.
And the other thing he said is that you had provided some Abbott test machines to Putin back during the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, false.
No, the Trump campaign hasn't tried to square the circle here of why the Kremlin says, yes, this happened. The campaign says, no, it doesn't. But Trump does have 2 events today here in Pennsylvania, including tonight in Reading, where I'll be, where he could bring it up, but it's unlikely we're going to get a chance to ask him directly.
Garrett, thank you. Let me turn to Monica. Monica, we saw Vice President Harris at a FEMA briefing related to the hurricane, but now we are understanding campaign-wise, she's planning to take on Trump on the issue of the economy, and aide tells us that will be her main focus in these closing weeks of the campaign. What do we know?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at any of the public polling, a major issue for most voters, for most Americans, continues to be the economy. Issues like inflation, being able to afford basic things like groceries and gas. And so the Harris campaign is keenly aware of that, and they are going to lean into that kind of messaging in the coming weeks. You saw a little bit of that during the vice president's media blitz yesterday, appearing on a number of different platforms. It's something that she'll continue to weave in, but also she's going to try to highlight it as a contrast to what she says Donald Trump is proposing in terms of what it would do to taxes and what it would do and what it would mean for the middle class. They believe that that's an area where they really need to be able to have a heavy messaging presence on to make any kind of a difference in the polling, because right now also what's reflected is that many people believe, when asked in these polls, that Donald Trump could handle the economy better, those kinds of issues better than she would at this point in the race, guys.
And Monica, the vice president is also getting some attention for comments she made on The View when asked if she would have done anything differently than President Biden over the last 4 years. First, let's listen.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
How's the Harris campaign reacting today?
Well, it was interesting because in that very same interview, some 20 minutes later or so, she brought it up again and said, you asked me what I would do differently, and she did provide one area where she would differ, and she says that she would name, if she wins, a Republican to her cabinet because, quote, she said that she wouldn't let pride get in the way of a potentially good idea or collaboration with somebody from across the aisle. So that was one area of distinction. But then notably on the late night show with Stephen Colbert, she was asked the same question and said, look, very clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am also not Donald Trump, and that's how she left it.
Garrett, let me go back to you quickly. NBC News has learned the former president may hold a rally at New York's Madison Square Garden, a huge venue. What do we know?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. With about a week to go until the election, we do expect Donald Trump to hold that Madison Square Garden rally. Of course, he was until recently a lifelong New Yorker and has talked a great deal about wanting to have a rally there for personal reasons. The campaign says this will be the launch of a stadium tour, part of how they'll close out this race. Kate?
All right, Garrett Haake, Monica Alba, thanks. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now on NBC News Daily, and we are staying on top of the breaking news out of Florida.
Hurricane Milton's landfall is hours away now. Already today, we have seen a tornado outbreak in the south central part of the state, and that's far away from the west coast of Florida, where we're expecting Milton to make landfall this evening. So let's bring in NBC New York meteorologist Matt Brickman now. Matt, what's the latest we should know, and what should we be expecting as we inch closer and closer to landfall?
Well, you're already seeing those powerful winds spinning up tornadoes. What you're going to see more of is storm surge, ocean water being pushed on land as this storm inches closer. Right now, a Category 4 storm with winds up to 130 miles an hour, moving to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. As those peak wind speeds drop a bit, we are seeing the impact area expand, and that has helped to spin out all these tornadoes. These are all tornado warnings from South Florida up through the central part of the state. Numerous warnings impacting much of the area, and they're a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight, out ahead of those heaviest rain bands. Here are some of the winds. Naples already close to 50 miles an hour, nearly 40 mile an hour gusts in Tampa. And you can see a little bit of the wobble that we talked about in that track. We will see that as the storm moves closer, and that could really impact the exact area that Milton makes landfall later tonight and overnight into tomorrow morning. Here are some of the high-end wind speeds. Even farther away from the coast, you could still see gusts over 100 miles an hour. That can do damage to high-rise buildings that are farther away from those rising flood waters and could lead to outages that could last for days, if not weeks. Now, let's get to the storm surge because I think this will be the most damaging impact along the coastline from Sarasota on south. 10 to 15 feet of ocean water being pushed on land. That on top of rainfall that we could see up to 1.5 feet will last for days and take a long time to recede. Back to you.
All right, meteorologist Matt Brickman with the latest for us. Thanks so much.
Well, Milton's rapid intensification over the last days has been nothing short of astonishing. It catapulted from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in just one day, and then it went back. It's now at a Category 4.
That's right. Milton comes just 2 weeks after Helene devastated the Southeast, and scientists say its rapid evolution is being supercharged by climate change. Joining us now for a little science lesson is Bill Knight, the science guy. Bill, it's always great to have you. Thanks for being with us. Let's just jump in because scientists are saying there is one specific ingredient that has been pushing this storm to new limits, and they're talking about ocean heat. Can you explain how that's playing a role in Milton's quick evolution?
Well, the atmosphere has gotten warmer and warmer because we put more greenhouse gases in it. And as the atmosphere is warm, that keeps the sea surface warm. And everybody, the fundamental idea, just important, you've heard the expression hot air rises. Hot air rises because there's cool air around it. So cool air is squeezing the warm air up. A hot air balloon actually has fewer molecules in it than an equal volume at the temperature around it. So the warm ocean is squeezing this air up very quickly, and it's happened very, very fast. And so people are talking about intensification, rapid intensification, extreme rapid intensification. And there are numbers associated with it. When you increase the speed of the winds 30 knots, which are 35 miles an hour, so in less than a day or 24 plus hours, then they call that rapid intensification. If you do twice that and get up to 80 knots in a day, then that's in extreme rapid intensification. And that's what's happening. And this is what scientists have been talking about for years, that this would happen because the Gulf of Mexico is not especially deep as oceans go. And so when you get heat, it gets warm more quickly than a very deep ocean. And it stays warm because the atmosphere is warm. And so this is just the beginning of hurricane season, everybody. They're nominally, and by the old reckoning, another couple months of this. And the expense is just amazing. And my heart goes out to everybody who is having to move, losing all their possessions and having to evacuate their houses over and over. It's serious business. But there's science behind it, and we need to accept it.
You wonder, Bill, as we sit here and talk about these, I mean, it's almost biblical, right? It's things that we've never seen before. Do you think it'll change life as we know it? Do you think it's going to change, how people live in the state of Florida?
Yes. I'm not an expert on Florida demographics, or at least not yet. We all will be. But it's very reasonable that people will make different decisions about where they're going to move, where they're going to go to retire, where they're going to go to take advantage of work opportunities. When one has to evacuate and find a hotel, or this thing that I saw, there was price gouging on Airbnbs. This would be very serious. I wouldn't be surprised if people make different decisions, if not based on just having to evacuate, but based on whether or not they can get insurance for their dwellings and their cars. This storm surge everybody's talking about, that is not just water, it's salt water. So it's a little bit corrosive. So steel structures like your wheels on your car.
Right.
Start to corrode. Yeah,
Not
serious
just
business.
environmental impact, but you're talking about a fiscal impact too. And Bill, you said it, right? Climate change is expected to increase the frequency of powerful storms. Some may see Milton, may see Helene and say, okay, it's happening, but that's it. Should we expect more of this? Will this prolong future hurricane seasons?
Well, one would think so. Water has the ability to hold a lot of heat, and you know this. If you can put your hand in a warm oven, and the air is making your hand warm, but you couldn't possibly put your hand in water that hot because water conducts heat so well and it holds so much heat. You've probably seen an ice sculpture last for hours and hours and hours because it takes a long time for heat to work its way into all those water molecules. So one would expect that with the ocean warmer than it's ever been in recorded history, or very nearly ever in recorded history, with a couple very unusual exceptions, one would expect the hurricane season to go on. And one would expect this rapid and extreme rapid intensification to occur over and over again in the next couple months. And scientists have been saying this for decades, and the reasons for our ignoring it are largely political. And so I encourage everybody who has, especially young people in your world, to encourage them to vote. If young people were to vote at the same fraction or percentage that people my age vote, elections might go a very different direction. So vote, everybody, and my heart goes out to you in Florida, and let's all help out as these people move away during these extreme weather events.
Yeah, our heart is certainly with the people of Florida. And Bill Nye, we appreciate you putting it into context for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
The Tampa Bay area, Hillsborough County is the county around Tampa. They are, as we've been saying, right in the path of this storm. Officials say that the community could see what we were just talking about with Bill Nye, life-threatening storm surge.
2 people died in the county after Hurricane Helene hit. Officials are not mincing words about how dangerous the threat is right now.
So what we're looking at is a storm of the century.
The last thing they need to be doing is responding to a call that was totally avoidable. Their resources and responses should be reserved for true emergencies, not poor decision making.
This is the 11th hour. This is when it's time to keep you and your loved ones safe.
The man you just heard there is Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, and he joins me now, both of us now. Sheriff, thanks so much for being with us on an incredibly busy day. Can we start with evacuations? I know that 3 new shelters in Hillsborough County opened up as existing ones had kind of reached capacity. At least that's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have enough supplies for everyone? I imagine at this point, Sheriff, they have to be in those shelters by now.
Yeah, great point. From Sunday leading up to now, it was, hey, listen, you need to evacuate. And they've taken advantage of that evacuation warning. Our highways were busy. We had to open up emergency lane. We saw gas station, the long lines there, grocery stores, supply stores. So people are heeding the warnings, evacuating. Even hotels here in our own community outside the evacuation routes or evacuation zones are sold out. People are heeding the warning. But now the message is different. Right? It's not get out. Now the message is these conditions continue to worsen, and I mean worsen here by the minute. Now it's time to shelter in place.
And Sheriff, let's talk a bit more about some of the conditions and the concerns, because we've been reporting Hillsborough and surrounding counties have been racing to clear debris from Hurricane Helene, which just happened, so that it doesn't get swept away when Milton does move in. Are you concerned about the debris piles that have not yet been cleared?
I absolutely am. Hurricane Helene, we never had to suspend service because the winds never reached a sustained mile per hour of over 20. Once it gets over 40, it becomes too dangerous. So during that storm, we were able to answer 3,000 calls for service. We were able to rescue almost 1,000 people. And the only thing we were obstructed by was the water. Now you have this debris with up to 100 mile per hour winds, storm surge up to 5 to 7 feet. Along with a foot of rain, that's going to cause a lot of flooding in already heavily saturated areas. our drainage systems, our storm water, it's already at capacity. So this perfect storm that's being created is going to be catastrophic, and that's what concerns me the most.
Well, Sheriff, we really appreciate you taking time out for us. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, thanks so much. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, with Milton just a few hours from landfall, most people know by now that it is coming. People know.
Yeah, but what about all of the animals? Zoos and shelters across Florida are doing everything they can to keep their animals safe from this storm. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains how they do it.
It's all hands on deck at zoos across Florida as staff tirelessly prepare to protect animals from Hurricane Milton. The Zoo Tampa team is working around the clock, relocating animals, preparing food, and securing buildings. It's all a massive effort to keep more than 1,000 critters, including Florida's iconic flamingos and manatees, safe and secure.
Whether it's something as large as an elephant all the way down to something as small as, a golden frog, there's a plan in place on how to address and make sure they're safe.
There's also a ride-out team staying on site to keep watch over the animals.
This is a team that will be in a secure location during the storm. They are basically a group of, for lack of a better term, at the zoo, first responders.
And from primates to porcupines, even pythons, staff at Naples Zoo setting up hurricane shelters for its creatures, like this one for 2 black-crowned cranes. At Zoo Miami, currently on the outskirts of Hurricane Milton's current path, the biggest concern is rising water levels impacting exhibits like this lion enclosure built with moats for overall security.
We've had to bring animals and keep them inside because the water in the moats has risen so much that it's created a bridge where an animal could literally swim out. So animals like our lions, like our gorillas, animals that are potentially dangerous are being secured overnight in their night quarters.
And inside Tampa's Florida Aquarium, it's 9 penguins marching from their first floor habitat to higher ground. Staff making the move due to a dangerous storm surge forecast to be as high as 10 feet or more in the area.
We plan for things like this so they have nice homes, even though they may be a little temporary.
And it's not just exotic animals.
We're just trying to play our part, and a lot of these, outdoor kennels within this area are going to be really not safe for these dogs.
As some residents answered the call to take in dogs from Miami area shelters.
We never expected to get the response that we got. It's been overwhelming.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Sam, thank you. Let's take another look at the radar on the left side of your screen, and that's a shot of Tampa, Florida on the right side as Hurricane Milton closes in on the Florida coast. After the break, we're going to talk to another local official as they brace for impact.
So stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up.
Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
We are back with the biggest story of the day. Hurricane Milton, hours away from a direct strike on Florida.
Joining us right now is Melanie Bavon. She is the chief of the Bradenton, Florida Police Department. Chief, thank you so much for being here. We know your city is right in the pathway of this hurricane, and significant storm surge is expected. What are some of your largest concerns right now?
Well, we were in the eye about 3 hours ago. As of lately, it's shifted just a few miles to our south. And why that matters to us is that this is a strong and very small hurricane, and the difference between 10 miles could be the difference between 1,000 homes being damaged in this area. This is a horrific storm. I've been in law enforcement for 38 years, both in Pinellas and here, and I've never seen anything like this. Worst storm since 1921.
Chief, you're saying that shift a little bit, it might be better for you guys, right? Because you might be a little bit out of that storm surge zone where the water pushes up on you.
Well, when I say a little bit better, it's maybe the difference between a 15-foot storm surge to a 12-foot storm surge. To give you some perspective, last week with Hurricane Helene, at my house, I received a 3-foot storm surge through it, 3 feet up the walls in my garage.
Yep.
We could be looking at double that today, double that. So 6 feet up the walls.
Yeah, Chief, I know your town. I drive through it a lot. My parents have a place out on Longboat Key, which is one of the barrier islands right near you, which we're all hoping is going to be okay. But I wonder about your shore in Bradenton and then all those islands that are right there. If people don't know the geography, what do you think you're in for tonight?
It's going to be a very, very long night. Already, we're looking at taking officers off the street in the next few hours, except for extreme emergencies. The winds are sustained at around 30 miles an hour right now, but we are seeing significant wind gusts. We also are under a tornado warning. It's getting worse and worse, and so much is going to happen throughout the night. We're going to have high tide, then we're going to see the surges. I'll tell you, as bad as it's going to be here in Bradenton, it's going to be worse on those beaches. I was out there a couple days ago. It's devastated already from Helene, and now they're going to get a double whammy, as are some of the folks.
And Chief, just in a sentence, look, we heard from the city's mayor earlier today telling people to, quote, just get out now. So what's your message to people who've chosen to stay behind?
You know, we have done everything we can to warn people, to try to get them to safety. The police department has prepared all we can. Today, a few hours ago, we simply took a moment to pray. And so all I can say is pray for the people who are remaining, pray for the first responders, pray for the entire community.
Yeah, Bradenton Police Chief Melanie Bavon, thank you so much. And we got a lot more news ahead, so stay with us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with an inside look at the black market of obesity drugs. A CNBC investigation reveals how weight loss drugs are being sold at discounted prices online and how what you actually arrives in your mailbox could be deadly.
It's a combination of counterfeit drugs and illegal shipping. CNBC's Melissa Lee has more.
Not far from the majestic Rocky Mountains in Boulder, Colorado, is an ordinary suburban neighborhood, a quiet, tree-lined street, and this modest light gray home. Not the kind of place you'd imagine an investigation into black market Ozempic would lead, but it did. Our look into counterfeit weight loss drugs started with purchasing Ozempic online from Laver Beauty, a company we thought was based in Colorado. What we found was that it's part of an international marketplace where criminals are either brazenly counterfeiting these drugs or buying the real thing overseas on the cheap and illegally shipping them to the U.S. to turn a profit. The main targets, Novo Nordisk's diabetes drug Ozempic.
Discover the Ozempic Trizone.
As well as its obesity drug Wegovy.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
And Eli Lilly's Mounjaro and Zepbound. All in a class of wildly popular weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s. The Ozempic we bought from Laver Beauty cost $219, while real Ozempic goes for nearly $1,000 for a month's supply. The company's website and corporate documents claim the operation is located in Boulder, Colorado. But the Ozempic we ordered from Laver Beauty was shipped via DHL from this office building in Shijiazhuang, China, off an elevator and behind this unmarked door, right to us at CNBC headquarters in New Jersey. Let's open it up and see what we have. It's a plain cardboard box. It doesn't appear to have any refrigeration, although it's supposed to be refrigerated. This looks like it might have been a refrigeration pack at one point, although it's warm now. It does say Ozempic on it, 1 milligram, and here's the Novo Nordisk logo, and here's the pen. Looks like the real thing, but let's see what's inside. Was this real Ozempic that was diverted to the U.S. or a fake? And why did it come from China when the company has a Colorado address? We'll answer that question. But first, our investigation brought us to the U.K., where hundreds of counterfeit Ozempic pens have been seized. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not. The fakes are that good. Andy Morling is Deputy Director of Criminal Enforcement for the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency.
So would you like to have a guess which one is the genuine and which one is the fake?
This one is real. The other one with the purplish pen isn't.
It is, to us, a very crude copy, not sophisticated in any sense at all, but it's enough to make people who don't have this level of knowledge and don't have the comparison to make inject this into themselves and cause themselves significant harm.
A total of 869 counterfeit Ozempic pens were seized. They're actually relabeled insulin pens.
These are completely counterfeit products manufactured somewhere, we don't know exactly where, and made to look very much like Ozempic pens.
Now, back to the Ozempic we bought online. Novo Nordisk says the Ozempic we received appears to be diverted legitimate product and was produced for and distributed to the Chinese market during late 23 and early 24. Therefore, it would be unauthorized, unapproved for the U.S. market. The company went on to state that it cannot confirm the sterility, which may present an increased risk of infection for patients who use the counterfeit product. Still, one question remained. What is the connection between this house, listed on the Laver Beauty website, and this office in China? The homeowners told us they have no connection to the Chinese Ozempic seller at all. Laver Beauty did not respond to our request for comment. The day after we sent that request, the Colorado address was scrubbed from the website.
CNBC's Melissa Lee reporting there. Melissa, thank you for that. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samwat. Thanks for being with us. Here is another look at where Hurricane Milton is right now. That's off the coast of Florida. Stay with NBC News Now and your local NBC station for complete coverage as this storm makes landfall.
We are also streaming so you can watch anytime, 24/7 on NBC News Now, as Zinklea just mentioned. Watch us where you stream live. All these places on your screen is where you can find that live feed. You can also go to NBCnews.com and click Watch Live.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us, and welcome to NBC News Daily. I'm Zinklea Samwat.
And I'm Kate Snow. We begin this hour with the breaking news in Florida, the final hours before landfall of Hurricane Milton.
This is a major Category 4 storm off the west coast of Florida right now. Landfall is expected late tonight. Alerts are in place across almost the entire Florida peninsula, and there are new tropical storm watches and warnings for parts of Georgia and South Carolina.
The effects from Milton already being felt. There has been a tornado outbreak ahead of the storm. This is one of those tornadoes that appears to have touched down near Interstate 75 in Broward County earlier today. Emergency officials are making their final preparations for this storm. It is already being called catastrophic and life-threatening. Milton is going to be the second major hurricane to hit the Sunshine State in just the last 2 weeks. Our NBC News teams are fanned out across the storm zone. We're going to check in with some of them in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC New York meteorologist Matt Brickman, who's going to be with us for the full hour. Matt, we're getting closer to landfall, though it's still hours away. What's the latest track?
Well, we're getting updates from the National Hurricane Center just about every hour now, and you're going to see these little wobbles in the path of the storm, in the track, 10 miles north, 10 miles south, and that's going to make a big difference for these communities in the peak storm surge that they see. So the areas just to the south of the center of the storm are likely going to see that 12 to 15-foot storm surge on the high end. Right now, the storm is anchored 120 miles southwest of Tampa with winds to 130 miles an hour and moving north northeast at 16 miles an hour. We have been seeing numerous tornadoes, over 10 confirmed tornadoes at this point, in active tornado warnings spreading across much of the southern half of the state. There's a tornado watch for that part of Florida until 9 o'clock tonight. Here's the latest tracking. You can see the center of that cone passing through Sarasota. But if this goes a little bit farther to the north, Tampa Bay could see some of those higher storm surges. A little bit farther south, and it's Port Charlotte that's a greater concern. Look at this, though. It stays as a hurricane clear across Florida, bringing with it these powerful winds. So in addition to ocean water being pushed on land with the storm surge, we have these high-end winds, 80 to 100 miles an hour, that can do damage to high-rise buildings that otherwise would avoid some of that heavy rain and flooding down at lower levels. You can see all those strong storm surge numbers, 8 to 12 feet, even outside of the worst of it. This is still life-threatening, catastrophic storm surge from this storm. We'll continue to update it as it develops. Back to you.
All right. Appreciate that. Meteorologist Matt Brickman with us. Thank you.
Let's go now to our correspondents in Florida, starting with NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Llamas in Sarasota. Tom, we just heard from Matt. Sarasota could see 8 to 12 feet of storm surge and some of the worst of the storm surge tonight. What are you experiencing on the ground?
Well, right now it's still very quiet here in Sarasota. A lot of people have evacuated near the water, especially where we are. They're as ready as they can be for something like 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. But what these storms tend to do is they expose vulnerabilities, and that's probably what's going to happen right now. We're talking about a massive hurricane, nothing like Sarasota has seen, at least not in the last 100 years. If there is a landfall, at least coming onto shore in the next 8 to 10 hours. Around here, people have left. You don't see a lot of people coming around. In fact, like 3 or 4 hours ago, we saw families leaving the hotel where we're staying at, trying to drive further west, or I should say east, to get away from this hurricane. Places are boarded up. People have heeded the warnings, we hope. Some barrier islands have even cut off the water to sort of send the signal that you cannot stay here, because if you stay here, you will not survive, to make sure people come out. There right now is a checkpoint to get to those barrier islands, and I call it a checkpoint, but it's really a barricade. It's police cars and officers, and they will not let you get to those barrier islands, which is a good idea because it's just too dangerous. It comes in waves, guys. Right now it is very calm here. An hour or two ago, there was nonstop rain. There was very heavy wind gusts, but there's been a break in that, and that's going to be the story over the next 8 to 10 hours. But as you guys have been reporting since you guys came on the air, there's the threat of tornadoes, there's a threat of this hurricane, and there's a lot going on right now. People just have to be patient. They have, if they're staying put, they got to be very, very careful, because emergency responders have told us they're not going to answer 911 calls until the conditions get to a point where they feel their officers are safe. So it's going to be a long night, it's going to be a long day, and in the morning we should have a better sense of what's happened here in this area.
Tom, thank you. I want to turn to NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk. She's just north of you in Tampa. So, Steph, I know Tampa. It's a big city. It's an urban environment with people in high-rise buildings. Have people cleared out?
Well, Kate, how they do the evacuation zones, they've got a number of different kinds of zones. Zones A and B right now in Tampa have cleared out. We were in St. Petersburg earlier today. All of the area that was in a flood zone was cleared out. It's interesting. You've got Tom. He's about 60 miles south of where I am right now. We're getting heavy rain right now and some pretty heavy wind gusts as well. But really what people here in this city are worried about, and they're keeping close eye on those forecasts that we've been hearing from the Weather Service about the wobbles. Where is the storm going to go? And the reason that matters so much here in Tampa is that difference of really 10 miles this way, 10 miles that way could mean that the winds bring the water into Tampa Bay, creating that historic event, that once in a century storm. If it shifts to the south, then they will get less surge. However, there will still be a lot of surge in this city. You're still talking about as much as 8 to 12 feet. On top of that, as much as a foot of rain in Tampa. And that is why officials have been warning and continue to warn residents of this area to pay attention and listen to the warnings and get out if they need to. Listen to what the mayor had to say today.
Wherever that storm surge comes, if it's 10 to 15 feet and people are trying to ride this out in single-story structures, there's no place to go. And once the winds get up to hurricane speed, there's nobody to come and get you.
That's right, because the emergency workers aren't going to be going out when conditions get too dangerous. We have heard that in a number of the shelters, people are arriving. In fact, some shelters are even at capacity. We also know that the major bridges in Tampa, and you've been here, you know, the bridges are really the lifeline getting back to various parts of this region. All of the major bridges are shut down. If you are trying to move around this city and in this area, it is very difficult right now, Kate.
Yeah, and we have that picture of the bridge clearly subject to those strong winds you're talking about, Steph, and it really is sobering to hear these officials not mincing words, encouraging people to leave. So I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. You're in Naples. Storm surge, also a major concern there. So what's the latest?
Yeah. So right now we're feeling the wind gusts pick up to 50 miles per hour. So right now we're not experiencing rain, but earlier we were, especially when we were at the beach where, guys, even just hours ago, you still had surfers in the water as these high waves were kicking up. I took a moment to chat with them about why they were in the water, especially as a tornado warning alert was going off and we were seeing lightning in the distance. Listen to part of our conversation. Is there ever a moment during the storm where you say, this is too dangerous, I'm leaving?
Not until we get kicked off. That's about it.
Well, this beach is technically closed, and we've heard law enforcement say people got to get out. Like, are you guys going to just stay anyway?
It was just the beach patrol, so we figured we'd just get by it. Figured it was no problem. Not the cops yet, so just try and enjoy the surf.
And they said they were going to stay out for a couple of hours. That was a couple of hours ago, so hopefully they have left the area. We've seen several people show up to that beach, and they say that they are safe. They're in high rises or they're farther inland, so they're not concerned. But just like other cities like Tampa, Sarasota, all of those coastal residents have been evacuated, and we believe most people have been heeding those warnings. It feels sort of like a ghost town. There's just this nice calm here in the city, not seeing too many cars on the roadway, which is a good sign. Hopefully people have left the area. But you talk about those tornadoes. We are in Collier County. This is the same county where those tornadoes touched down, at least one that was confirmed rolling across I-75 about 26 miles from where we are. We left that beach, came to a garage further inland to try to protect ourselves. So we are watching. We can see the cloudy skies behind us. We are just kind of monitoring conditions as they come. Ladies?
Yeah, we know you'll stay on it out there and hoping folks go home, including those surfers. Dana Griffin, thank you so much. And our thanks to Stephanie Gosk and Tom Yamas as well. Be sure to tune in to Tom's show, Top Story, for special coverage of Hurricane Milton live from Florida. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Let's go now to Public Information Officer Josh Boatwright. He's in Pinellas County. Josh, thank you for being with us on an incredibly busy day. I know you have mandatory evacuation orders in place right now for a lot of zones in the county. We've just been talking with our correspondents, and it does seem like most people have followed the orders. What are you seeing where you are?
Yeah, we do have pretty high confidence that a lot of people are heeding the warnings. As you know, we had a deadly brush with a hurricane just 2 weeks ago with Helene. And so I think people here have had a taste of how deadly and how dangerous, especially that storm surge can be. But we're having to prepare for an even wider range of dangers this time with both the storm surge and the wind. So we do have mandatory evacuations. They're affecting about 500,000 of our residents are in those zones, but we are seeing a lot of the roads clear, and we're hearing a lot of our public shelters are well attended at this point. We still have plenty of room in those shelters, but a few of them have reached capacity. But we do have some confidence that a lot of people are getting out of harm's way.
Yeah, and Josh, we've talked a lot about the landscape, so high-rises, single-story homes, but we haven't touched as much on mobile homes. We know we're already seeing winds hitting 130 miles per hour. You have told people specifically to evacuate from all mobile homes. Walk us through the risks there.
There's huge risks there. We haven't seen sustained hurricane force winds like this. We've had a lot of storms brush near us, but not this close. And, obviously it's still not clear whether the storm will come right at us or maybe just a little south of us, but we're going to get those hurricane force winds. And mobile homes really aren't built to be able to withstand those kinds of winds. They're very vulnerable to debris, to being picked up by high winds. And of course, there's the threat of tornadoes being spawned. So we did notice in the last couple of days, a lot of our mobile home parks were being cleared out, a lot of people going to shelters. And we were really glad to see that because our residents in those places are especially vulnerable in a big storm like this.
Yeah, we're looking at a shot on the screen of St. Petersburg, which I believe is in your county, right? That's Pinellas County. We've talked about debris from the last storm, from Helene. You mentioned it. It must be a major concern right now. Have you been able to clear? We're looking at video. I'm not sure how old it is, but lots of debris on streets in Pinellas County.
So it's been an all hands on deck effort the last few days to clear a lot of that debris. I mean, the amount of debris that was generated by Helene is more than we've seen in decades, and maybe for many of us in a lifetime. So this is the kind of debris effort that would usually take weeks and weeks and weeks to deal with. But we had an influx of state and federal partners coming in to try to get as much of that off the streets as possible. We know not all of it was able to get collected because there's just too much of it out there. But there have been efforts all the way up until conditions got too dangerous to get as much of that out of the way as possible.
Well, we hope so. Pinellas County Public Information Officer Josh Boatwright with us. Josh, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And do stay with us. We've got more special coverage of Hurricane Milton on NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up.
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
We're staying on top of breaking news in Florida today. Hurricane Milton's landfall is hours away now, expected to hit the west coast of Florida sometime after 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Millions are bracing for life-threatening wind, rain, and storm surge. And earlier today, President Biden and Vice President Harris got a public briefing on Hurricane Milton, saying it's looking like the storm of the century. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba in Washington, D.C. So, Monica, what exactly is the White House saying about preparations and response to this storm?
Well, Zinkley and Kate, this is about as dire as a warning as you can give, and it's coming from the President of the United States and the Vice President and all of their top officials about just how dangerous this storm could be. And again, trying to emphasize to everybody that you need to listen to your local officials when it comes to their own warnings. Here's a little bit more about what the President had to say on that message specifically.
I know it's really tough leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own.
But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours. It's literally a matter of life and death.
Now, the president even postponed some overseas travel. He was going to be heading to Germany and to Angola in the next couple of days. He decided to move that trip so that he could be here in Washington overseeing the entirety of the preparations and the response. And one thing that he mentioned in this briefing today, additionally, that he thought was notable is this idea that there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation spread after the devastation of Hurricane Helene in recent days and weeks. And so he is warning about that and trying to ensure that there won't be a repeat case or scenario of that around Hurricane Milton, but saying that it's dangerous and irresponsible for those who are spreading it, calling out former President Trump by name on that. Kate and St. Clair.
All right, Monica Alba from Washington for us. Thanks so much.
Let's bring in Sandra Tapfumane. She is the emergency management chief for Sarasota County. That's on the coast of Florida, just south of Tampa, just to orient people. Sandra, Sarasota is directly in the path of Milton, if you look at our latest maps. Talk about how you're bracing for that at this hour, as we're mid-afternoon, hours away from landfall.
Yeah, so we're getting pretty close, and the winds are starting to pick up. We're not quite at sustained winds of tropical storms just yet. So as soon as they get to that point, we're going to pull off first responders off the roads. And so, really, we've been messaging all morning that these are the last few hours people have to make preparations. We are strongly encouraging people, if you are in zones A, B, or C in our county, or live in a mobile manufactured home, that you do not want to weather this storm in your home. And especially those mobile manufactured homes, this is going to be high winds. It's going to be very dangerous for them. But really what we're watching most closely is that storm surge. So we still have a 10 to 15 foot forecast for storm surge. And that is going to just be an incredibly catastrophic situation for our county. So we're doing everything we can to put final plans in place, get people to shelters. We still have 10 shelters open right now, and people can still get there if they want to go.
And yeah, to the point of final plans, Sandra, when is too late to evacuate? Has that window closed, or how much time do people have?
Yeah, so right now, right when you're getting close to that tropical storm force winds, as soon as you reach that sustained winds, even it's getting kind of close here, but we still say if it's, very, very windy, it's still better. If you're out on a barrier island or out in zone A in particular, probably still hedging your bets to try to drive to that shelter is going to be safer than staying at that location. But we're giving it maybe another hour or two at the very most. And then really, it's just going to be safer for you to shelter in place. If you're on a multi-level building, make sure that you're elevated up and evacuating vertically if that's the only option that you have.
Emergency Management Chief for Sarasota County, Florida, Sandra Tapfumane, thank you so much for taking time for us.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Coming up, first Helene, then Milton. What is behind the rapid evolution of these dangerous hurricanes, and is this the new normal? Bill Nye, the science guy, joins us next on NBC News Daily.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie, as stars and stripes and spacious skies. It's iconic.
Got the flag up now.
Patriotic. It's America's favorite pastime. The vote is as American as you. And this November, we're all chanting, it's your turn. Step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Welcome back. 27 days to go now until the election. Both campaigns are stepping up travel in key swing areas of the country.
Former President Donald Trump is holding 2 rallies in Pennsylvania today. Vice President Kamala Harris does not have any campaign events today. She's heading to Las Vegas this hour, where she will take part in a town hall tomorrow.
All of this comes after an Afghan national living in the country is now charged with plotting a terror attack on Election Day. The Justice Department says he planned to do it in the name of ISIS. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign and is currently in Reading, Pennsylvania, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba in Washington, D.C. Thank you both for being here. So, Garrett, we'll start with you. Former President Trump now pushing back pretty strongly on reporting by Bob Woodward about his relationship with Vladimir Putin. What are the former president and his campaign saying today?
Well, Zikla, the campaign and the former president are denying reporting in this forthcoming book by Bob Woodward, both that Donald Trump has had subsequent phone calls with Putin since leaving office in 2020, and that he sent Putin COVID testing machines back in 2020. These are not the cardboard boxes of tests that we take now, but these kind of Abbott COVID machines in 2020, something that Trump has denied, but the Kremlin this morning confirmed. Here's what Trump had to say when pressed about that on another network. Listen.
He said was that you've had a number of conversations with Putin. Is that true? I mean, I imagine that could be. No?
That's false.
Oh, really?
That's false.
So you haven't spoken to him since you left the White House?
No, I have not.
And the other thing he said is that you had provided some Abbott test machines to Putin back during the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, false.
Now, the Trump campaign hasn't tried to square the circle here of why the Kremlin says, yes, this happened. The campaign says, no, it doesn't. But Trump does have 2 events today here in Pennsylvania, including tonight in Reading, where I'll be, where he could bring it up, but it's unlikely we're going to get a chance to ask him directly.
Garrett, thank you. Let me turn to Monica. Monica, we saw Vice President Harris at a FEMA briefing related to the hurricane, but now we are understanding campaign-wise, she's planning to take on Trump on the issue of the economy, and aide tells us that will be her main focus in these closing weeks of the campaign. What do we know?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at any of the public polling, a major issue for most voters, for most Americans, continues to be the economy. Issues like inflation, being able to afford basic things like groceries and gas. And so the Harris campaign is keenly aware of that, and they are going to lean into that kind of messaging in the coming weeks. You saw a little bit of that during the vice president's media blitz yesterday, appearing on a number of different platforms. It's something that she'll continue to weave in, but also she's going to try to highlight it as a contrast to what she says Donald Trump is proposing in terms of what it would do to taxes and what it would do and what it would mean for the middle class. They believe that that's an area where they really need to be able to have a heavy messaging presence on to make any kind of a difference in the polling, because right now also what's reflected is that many people believe, when asked in these polls, that Donald Trump could handle the economy better, those kinds of issues better than she would at this point in the race, guys.
And Monica, the vice president is also getting some attention for comments she made on The View when asked if she would have done anything differently than President Biden over the last 4 years. First, let's listen.
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
How's the Harris campaign reacting today?
Well, it was interesting because in that very same interview, some 20 minutes later or so, she brought it up again and said, you asked me what I would do differently, and she did provide one area where she would differ, and she says that she would name, if she wins, a Republican to her cabinet because, quote, she said that she wouldn't let pride get in the way of a potentially good idea or collaboration with somebody from across the aisle. So that was one area of distinction, but then notably on the late night show with Stephen Colbert, Colbert, she was asked the same question and said, look, very clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am also not Donald Trump. And that's how she left it.
Garrett, let me go back to you quickly. NBC News has learned the former president may hold a rally at New York's Madison Square Garden, a huge venue. What do we know?
Yeah, that's right, Kate. With about a week to go until the election, we do expect Donald Trump to hold that Madison Square Garden rally. Of course, he was until recently a lifelong New Yorker and has talked a great deal about wanting to have a rally there for personal reasons. The campaign says this will be the launch of a stadium tour, part of how they'll close out this race. Kate?
All right, Garrett Haake, Monica Alba, thanks. We'll be right back.
The Vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic.
Got the flag up?
Patriotic. The Vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Vote her up.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the bottom of the hour now on NBC News Daily. We are staying on top of that breaking news out of Florida.
Hurricane Milton's landfall is now hours away. Emergency officials taking this storm extremely seriously. These are all ambulances in Sarasota County getting into place at the moment.
All in a line there. Take a look at this other video that we have. This is Florida Highway Patrol in Tampa rescuing a dog that was left tied to a pole near Interstate 75. Obviously, authorities want everyone to know not to do that. Protect your pets if you can ahead of the storm, but they were able to rescue that one. Let's get a check of the latest forecast and bring in NBC New York meteorologist Matt Brickman, who's been with us this hour. Matt, where do things stand right now? Just give us the update.
Yeah, the ongoing issue is the current tornado outbreak. We've now had 12 tornado reports, and that will continue to grow, I would expect, in coming hours. Here's the storm right now. Milton is a Category 4, 130-mile-an-hour winds and anchored 120 miles southwest of Florida. I mentioned the tornadoes. Here are ongoing tornado warnings now on the east side of Florida. These very powerful winds out ahead of the center of that storm could continue to spawn tornadoes until that watch expires at 9 9 o'clock tonight. The other new update here for you is now a flash flood warning that cuts right across the middle of the state from Tampa clear through to Fort Pierce as heavy rain is falling now, and we're already beginning to see street flooding. That will continue as heavy rain comes down. That's not even factoring in the winds yet, which we'll get to in just a moment. Some of these spots could see up to 1.5 feet of rain around Tampa and Sarasota, but on clear to Orlando as well. Here are the winds, already tropical storm force winds for Tampa and into Naples as well, and starting to stretch to the east side of Florida also. That line will continue to push through. You can see this is expected to make landfall late tonight, close to midnight, as a major hurricane and maintain hurricane strength as it moves clear across the peninsula. Now, as far as storm surge, the peak storm surge, 10 to 15 feet. Exactly where that happens, still a little bit of a question. This far out from landfall, we could see a shift 10 miles north or south, and that could depend where the worst of that storm surge is seen. Sarasota to Boca Grande is the forecast right now, but that could shift a little bit farther south, closer to a spot like Fort Myers or Bonita Springs. Could be a little bit farther north to St. Petersburg or Tampa. So we will continue to monitor those little wobbles in the path of this storm, as that will continue to change until landfall sometime between 10 o'clock and 2 a.m. tonight. Back to you.
All right, Matt Brickman, thanks for bringing us that big picture view. Now let's bring in NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. He's in Sarasota, and NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra in Tampa. Jesse, let's start with you. Is anything surprising you on the ground at this moment? Of course, we're still hours out from landfall.
Yeah, no, it's been a mix of light rain, mid-speed wind, and then it dies down. And that's been oscillating back and forth. Right now, we're in one of those higher cycles. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but the trees are rustling, and there's some wind and rain blowing around right now. And I'm checking down on the street below Clay, because what I've been keeping an eye on, and one thing that is kind of notable to me, I wouldn't say it's exactly surprising, but something that is catching my eye, is that there's a side street right below this parking garage where we are that has flooded. It's receded again, but it has already flooded partially today, and we have not had that much rain. And all of this is happening before we get an estimated 10 to 15 feet of storm surge in this area. And beyond me, you can see a tall building and then a shorter one over my shoulder here. Just beyond that shorter building, that is Sarasota Bay. And so all of that water could potentially be rushing in. And so we'll be looking to see, what kind of destruction comes with that in the aftermath. And just beyond that are the Barrier Island areas, Lido Key, for people who might be familiar with the Sarasota area. And there's still debris out there. And we had spoken with the mayor yesterday, and she said that the cleanup operations for the city had already wrapped up because the dump had been shut down ahead of the storm. So that debris removal is over, but I can tell you there's still a lot out there. Glass, wood, furniture, mattresses, picture frames. You think of it, you imagine what could get damaged in a home, and that's what happened in Hurricane Helene, and all of that is now out on lawns, and it has not all been removed. So what I'm going to be watching for, and I think is the biggest variable as we head toward landfall, is what that debris is going to do to exacerbate the consequences of this storm, both as projectiles in the air, which could make it so that first responders potentially have to get off the roads faster. I don't know, because, there's usually that 30, 45 mile per hour wind range where first responders get off the roads. Will that be changed at all? So far, we haven't gotten any indication of that, but I'll be curious to know if that changes plans. How will that debris impact the storm surge effect as well? Will that effectively work like a battering ram? And then something that I've asked officials about, and they haven't expressed any particular heightened concern about it, but I'll be curious to see the impacts in the aftermath, is what that debris does to storm drains. Because I've seen firsthand, when you clear debris in the aftermath of a hurricane, the drains start working much more quickly, and flooding in streets can disappear very, very soon after. But if you have debris getting in faster, I'm wondering how that might impact the flooding situation, how it could potentially exacerbate it. And then the overall question around all of this is who is left in these areas, especially along the coastline, who have not heeded the evacuation warnings. My hope would be no one, but there's always a possibility of that, and officials have continued to implore people to get out while there is still time, and the clock is running out, guys.
Jesse, thank you. I'm going to go to Marissa. She's about 60 miles north, and look at the difference between her shot and Jesse's. So, Marissa, you're in a band right now. The hurricanes come in bands. You've been there for days. What are you seeing now?
Well, you can see some sheets of rain and wind gusts. We know they're getting upwards of 40 miles per hour now. And again, we're still hours away from official landfall of Milton. We don't officially know where Milton is going to make landfall. But again, we are already starting to see the streets pool with water here. That's just flooding. And that is in Zone C. We are not even in Zone A or Zone B, which are, of course, those most precarious areas, most close to the coast of the Gulf of Mexico or Tampa Bay or those channels. And those were under mandatory evacuation. We've done so much reporting on those mandatory evacuations. I've talked to a lot of first responders who said that they did not face the same pushback that they got with Helene. That's probably because many of them saw firsthand, unfortunately, with their own homes even, the damage that a storm can do even when it doesn't make landfall here. That was the big major headline from Helene. It was 100 miles offshore, and we saw those piles and piles of debris in our region. Remember, that was up and down the Gulf Coast. We're north of Jesse Kirsch, but we still saw those same piles of debris. Not all of them were cleared. They only got to get to 50% of them because those workers also had to evacuate themselves. And I will tell you another concern to echo what Jesse just said. We have already heard from sheriff's counties. We know Pasco County Sheriff's Office had said that they would not, if it was too dangerous, be doing the same overnight water rescues we saw during Helene because of the debris risk. This is something that we're hearing resoundingly of concern here. And finally, with those wind gusts, even 100 miles per hour could topple some cranes that we know are in places like St. Petersburg. So those people who thought they were out of the risk of storm surge and flooding, still at risk of something quite dangerous if that does topple over, guys.
Jesse Kirsch for us, Marissa Parra, thanks to you both. Well, Milton's rapid intensification over the last days has been nothing short of astonishing. It catapulted from a tropical storm to a Category 5 in just one day, and then it went back. It's now at a Category 4.
That's right. Milton comes just 2 weeks after Helene devastated the Southeast, and scientists say its rapid evolution is being supercharged by climate change. Joining us now for a little science lesson is Bill Knight, the science guy. Bill, it's always great to have you. Thanks for being with us. Let's just jump in because scientists are saying there is one specific ingredient that has been pushing this storm to new limits, and they're talking about ocean heat. Can you explain how that's playing a role in Milton's quick evolution?
Well, the atmosphere has gotten warmer and warmer because we put more greenhouse gases in it. And as the atmosphere is warm, that keeps the sea surface warm. And everybody, the fundamental idea, just important, you've heard the expression hot air rises. Hot air rises because there's cool air around it. So cool air is squeezing the warm air up. A hot air balloon actually has fewer molecules in it than an equal volume at the temperature around it. So the warm ocean is squeezing this water up, this air up very quickly, and it's happened very, very fast. And so people are talking about intensification, rapid intensification, extreme rapid intensification, and there are numbers associated with it. When you increase the speed of the winds 30 knots, which are 35 miles an hour, so in less than a day or 24 plus hours, then they call that rapid intensification. If you do twice that and get up to 80 knots in a day, then that's in extreme rapid intensification. And that's what's happening. And this is what scientists have been talking about for years, that this would happen because the Gulf of Mexico is not especially deep as oceans go. And so when you get heat, it gets warm more quickly than a very deep ocean. And it stays warm because the atmosphere is warm. And so this is just the beginning of hurricane season, everybody. They're nominally, and by the old reckoning, another couple months of this. And the expense is just amazing. And my heart goes out to everybody who is having to move, losing all their possessions and having to evacuate their houses over and over. It's serious business. But there's science behind it, and we need to accept it.
You wonder, Bill, as we sit here and talk about these, I mean, it's almost biblical, right? It's things that we've never seen before. Do you think it'll change life as we know it? Do you think it's going to change, how people live in the state of Florida?
Yes, I'm not an expert on Florida demographics, or at least not yet. We all will be, but it's very reasonable that people will make different decisions about where they're going to move, where they're going to go to retire, where they're going to go to take advantage of work opportunities when one has to evacuate and find a hotel, or this thing that I saw, there was price gouging on Airbnbs. This would be very serious. I wouldn't be surprised if people make different decisions, if not based on just having to evacuate, but based on whether or not they can get insurance for their dwellings and their cars. You know, this storm surge everybody's talking about, that is not just water, it's salt water. So it's a little bit corrosive. So steel structures like your wheels on your car start to corrode.
Not just environmental impact, but you're talking about a fiscal impact too. And Bill, you said it, right? Climate change is expected to increase the frequency of powerful storms. Some may see Milton, may see Helene and say, okay, it's happening, but that's it. Should we expect more of this? Will this prolong future hurricane seasons?
Well, one would think so. You know, water has the ability to hold a lot of heat, and you know this if you can put your hand in a warm oven and the air is making your hand warm, but you couldn't possibly put your hand in water that hot because water conducts heat so well and it holds so much heat. You've probably seen an ice sculpture last for hours and hours and hours because it takes a long time for heat to work its way into all those water molecules. So one would expect that with the ocean warmer than it's ever been in recorded history, or very nearly ever in recorded history, with a couple very unusual exceptions, one would expect the hurricane season to go on. And one would expect this rapid and extreme rapid intensification to occur over and over again in the next couple months. And scientists have been saying this for decades. And the reasons for our ignoring it are largely political. And so I encourage everybody who has, especially young people in your world, to encourage them to vote. If young people were to vote at the same fraction or percentage that people my age vote, elections might go a very different direction. So vote, everybody, and my heart goes out to you in Florida, and let's all help out as these people move away during these extreme weather events.
Yeah, our heart is certainly with the people of Florida. And Bill Nye, we appreciate you putting it into context for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
And stay with us for the latest on Hurricane Milton as it approaches. You're watching NBC News Daily.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We're starting to see some streets flooding as it approaches the coast of Florida.
Not only are first responders preparing for rescue and disaster response efforts, so are organizations like the Red Cross. Joining us now, Nicole Mall, national spokesperson for the American Red Cross. Nicole, thanks for being with us. So first, just walk us through how the Red Cross is preparing right now for when Milton makes landfall in Florida, especially as you're still doing your coverage work after Helene around the country.
Let me paint the picture for you. The Red Cross has been on the ground for about 2 weeks because we were ahead of landfall for Hurricane Helene. And now across the Southeast, we have about 2,000 Red Crossers, with about 1,000 just in Florida alone. This is not an ideal situation for anyone who has been in the path of either Hurricane Helene or Milton, but we've got resources here in Florida with more on the way. We've got tractor trailers full of supplies. We have cots, we have blankets, we have food. And as we start to unpack the impacts of Milton and what this damage could look like, the Red Cross is ready to go.
What are you most concerned about, and what do you think is most needed in these coming hours?
Right now, our number one priority is safety, right? The images we're seeing on screen, we can already start to see some of that impact from Milton. The most important things that families can do right now is stay focused on their safety and listen to their emergency management in their local county. They're sharing the right information at the right time. Stay plugged in on social media, be tuning into your local news, keep your radio going, keep your devices charged as long as you can.
And Nicole, many outside the storm zone are paying attention and wondering, how can I help? What can I do? What do you recommend?
This has been a harrowing time for the whole country to see what the impacts of Helene and potentially Milton will be. But I will tell you, if you have a heart for giving, if you have a heart for supporting, there's a place at the Red Cross for you. You can become a volunteer by going to redcross.org, signing up, putting on one of those red vests. You can make a financial donation, which helps mobilize our mission as quickly as it does. Let me tell you, we've also moved a large number of blood products to Florida ahead of this hurricane. So if you are in an unimpacted area, we do encourage you to give blood where you can.
Yeah, I know you all put out a press release earlier today talking about how many blood donation drives were just canceled due to all of these storms. So that need remains high.
Right. You don't think about the things that have been canceled. We're running out of time, but in 30 seconds, if somebody's watching, you've said how we can volunteer. What else can we do tomorrow, maybe the days after?
Check in on your loved ones. This is not going to be easy for our friends in Florida. They are going to need more love and support than ever. And we have the responsibility to show up for them, every single one of us.
Yeah.
And that's something we can do from anywhere across the country.
Nicole Mall, thank you, from the American Red Cross. There's much more ahead.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with an inside look at the black market of obesity drugs. A CNBC investigation reveals how weight loss drugs are being sold at discounted prices online and how what you actually arrives in your mailbox could be deadly.
It's a combination of counterfeit drugs and illegal shipping. CNBC's Melissa Lee has more.
Not far from the majestic Rocky Mountains in Boulder, Colorado, is an ordinary suburban neighborhood, a quiet, tree-lined street, and this modest light gray home. Not the kind of place you'd imagine an investigation into black market Ozempic would lead, but it did. Our look into counterfeit weight loss drugs started with purchasing Ozempic online from Laver Beauty, a company we thought was based in Colorado. What we found was that it's part of an international marketplace where criminals are either brazenly counterfeiting these drugs or buying the real thing overseas on the cheap and illegally shipping them to the U.S. to turn a profit. The main targets, Novo Nordisk's diabetes drug Ozempic. Discover the Ozempic Trizone. As well as its obesity drug Wegovy.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
And Eli Lilly's Mounjaro and Zepbound. All in a class of wildly popular weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s. The Ozempic we bought from Laver Beauty cost $219, while real Ozempic goes for nearly $1,000 for a month's supply. The company's website and corporate documents claim the operation is located in Boulder, Colorado. But the Ozempic we ordered from Laver Beauty was shipped via DHL from this office building in Shijiazhuang, China, off an elevator and behind this unmarked door, right to us at CNBC headquarters in New Jersey. Let's open it up and see what we have. It's a plain cardboard box. It doesn't appear to have any refrigeration, although it's supposed to be refrigerated. This looks like it might have been a refrigeration pack at one point, although it's warm now. It does say Ozempic on it, 1 milligram. And here's the Novo Nordisk logo, and here's the pen. Looks like the real thing, but let's see what's inside. Was this real Ozempic that was diverted to the U.S. or a fake? And why did it come from China when the company has a Colorado address? We'll answer that question. But first, our investigation brought us to the U.K., where hundreds of counterfeit Ozempic pens have been seized. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not. The fakes are that good. Andy Morling is Deputy Director of Criminal Enforcement for the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency.
So would you like to have a guess which one is the genuine and which one is the fake?
This one is real. The other one with the purplish pen isn't.
It is, to us, a very crude copy, not sophisticated in any sense at all, but it's enough to make people who don't have this level of knowledge and don't have the comparison to make inject this into themselves and cause themselves significant harm.
A total of 869 counterfeit Ozempic pens were seized. They're actually relabeled insulin pens.
These are completely counterfeit products manufactured somewhere, we don't know exactly where, and made to look very much like Ozempic pens.
Now, back to the Ozempic we bought online. Novo Nordisk says the Ozempic we received appears to be diverted legitimate product and was produced for and distributed to the Chinese market during late 23 and early 24. Therefore, it would be unauthorized, unapproved for the U.S. market. The company went on to state that it cannot confirm the sterility, which may present an increased risk of infection for patients who use the counterfeit product. Still, one question remained. What is the connection between this house, listed on the Laver Beauty website, and this office in China? The homeowners told us they have no connection to the Chinese Ozempic seller at all. Laver Beauty did not respond to our request for comment. The day after we sent that request, the Colorado address was scrubbed from the website.
CNBC's Melissa Lee reporting there. Melissa, thank you for that. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samwat. Thanks for being with us. Here is another look at where Hurricane Milton is right now. That's off the coast of Florida. Stay with NBC News Now and your local NBC station for complete coverage as this storm makes landfall.
We are also streaming so you can watch anytime, 24/7 on NBC News Now, as Zinklea just mentioned. Watch us where you stream live. All these places on your screen is where you can find that live feed. You can also go to NBCnews.com and click Watch Live.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. We begin with breaking news out of Florida, where Hurricane Milton has begun lashing the state. The National Weather Service is telling residents in the storm's path it is time to shelter in place as the powerful Category 3 storm is forecast to make landfall just hours from now. Forecasters now say the massive storm could come ashore as early as 10 p.m. That's earlier than previously predicted, with landfall expected near Sarasota. But already parts of Sarasota and Tampa Bay are seeing flooding as the region braces for a catastrophic storm surge that forecasters say could reach or exceed 15 feet. And Florida is also facing a tornado outbreak. At least 10 have already been spotted, some hundreds of miles from Milton's core, as far away as Miami. Right now, nearly all of Florida is under some form of tropical alert, with the heart of the state, seen here in red, under a hurricane warning. This afternoon, President Biden and Vice President Harris warned of the dangers of this historic storm during a briefing with federal disaster officials.
It's looking like the storm of the century between Helene and Milton. Two historic storms in 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who has followed local guidance to evacuate ahead of the landfall. I know it's really tough, leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours. It's literally a matter of life and death.
And many of you, I know, are tough and you've ridden out these hurricanes before. This one's going to be different. And so we ask you that by every measure, understand it's going to be more dangerous, more deadly, and more catastrophic.
Now, we do expect to hear from President Biden again in the next hour on federal preparations for the storm. With more than 1 million Floridians under a mandatory evacuation order right now, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell telling residents that getting to safety could be the difference between life and death.
This is an extremely dangerous storm, and we need all of the residents that are in the path of the storm to listen to their local officials. They will tell you if there's still time to evacuate or what you need to do if you are still where you're at. They will give you the right information about what you need to do to protect yourself where you are at right now. Sometimes just traveling a few miles inland can mean the difference between life and death, and nobody has to lose their life as a result of this storm.
Let's get to our team covering the storm now. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has the very latest from Sarasota. Stephanie Gosk is in Tampa, and Bill Cairns is with us with the latest track and the latest forecast, what we can expect. Jesse, let me start with you. We can obviously see the conditions behind you. It is already looking incredibly intense. Tell us what you are seeing there.
Yeah, Kristen, what we're seeing right now is the wind kicking up. It was hitting us pretty hard earlier, then it calmed down. The rain went away as well, and it was eerily quiet here. It's starting to pick up again. And when we talk about the evacuation orders and requests and the pleadings that we've heard from officials for days now, the reality is we're coming up on the point where it may be, if it is not already, too late for people to get out. And I think this is a prime example of it. On a good day, when it was just a typical rainstorm, this is the kind of weather in which you'd be thinking, maybe I need to pull over on the side of the road. Problem is, if you pull over on the side of the road, you're just going to get deeper into the storm with Milton making its way toward us. And we are at this point looking like we are in the bullseye in Sarasota. Right behind me, you can see there's a tall building and then a shorter one. Over those buildings, behind that shorter building, that is Sarasota Bay. So the water is that close. And I can tell you, even just from a little bit of rain compared to what we're looking at over the next day or so, just a couple hours worth of rain had the side streets around where I am partially flooded earlier. That is cleared out for the time being, but I can still see a storm drain below me that is battling the water. And again, this is really just the beginning. So when you think about that, before we even get close to the storm surge coming in, gives you an idea of the impact to the infrastructure, and that's not even talking about the threat to human life. Storm surge, when it gets that high, it's almost impossible to think someone could survive it. Over your head, it doesn't come in slowly. It doesn't rise at a leisurely pace. It comes in fast and hard. And we've seen firsthand what it can do. It can bust indoors. It can toss refrigerators around, and it will kill people. And that is why officials have been imploring people to get out while they still can. And that just brings us back to, we're approaching the point where that may be too late soon, Kristen. And then it's anyone's guess what will happen, unfortunately. I just want to bring up one last point before I give it back to you. We're looking at a variable with this storm that we have not seen, at least in the other hurricanes I have covered, and it's not something that I think we typically talk about, and that is leftover debris, because it has been less than 2 weeks, as President Biden just acknowledged, since Hurricane Helene made landfall. We've been out in this community, and I can tell you yesterday, after the mayor told me that debris pickup has been completed because of the preparations for the storm, there were still piles of trash. We're talking mattresses, plywood, shattered glass, picture frames, envelopes. People's lives are on their lawns, and it has not been fully cleared away. And when the storm surge comes in, when the wind kicks up, and we're expecting close to 100-mile-per-hour gusts here in Sarasota, all of that debris potentially becomes lethal projectiles. And so that is the big unknown, I think, in this storm. We're looking at the track. We're looking at the forecast. We know that the dangers are there, but I don't know if we fully know at this point what the impact is going to be on that in the run-up throughout the storm and in the aftermath, because that will also be obstacles for first responders. Kristen?
Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much for your reporting from Sarasota. Such an important point about that debris, all of the unknowns, all of the dangers that anyone who did not heed the evacuation orders would be facing. Please stay safe, Jesse. We really appreciate your reporting. Stephanie Gosk, let me turn to you now. Set the scene where you are. Not as much rain as we're seeing in Jesse's live shot, but obviously we can see the wind starting to whip up there.
Yeah, it's whipping up, and the rain's been coming in and out pretty heavily. We're starting to see that kind of flooding on side streets and bodies of water rising a little bit. You know, I want to pick up a little bit off of what Jesse was talking about. You know, all of that debris that he's talking about represents families who are no longer in their homes because of Hurricane Helene. That is, all of those families already displaced. Now they're being displaced again. Hardship on top of hardship. We had an incredible conversation today with a pediatrician, an emergency room pediatrician, who has a family of 4, all of her kids in the ages between 6 and 12. They live in St. Petersburg. Their house got wiped out by Helene. They were in another house that was actually also had to be evacuated because of this storm. She is now in her hospital working her shift, and all of her children are there with her because it's the safest place for them to be. It's just hard to wrap your head around how difficult and concerning and just exhausting it must be for the people who have to deal with this. And there are, of course, those people who decided not to go anywhere and are staying put. There aren't many of them. We haven't seen many of them. We're being told that the shelters are, for the most part, full, but you continue to hear these stark and dire warnings from officials that if you choose to stay in an evacuation zone and you deal with, here in Tampa Bay, the kinds of numbers that are potentially possible, 8 to 12-foot storm surge, up to 12 feet of, or 12 inches rather, of rain on top of that, that it's just not survivable. And if the winds are too strong, no one's coming to get you. Kristen.
Stephanie, what an unbelievable story that you just relayed, and it just does underscore the human suffering that is happening while the region braces for a second hurricane. Thank you so much, Stephanie Gosk. Please continue to stay safe where you are. Bill Cairns, let me turn to you. Forecasters have apparently moved up the predicted landfall. Talk about the implications of that, and this is shaping up to be an historic storm still.
And we have big changes happening, Kristen, currently. So the first thing you asked about is moving up the timing. The effects are still going to be the same. Everyone's already hunkering down. Everyone's already in their safe rooms and staying inside. So that's fine. The important thing is, where is the landfall going to happen? We've been pointing at Sarasota for about the last 12 to 18 hours after that shift yesterday. Was it Tampa going south? Now the storm has wobbled to the north in the last couple hours. That has significant impacts for any interest around Tampa Bay, because we were hoping that the worst of the surge would be out of Tampa Bay and south of you. Not that we want it in Sarasota or Venice or Inglewood or Fort Myers for that matter, but at least if we could avoid Tampa Bay, it's a highly populated area, and that may not be happening now. So let me explain. So this is the forecast line from 11 o'clock. In about 45 minutes, we're going to get a new forecast center line. Notice how it kind of bends like this? That's not how it really happens. They're giving us hourly position updates, and right now the storm is about 10 to 15 miles north of where it should be, and that's why this line automatically kind of corrects itself. I think when we get that new forecast from the Hurricane Center, I think it's going to be north of Sarasota, somewhere in between Tampa and Sarasota. That may be the landfall, which makes the storm surge much worse in Sarasota and possibly getting into portions of Tampa Bay. Let me give you another example. All of these little lines show us our potential computers, like where the storm is going to go. These lines are all about 10 to 15 miles south of where the storm actually is right now. And if we actually follow the lines that are closer to it, they do bring it up here closer to Tampa or Tampa Bay. So this is a huge change. And the reason it's such a big deal is because if Tampa Bay is on the south side, north side of the storm, the wind blows out, and then we see all the water exiting. If we take this eye and we project it right over Tampa, first off, you have to go through the eye, but then we also have a chance of we get the air and the wind blowing the water out, and then as the eye approaches, it can rush in. And that's what happens right near the eye. Extremely dangerous. And that's potentially what could occur if we continue to watch this northerly drift here. And this also definitely means that, like, areas from Sarasota here, you're now getting locked in to that 10 to 15-foot storm surge. Not what you wanted to hear. It's about 90 miles right now from Tampa Bay. Yes, we are down to a Category 3, but that storm surge is locked in. It's too late. This storm was too strong, too long, pushing too much water towards the coast. It doesn't matter how much the winds weaken now for the storm surge. Yes, it will help with wind damage, maybe a little less than was expected, but the storm surge is what's going to cause 80% of the damage out of this. And now we're watching these bright red bands. They're starting to approach Sarasota, Clearwater Beach here, Siesta Key. These areas are now going to start getting those hurricane gusts, which means the power outages are going to start going out. So, our thoughts, so many people are watching this, Kristen. They have their properties, they have their businesses, their livelihoods depend on where this makes landfall. And a lot of people in Tampa Bay were feeling better about things. And right now, they are super nervous and pits in your stomach moments as we wait and see where this landfall is going to be. And by the way, that should be sometime probably around 10 p.m. Maybe if it goes further north, up around Pinellas County here, maybe closer to midnight. But this is starting to get real and happen very quickly. And the high tide's coming in with it. This is, pretty horrific for everyone there with those interests in that area.
Yeah, and you mapped it out so well, Bill. And of course, we know you'll continue to keep us posted on the storm's path. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. Well, next, as the storm is heading towards Florida, some scientists have been heading towards the storm, flying directly into the hurricane to collect data. This is the view of the eye earlier today, and this was the view from the flight deck during that mission. The turbulent ride, enough to startle even seasoned hurricane hunters. Joining me now is one of the crew members on that flight today, Lieutenant Commander Josh Renberg with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we just saw that extraordinary video. Take us inside your flight. You flew through this storm today. What did you learn, Commander?
Yeah, I mean, it just solidified today, especially today and yesterday's mission were both significant. It was the craziest storm I've ever flown in, hands down. And I watched this turn into a monster from a tropical storm, both in terms of its reach and in terms of its power. So it's difficult to watch now after seeing it from the inside as it bears down on my home.
We're seeing more of this video, the way in which you all are bouncing around as you fly through the storm. You say it's different than any other storm you've flown through. I mean, just in the strength, and what is the takeaway for folks who are on the ground like yourself, who have homes there?
Yeah, in terms of strength, definitely. The turbulence and the wind shear that we felt, the amount of lightning that I've seen inside this storm has been tenfold compared to most of the other storms that I've flown in. And I've been doing this now for 5 hurricane seasons. I've penetrated the eye of a hurricane over 150 times, and this was definitely the worst I've seen. So I think my message to anybody who's still in the area where it's making landfall is to shelter in place.
And what does the data that you gathered tell you about the impact that Milton will have when it does make landfall?
The data, the research data that we collect goes directly into the supercomputer forecast models, and it helps reduce the margin of error between a forecast and what actually happens, not just for this storm, but for every storm in the future. And I think that it's a testament to what the NOAA hurricane hunters bring to the table and the service they provide this country. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
What does the data specifically that you gathered on Milton tell you? How does it compare to other storms?
Just from what I've seen, the perspective that I've seen is from the cockpit. So my view is kind of scope locked on what's going on with the aircraft. The winds I've seen, or the strongest I've ever seen at the altitude we fly inside the storm at, the turbulence was the most severe that I've ever seen. So I think that's just a testament to what a monster this storm really turned into.
And I know this is your job, but boy, we see you all up in the middle of this storm that so many people are fleeing, and in some ways you're flying right in the middle of it. Do you ever get scared doing this?
On these past couple missions, I don't think my crew and I had much time to be scared. We had a job to do, and we were doing it.
Well, it's pretty extraordinary. As you look to the future, Commander, do you anticipate that storms of this strength, like Milton, will become the new normal, particularly given what we just saw with Helene?
You know, I have such a small view on what's been going on with the hurricane seasons over time. Like I said, I've been doing it for 5 seasons, but it's such a small blip in the grand scheme of things. I really can't tell you what to expect in the future versus the past, but I can tell you that this storm is real.
And your message loud and clear that folks heed the warnings to evacuate. Lieutenant Commander Josh Renberg, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
And joining me now is the mayor of Fort Myers Beach, Dan Allers, who himself has evacuated. Mayor, what an incredible circumstance that you yourself have evacuated. We're just hours away from the expected landfall of Milton. Set the scene. What is your message to the communities there? And is the community ready?
Well, I think this is our 5th storm,
since Ian hit 2 years ago. So to say we're ready, I guess we're as ready as we can be. We're pretty battle tested. This will be the strongest one since Ian. 2 weeks ago, we're still cleaning up from Hurricane Helene. So I guess we're as ready as we can be. Our residents really heeded the warning and got off the island. I left there about 2.5 hours ago for the last time, and it was pretty much a ghost town. The majority of people left. There are a few that decided to stay. All we can tell them now is to hold on and hope for the best.
Mayor, given how rapidly changing the forecast is, you just heard from our Bill Cairns, and as we have this conversation, we're looking at the strength of the winds. It's just unbelievable. They're blowing the palm trees around. What's your biggest concern right now? Is it the wind? Is it the storm surge? Is it everything?
The wind is certainly a factor, but in this case, it's going to be the surge. What we saw with Ian, 15 feet of storm surge. We're predicted 8 to 12. What you're seeing there at the Margaritaville pool, it was up to almost that thatched roof that you see there in the middle of the screen during Ian. So a lot of the buildings you can kind of see in the background there are gone from Ian. So the biggest concern is that this surge, if it's the 8 to 12, is going to push inland on the island quite a ways, and it's going to affect the homes that were protected before Ian. But now all those structures are gone, so we haven't had a chance to complete the beach renourishment that we've been working on. We had an emergency berm that we had in place, but the last 3 storms have pretty much knocked that down. So we're pretty wide open. We're at sea level with no protection in front of us. So this surge is going to do quite a bit of damage.
You talked about the debris, Mayor, and we have been seeing images of it throughout the day, quite frankly, throughout this broadcast. How much of a concern does that bring to you as you brace for this monster storm to make landfall? And has enough debris been removed to make sure that for the few people who did stay, it won't become a more dangerous situation?
Yeah, I would say from Hurricane Helene, we were able to get about 90 to 95% of the debris off the island, including the sand. There is still a few streets that have some debris on it. We do have construction dumpsters that are all over the island that weren't able to get removed in time. And there's obviously a lot of construction equipment, not equipment, but materials that are there from the rebuild that we're doing from Ian. So all that stuff is tied down as best it can be. But at this point, we're at the mercy of Mother Nature and God, and we'll see what happens. And we're certainly hoping that we get the lower end of that surge. But right now, we're just in a holding pattern and waiting to see.
Well, we hope so, too, and you are all in our thoughts there, everyone in Florida who's going to be impacted by this storm. Mayor Dan Allers, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Please stay safe, and we will continue to follow Hurricane Milton closely. And we've got more from the region as it braces for the worst coming up. But first, with 27 days until the election, Trump rallies in must-win Pennsylvania as Harris blitzes the airwaves and battles questions about breaking from Biden. Plus, federal officials arrest an Afghan national living in the U.S. for allegedly plotting an Election Day terrorist attack. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning to a busy day on the campaign trail with less than a month until Election Day. At this hour, former President Trump is holding a rally in battleground Pennsylvania. He's continuing his attack on the federal hurricane response, calling the Helene response the worst rescue operation in history without any evidence. And for the second election cycle in a row, Mr. Trump is facing the fallout from a Bob Woodward book. This time, Woodward reports Trump sent Russian leader Vladimir Putin scarcely available COVID tests during the height of the pandemic. According to Bloomberg, the Kremlin has confirmed that reporting. The book also says that the former president and Putin have talked several times since he left the White House. Here's Mr. Trump's reaction to that reporting.
He said was that you've had a number of conversations with Putin. Is that true? I mean, I imagine that could be. No?
That's false.
Oh, really?
That's false.
So you haven't spoken to him since you left the White House?
No, I have not.
And the other.
Meanwhile, as we mentioned earlier, Vice President Harris attended a hurricane briefing virtually today and did some phone interviews before hitting the trail for Nevada. It comes amid a media blitz with an appearance last night on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, where she again was unable to give a direct answer about how her administration would be different from Joe Biden's. Listen.
You are a member of the president's administration. Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be, and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I noticed.
And so that would be one change in terms of... But also, I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump. And so when we think about the significance of what this next generation of leadership looks like, were I to be elected president, it is about... Frankly, I love the American people, and I believe in our country.
I want to turn now to our NBC News correspondents covering the campaigns. Monica Alba is covering Vice President Harris, and Dasha Burns is at the Trump rally in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Monica, let me turn to you. Look, that's the second time that the vice president got that question this week. What is the campaign saying about her strategy in answering it? Do they have any plans to change strategy, or are they satisfied with that answer that has, by the way, gotten critiqued by Donald Trump?
Yeah, and it was notable also, Kristen, that she was asked this exact question earlier in the day. And at the time, she said, well, there's nothing that really comes to mind because I was a part of those big decisions. And then in that same interview, a few moments later, she said, actually, I want to revise that. And there is one thing I would do differently. And she suggested that she would appoint a Republican to her cabinet if elected, saying that pride wouldn't get in the way of something like that. So that was one kind of example that seemed to come a little bit later in the course of that interview. But then, yes, when she was posed with that exact same question again later in the day, she didn't really talk about that and instead reverted back to a line that she delivered during her debate against Donald Trump, where she said, I'm not Joe Biden and I'm not Donald Trump. And it's something that her campaign is keenly aware of strategically is an important moment where she feels she needs to define herself separately from President Biden while making sure to praise his leadership and still stay strategically aligned with what they view and what they tout as the Biden-Harris administration accomplishments. But I think you can expect her in the days and weeks ahead, in the limited time she has left, to continue to make a point of where there may be some differences, where there could be some distance. And they're trying to do that by focusing on the future and what she would do as a leader if she's elected, instead of looking at the past. But again, they know that this is kind of a fragile relationship where she's still the sitting vice president, and she wants to be sure to not put any kind of a negative light on the current president, who was the one who got out of the way, so that she could be the Democratic nominee. But also in a moment when you're responding to the storm and this massive crisis in the country, that's another reason that the campaign is arguing she's, of course, not going to put that much distance between herself and President Biden at this moment, even if that's something that they know she may need to do in the later weeks. Kristen.
It's such a fascinating point, Monica, because here we are the country, Florida, bracing for this historic storm, Milton, to make landfall. And of course, the politics of how leaders handle a storm can impact the election. Today, the vice president getting briefed on the storm, also calling into some news outlets. What has her message been today, Monica?
Yeah, and they featured her pretty prominently in this briefing that was made available to the public. Everybody could watch it with the president. She joined remotely because she was in New York, and now she's on her way to Las Vegas, Nevada for campaign events. And she's going to be heading after that to Arizona, we understand, for more campaigning on Friday. So despite the president canceling and postponing his overseas travel so that he can be manning the response and the entirety of the federal government operation in regards to Milton, the vice president is saying that she's doing that while also heading to the campaign trail. And she, at this point at least, hasn't moved those kinds of events. There's a question about whether that could shift, but she's trying to do both of these things because remember last week when Hurricane Helene was hitting, she did adjust her schedule somewhat and certain events got moved around. And they know that with so few days left, they have very, very precious real estate and time to get that message out in some of the battleground states. So they want to be able to do both. But she also wants to be seen as somebody who is playing a key role in the response as long as the response is, in the view of critics, going well. And that is something that after Helene, she was also criticized for by some people in terms of maybe she wasn't as involved as she could have been. And her team argued that, well, it was up to the president, but certainly she's a partner to the president, and that she has been on some of these key calls, which I think we can expect to see. And she has been the one trying to spread that message also about the misinformation, the disinformation, and calling out people like former President Trump for their messaging, calling him utterly irresponsible, and others who have spread information when it came to Hurricane Helene. If that repeats with Hurricane Milton, I think we can see her and expect her to do the same.
Monica Alba, thank you so much for your fantastic reporting. As always, we really appreciate it. Great to see you. We want to turn now to a really disturbing story ahead of the election. An Afghan national living in Oklahoma was charged this week with conspiring to carry out a terrorist attack on Election Day on behalf of ISIS. That's according to newly unsealed court documents. The 27-year-old defendant and a juvenile co-conspirator were arrested after meeting with an undercover FBI agent while attempting to buy weapons. According to the Justice Department, the 27-year-old confirmed that he was intending to target large gatherings on Election Day. Joining me now with more is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thanks for being here. So take us inside your reporting. What are you learning about how authorities actually uncovered this plot?
So the FBI has not spelled that out in the charging documents, but they made it clear that he left some clues, including a contribution that he made to a charity that was essentially a front for ISIS, and a lot of engagement with ISIS propaganda online. So that is possibly a way that the FBI got onto him. And then once they were onto him, they dangled some confidential sources in front of him to set up this buy of rifles and other ammunition and other things. The FBI had control of the plot the whole time. It's not even clear exactly what he was targeting, but he did say after he was arrested, he confessed that he planned to carry out an attack on Election Day, wanted a lot of casualties, and he planned for it to be a suicide attack, Kristen.
Well, it's just absolutely chilling. And we know that the Trump campaign is already pouncing on this. Republicans saying, look, this is a sign of the weak immigration system that we have in place. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, this is an interesting dimension here. The charging document said that he entered the country on a special immigrant visa, which is a visa given to Afghans who worked for U.S. forces. But we found out today that that's not accurate. He actually came in under humanitarian parole, and he entered the country just less than a month before the chaotic withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan was completed. So there's some belief that he may have gotten in here with very little vetting under a system where a lot of Afghans were coming into the country during a very chaotic period. There's a lot of questions still to be answered on this, but you're absolutely right. The Trump campaign is pointing the finger and saying, wait a second here. And frankly, the U.S. government is not really answering some fundamental questions at this hour.
Well, I know you'll stay on top of all of this. Ken Delaney, and thanks so much. Great to see you, as always. Joining me now with the very latest from the Trump campaign's rally in Pennsylvania is Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks for being here. So tell us what your headlines are so far from the Trump rally there.
Well, look, Kristen, the former president is speaking behind me right now, and I will tell you the more aggressive rhetoric is really ramping up with these 27 days left to go to Election Day. He's been bashing Harris, insulting her intelligence. The words stupid and dumb and incompetent have been used over and over again today. He played a video, the clip of Harris on The View that you were talking about with Monica earlier, where she didn't have an answer for how she would have done things differently than President Biden. He has also continued his misleading statements about FEMA and the hurricane response. Take a listen.
She's just led the worst rescue operation in history in North Carolina. The worst. And we have another big one coming in, but the worst, the one in North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Virginia, pieces of Florida got hit. I mean, it's incredible. The worst ever, they say. They had no money. You know where they gave the money? To illegal immigrants coming in, many of whom are killers.
Tim said they want to abolish the Electoral College.
Kristen, he also played a odd new video that was meant to contrast the military under Trump versus under this administration. It was a then and now video, but the clips of the then were from the movie Full Metal Jacket, and the now clips were what seemed to be clips of military members in drag on TikTok. He also dug into the issue of energy, which is, of course, critical to Pennsylvania, saying that he's going to save the fracking and energy industry here in the Keystone State. For context, though, I'll remind our viewers that right now, America is producing more oil than at any point in history. Kristen.
Dasha Burns, I know it's always tough to talk when there's a rally underway. Well done. Thank you so much for the great information. Coming up next, President Biden holds talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as the region braces for potential retaliatory attacks against Iran. We're live in Tel Aviv. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Get the latest updates on the 2024 election on the NBC News app.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. For the first time in almost 2 months, President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke by phone today as the Middle East remains on edge for a potential escalation in the region. Vice President Harris also participated in the phone call, which the White House says lasted about 30 minutes. According to the White House, during the call, President Biden reaffirmed his commitment to Israel's security, but the official readout from the call made no specific mention of Israel's anticipated retaliatory response. Until the phone call today, U.S. officials tell NBC News that Israeli leaders had not briefed the U.S. on the specific details of their retaliatory response against Iran, even as the Pentagon discussed the possibility of supporting any potential military action. Joining me now is Aaron McLaughlin, who's live in Tel Aviv for us. So, Aaron, what more do we know about this call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Hey there, Kristen. Well, it did come up today during the White House briefing. We heard from the press secretary say that the call lasted around 30 minutes. She said that it was, quote, direct and productive conversation, adding that the Israeli potential response to Iran's last week missile strike did come up during that call, but no further specifics. We know, we heard from President Biden last week say that he did not want to negotiate with the Israelis on this topic in public. He did say, though, that officials, U.S. officials, were in constant contact with their Israeli counterparts about a potential response, and he did publicly say that he opposes any potential strike on Iran's nuclear facilities and would counsel against Israel striking Iran's oil fields. But beyond that, at this point, in terms of this response, it remains very much an open question. Details in terms of what was discussed is few and far between.
And Aaron, what reporting do you have about the potential timing of a retaliatory response, if in fact there is one?
Yeah, well, remember, in the wake of that massive missile strike, what Israeli officials are calling the largest missile strike ever in Israel's history, Israeli officials were promising a strong response. They were promising a swift response. It has been 7 days, and still it's unclear the timing of all of this. We know in terms of that next step, the cabinet would need to approve any potential strikes. As far as we know, no cabinet meeting has been scheduled as yet. Also worth noting in terms of that timing, the last time that Israel launched a retaliatory strike, it was about 5 days after the Iran missile strike. That was back in April. But this time around, Israeli officials are promising a much stronger response. We did hear from the Israeli defense minister earlier today promising a surprise. He was briefing an intelligence unit saying, quote, just as we have been doing until now in the war, on all other fronts, whoever attacks us will be hurt and will pay a price. Our attack will be deadly, precise, and above all surprising. They will not understand what happened and how it happened. They will see the results. So an ominous warning there from the Israeli defense minister today.
Oh, indeed it is. Aaron, what is the latest on the ground in Lebanon, the status of the fighting there?
You know, by all accounts, the Israeli operation there appears to be expanding. That was announced earlier in the week. The Israeli military previously concentrating their ground operations on the western portion of the border, now expanding those operations to the east, still considered by them to be limited operations in nature. But there was just a State Department briefing where Matt Miller raised some concerns about the potential for Operation Creep, something that the U.S. has long been worried about. He said, quote, he is cognizant of the long history of Israel, starting with limited ground operations, turning into more full-scale ground operations, turning into occupation, and that's something that we are very clear we are opposed to. U.S. officials also coming out strongly against the Prime Minister's address to the Lebanese people. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night issuing a warning to the Lebanese people to avoid a Gazification sort of Lebanon. U.S. officials saying they are absolutely against that kind of language and that kind of threat, really. Kristen.
Some strong language there coming from the U.S. as the world waits to see what Israel does next. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. Please stay safe, my friend. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Coming up after the break, if you stay here, you will die. That was the dire warning from one local emergency official whose community is in the path of Hurricane Milton. That official joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app. Your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Welcome back. We are continuing to track Hurricane Milton, which is expected to make landfall just a few hours from now along Florida's Gulf Coast. The latest timing from forecasters is that landfall is expected between 9 p.m. and midnight. In addition to powerful winds, a catastrophic storm surge, which we've been talking about, and more than a foot of rain, roughly 10 tornadoes have touched down across the state. Tornado watches are in effect from north of Tampa all the way to Key West. Joining me now from Naples, Florida, is NBC's Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you so much for joining us. So you're in Naples, you're south of where we're currently expecting the storm to make landfall in the coming hours. But how are conditions where you are? Obviously, it's raining pretty hard there.
It is, Kristen, and we've seen it come and go. Right now it's picking up. We've experienced some of those wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour in Naples. Right now, you know, we're just watching and seeing how the storm develops over time. There were tornado warnings, as you mentioned earlier today. We happened to be on the beach in Naples when our phone started alerting us to take cover because of those warnings. So we left, we came further inland, got inside a garage, and so this is where we are now doing our live shots. Even surfers were at that beach, still enjoying the water. You can see some of the video there, those waves crashing against that pier, which, by the way, was damaged during the 2022 Hurricane Ian. That that pier is still it has not yet been repaired and may take another beating today. So the major concern here is storm surge, which could be anywhere between 5 to 8 feet. So although we are out of the direct path of Milton, we are likely to still get some of those impacts. And as you can see, hours early, we are starting to feel them now. Kristen?
You know, Dana, obviously the evacuation orders have been incredibly strongly worded. Officials saying this is a matter of life and death. Have people in that area heeded the warnings? Have they largely evacuated, Dana?
I would say for the most part, especially in Naples, they mostly evacuated the coastal residents and also a tiny chunk that is prone to storm surge. We've heard from people that live in those areas. They say they are getting out. They were getting out days ago. And part of that is because of conditions like this. For people that are trying to leave now, it's going to be very tricky because road conditions are dicey. And also, you've got tornadoes that have already touched down, at least 10 confirmed. So, you know, people are getting into those shelters. We called Collier County. They confirmed they've got about 8 or 9 shelters open now, including a couple for pets and also others for special needs, for people who need a caregiver and may need power 24/7 because of special medical equipment. They say that people are showing up. They are not at capacity, which means people probably left town or maybe they are waiting out the storm. But other people we spoke to that are not in the evacuation zone, they said that they were either higher up or they were heading inland. Kristen, as you can see, we just felt a big wind gust.
I was going to say, I can see you holding on there. Dana Griffin, please stay safe. You are obviously in one of the areas that is getting hit the hardest. We appreciate your great reporting. Joining me now is Chief Trip Bars of Treasure Island Fire Rescue as the Barrier Island community braces for Hurricane Milton. Chief Bars, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So let me just pick up with you on what I was just talking about with Dana. You obviously were among the officials warning people that if they stayed on the Barrier Island, they may not survive. Did people listen to your message? Did they get out of the island?
We saw really good compliance across the Pinellas County Barrier Islands with the mandatory evacuation order. We just came back about an hour and a half ago doing our final pass through the streets on the PA, and maybe a couple dozen folks stayed behind. We warned them to get off, and they were insistent on staying. So,
and your level of concern for the few people who did decide to stay?
It's high. You know, we really fear for their safety. We're starting to see those 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts coming through, and we're still many hours away from landfall. So, we just, in the past 30 minutes, made a few last minute rescues of folks who at the 11th hour changed their minds. Just as of 5 minutes ago in Treasure Island, all police, fire, and EMS have ceased operations. So if you're still on a Barrier Island, you need to find somewhere on the second floor and hunker down and, try to stay away from windows.
Well, just to let folks know where you are off of the island, but you're at the command center, basically tracking this storm from there. Talk about the debris, Chief, because we have been obviously seeing the image of the debris from Hurricane Helene. How much does that concern you? What are your biggest concerns about the remaining debris?
Very much. We had just gotten into recovery mode, and we're starting to pick that up when we had to switch back to response, preparing for response mode. So we've got piles of debris everywhere. Those are going to be missile hazards. We had not even had a chance to get structural engineers out to look at some of the more impacted buildings. So we may have buildings that are now going to be impacted by 100+ mile an hour winds that were previously damaged by storm surge. So very concerning. We're not sure what we're going to come back to when we leave the safety of the EOC and push back to the island.
Well, and if you could just put that into perspective for us, Chief, given your concerns, given the urgent warnings for everyone to evacuate, is this the biggest, most severe storm that you have ever experienced in your career?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, ma'am. We've had 5 or 6 glancing blows in my tenure here and various degrees of damage, but Helene was the worst. so far, and I'm pretty sure that Milton's going to top that. So with the southerly tracks switching a little bit to the south, we may not see the storm surge we saw predicted at 10 to 15 feet, but it's going to be a good storm surge, and we're really concerned about the high winds.
And how has your communication been with the state and federal government? Do you feel like you're getting the support you need, of course, to prepare for what happens after the storm hits?
Absolutely. We've got great partnerships. We work through our county EOC to request resources, and they push those up to the state Division of Emergency Management. Director Guthrie has been very supportive, getting us all the resources we need, both for Helene and to prepare for Milton. And we had just gotten FEMA resources on the island when we had to shut all that down and begin preparing for response mode again. So I feel pretty comfortable with the support we're going to get. We've got air assets on standby. We're going to do aviation operations for search and rescue if needed. So we're ready to come back once the winds and water die down.
Chief Trip Bars, please know you are in all of our thoughts. Everyone there, we are hoping that people have evacuated, have heeded your warnings, and stay safe. We hope you stay safe. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anytime.
And a programming note. My colleague Tom Yamas will have special coverage of Hurricane Milton live from Florida. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern on Top Story with Tom Yamas right here on NBC News Now. We'll be right back with more Meet the Press Now.
Top Story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's not just 27 days to the presidential election. There's also the high-stakes battle for control of the House and Senate, where Democrats find themselves playing some serious defense. They essentially need to run the table in battleground races to keep their razor-thin majority. One of those key races is in Arizona for the seat being left open by retiring Senator Kyrsten Sinema. Early voting in the crucial state began today, and the two Senate candidates, Republican Kari Lake and Democrat Ruben Gallego, will face off tonight for their first and only debate before Election night. NBC's Julie Serkin spoke with both of the candidates ahead of tonight's big showdown, and she joins me from Phoenix. So, Julie, great job talking to the candidates. What were your key takeaways from your conversation with Kari Lake?
Kristen, how much time do we have? Because there was so much that stood out for me in our interview that lasted about 18 minutes. You know, she began talking about the kind of vision she wants for Arizona, what kind of senator she would be, how she feels good going into her debate. She often brought up her internal polling, which she told me was, quote, the real deal, the real scoop on the race that showed her actually leading Gallego, her opponent, and even performing at the same level that Trump is performing in this state, which we know is just not accurate when it comes to all of the public polling we've seen. There was a notable shift in her demeanor, Kristen, when I started pressing her on that, when I started asking her about her election denialism, whether she would vote to certify the election on January 6th if she was a senator. She called me honey. She asked for my name again, even though I have interviewed her before. She abruptly then ended the interview right after this moment. Watch.
Would you vote to codify the election no matter what happens?
Can you imagine asking a soccer player or a football player, will you agree,
But this
right?
is our democratic process,
Are
and
you
our
gonna-
elections that have been secured.
Julie, would you like me to answer the question?
I would, but you just posed
Or
one
do you
to
wanna-
me
or do you
about
wanna
soccer.
argue with
No,
me?
no, I'm not looking to argue with you. I just want a clear answer for Arizonans once and for all, because integrity is a big issue here.
If you were playing a soccer game and they said to the soccer team, before this election, will you agree with every single call the ref makes and agree with everything that happens in this game? Nobody would say yes. We want to have a lawfully run election. And
This
when we
isn't
get
a soccer game.
When we get if we have a lawfully run election, absolutely, absolutely. There's nothing more I'd rather do if we have a lawfully run election.
If we have a lawfully run election, I got to tell you, Kristen, that is sticking. I spoke to a lot of voters who are going into this early voting site behind me in Maricopa County, a swing county. Some of them, Trump voters, said they are coming out on the first day of early voting because they believe there are problems in the election, despite none of that being found in 2020 or 2022.
Julie, what a remarkable exchange there with the Senate candidate. Let me ask you, of course, you were able to interview Ruben Gallego as well. What was his message to you, and what were your key takeaways from him heading into tonight's big debate?
Well, this is somebody who is really trying to distance himself, Kristen, from his progressive record as a House member. He was part of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. He called himself a proud progressive up until he really got into the meat of his campaign here against Kari Lake. So he's trying to pull those voters in that she might be alienating. Take a listen to when I pressed him on this.
Well, I think number one, that's a very DC perspective. My focus is always delivering for Arizona, and I've done it in a bipartisan manner, and we'll continue to do it.
So you don't think that you've moved to the center on your record?
No, I think we're focusing, again, on talking about where Arizona should go, and we're highlighting things that we've done in the past to make sure that people understand we're fighting for Arizona.
He also stressed that he's running his race independently of Kamala Harris, who is neck and neck with Trump or trailing him in some cases. So just really interesting dynamics all around, Kristen.
Fantastic interviews. Great job, Julie Sirkin. As always, thank you for joining us. And thank you for joining us. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with the newest update from the National Hurricane Center, literally within the last 60 seconds, about that potentially catastrophic hurricane in Florida. It turns out it appears that Milton has wobbled a bit north toward Tampa. It is also moving fast. It is now expected to make landfall a little earlier than expected, possibly in that 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern range. All of this is on top of the tornadoes already spinning off. At least 17 already reported, some 50 warnings issued already from the National Weather Service in Miami. That's the most they've ever put out in a single day, and it's hitting some of the places you see here. Take a look at some of the video that's been coming in Broward, Hendry, Glades County. I want to show you also some video from a home camera. Look at these trees whipping around as this apparent tornado blows through. This is in Fort Myers. You can actually see it getting more and more intense as the seconds go by. We're going to take you live to Fort Myers in just a second. Some of these tornadoes are even hitting the other side of the state, like in Martin County, where the wind flipped a trailer, snapped some trees. Take a live look right now at the wind, the water in Tampa,